Testing. Yes. Hello. Welcome to this morning debate on plastics, recycling, circular economy, and what we can do better. My name is Christian Heide Andersen. I'm the project manager of the Danish EPS, Flamingo EPS Expanded Polystyrene Association. I'm also serving on the advisory board of the festival and on the European Manufacturers of EPS Association board. So today we have Gitte Buch Larsen, the creative director at Aage Vestergaard Larsen, expert within plastics recycling. We have Marie Bjerre, member of the Danish Parliament for Venstre, the Liberal Party, and I think you're elected in Northern Jutland. Soon you have the opportunity to vote for her if you live nearby. We have Mads Flaurup, Secretary General of Greenpeace Nordic, and finally we have Patricia Heidegger, the Deputy Secretary General for the European Environmental Bureau. We will have the debate, so first 2-3 minutes from each of you to say what you think about plastics, what we can do better, recycling, and if you want to give just 5-10 minutes more, 5-10 seconds more on yourself, and then I'll try and keep the discussion going, and of course you are more than welcome to have questions. So raise your hands if there's anything. Gitte?
Yes, thank you for letting me come here today and talk about plastic recycling. We have a factory just outside Maria where we recycle basically all types of plastics, which are called thermoplastics. On Thursday we had our 50th anniversary, so we're very proud, and today I have 400 people waiting for me because we're having a family day today. So within the recycling, basically we can do all the industrial waste, we can do the post-consumer, and we have also invented a machinery to do the household waste. So we are one of the few people or factories that are able to do this. So we're kind of proud of that, and the production line is called PP Longstocking because everybody said that we couldn't do it, but we can. So we're very proud of that, and right now we are ready to expand on the household waste to do better than we already do. Thank you.
Marie.
Well, you introduced me. My name is Marie. I also want to add. What? Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, okay. You can hear me. Thank you very much. Loud and clear. I also wanted to add that I'm the climate spokesperson in Venstre of my party. I've been a member of the Danish Parliament for 3 years now. I was elected last election in 2019, and one of my topics was actually recycling, reuse of plastic, circular economy. I remember I had a slogan: all plastics should be reused, not all politicians. You should vote for new people. I think I can't reuse that campaign slogan now, but just to tell that this, I think this is a really important topic: how we recycle, how we reuse plastic and everything else. We can't continue consuming as we do today. Otherwise, there won't be resources enough for the future, and also due to the climate. So this is a really important topic for me. I've been a member of the Danish Parliament's Climate Committee since I got elected, and been focusing on this topic. I'm very much looking forward to the ideas of what do we do then, and I have a lot of thoughts on that area as well.
We look forward to hearing that. Mads?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invitation as well. I'm the Executive Director of Greenpeace, and had the pleasure of working in Greenpeace for quite a while, and it's almost depressing to say that around the time when I started, Greenpeace had been campaigning against not plastic, but the way we used plastic already for 10 years, right? So that was in '95. So this has been an issue, the issue of how we use plastic, the amounts we use it, the problems associated with it. At that time it was of course some of the very problematic types of plastic, PVC, and some of the additives that were used in the plastic. I think the big concern today is that a lot of people think that we have addressed and solved the problems around plastic. Right? The bad news is we have not. Right? The plastic usage is increasing. The amount of plastic that ends up in nature is increasing. Almost 12 million tons a year is estimated to end up in our oceans alone of plastic. And the even more depressing part is that that's not only from the big rivers in Asia or from poorer countries. That's also plastic that we use in our households in Denmark that one way or the other ends up in the east, in Asia, in the rivers, when we go on our vacations, if some does that still, to Thailand and other places, and find plastic bottles and plastic waste in the water. Some of that is also from our part of the world, right? So this is a huge problem that is unfortunately increasing, right? And our concern is that a lot of the focus right now is on reuse, recycling, which is good and fair. Who can be against that? We are all for that. But unfortunately, it's simply not enough, right? We have to reduce, we have to refuse, we have to say we don't want to spend plastic in the amounts and the way we do today. There are obvious success stories, and some of them I'm sure we will hear today about how we can take some of the big plastic streams from especially industry out, but there's unfortunately a complete mismatch between the size of this problem and then the good stories that we can also tell about plastic. So we have to not only focus on reuse and recycle, but also on how we simply, as governments, as consumers, as corporates, start to say no and find alternatives. Thank you.
Patricia?
Yes, thanks a lot. Good morning, everybody. So my name is Patricia. I work with the EEB. We're a federation of environmental organizations across Europe. So we bring together people across Europe who care about the environment and who want stronger and better rules around environment and climate. So yeah, I mean, it's not a secret that plastic pollution is one of the biggest environmental problems of our times. Mads has just been talking about basically the downstream problem of waste ending up in the oceans and in all environments, but it starts way earlier. Plastic is mostly based on oil, so on a fossil resource. And already at the extraction of fossil fuels or crude oil, cracking, and then the production of plastics, this is already a big source of CO2 emissions, of toxins that have very bad impacts on communities that live around these factories, for instance, including in the so-called developed world where people are exposed to these toxins. So the production of plastic is already a problem, and then downstream it's also a very big problem. You mentioned the amount of plastic in the ocean. Recently there were studies about microplastics in our bodies, and the studies found that at least 80% of people already have microplastics in their bodies, and we don't even know what this is going to do to us and our health in the future. So it's great to talk about recycling. Recycling is important, but as I agree with you, we first have to talk about how can we reduce the amount of plastic which is produced in the first place and the amount of plastic that is used. And I think we have to start with the most harmful types of plastic. Plastics, the ones that are cannot be recycled, are hard to recycle, contain chemicals that are harmful to us and the environment, and the types of plastics that we simply don't need in our everyday lives. There's plastics that are more essential, for instance, health products, and then there's other products like this, I believe we can do without. We're not going to die of thirst because we don't have plastic bottles. So, and I think the hype around plastic recycling is also building up some kind of a myth, as you've said, that we already have a solution and that we as consumers can continue consuming plastic because it's going to be recycled. But the reality is that, for instance, in the EU, only around 40% of plastic is recycled, which is not a lot. And the rest, the 60%, they will end up in landfills, they're going to be burned. And that's, again, the so-called developed world, not talking about other countries that struggle with waste management even more than we do. And then also recycling, I mean, plastic cannot be recycled again and again and again and again. Plastic degrades, which means it depends on the type of plastic, but at some point it degrades and you can only downcycle it. So you won't get another plastic bottle, but you will get another product which is downcycled. And you've also mentioned it, we export a lot of our plastic waste. Even though legislation has been tightened on plastic waste from the EU, for instance, we're still exporting millions and millions of tons of waste in general, including plastic, which then ends up in other countries that struggle to deal with their own waste and with our waste. So there's also a question of global environmental justice around plastic. So yeah, I think we need to first talk about how can we reduce, which kind of plastic products do we simply not need to live well, and then we can talk about the ones that we really need, which are essential for our well-being, for our health, and how we can deal with them. But I would claim that 80–90% of the plastic products that we currently use, we can find replacements or just find better solutions for them.
Okay. As I mentioned, I'm also a plastic lobbyist, and I think facts are essential. I have also been advocating, listen, 80% or 80% of plastics are coming from 10 rivers. And of course, you have a very valid point that 80% comes from waste being exported to nearby those rivers. So some of that plastic coming from those 10 rivers in Asia is also European. And when we started talking about that, we found out then we learn more as we are going. So waste management is of course important. I have two questions because Mads and Patricia, you both mentioned hard to recycle plastics, mentioned PVC. I represent EPS, and I've heard more than once that EPS, for instance, is one of the ones that is hard to recycle. And my question would then be, how do we ensure that we change and impact myths? The facts of the matter are that EPS, post-consumer recycling, for packaging in Norway is 76%. At a European level, post-consumer EPS packaging is 40% recycling. We can just go out here to the nearby collection site, and Gitte has been involved in a project where EPS recycling has been developed to set the trend for Denmark, and that is being copied all over Europe. But the myth of EPS being unrecyclable or difficult to recycle persists. So when industry does make changes, find solutions to use a product, how do we ensure that we then go to make the right decisions based on actual evidence rather than what was true 10, 15 years ago? So that I think is important. How do we ensure that we make the right decisions today based on what we can do today, or Gitte's pipi?
Yeah. Can I just make a comment on that?
Go first and then we...
Yeah. I think one of the things that we need to do better is that when we have these studies, and preferably in live versions, not on paper. So when we have that, and we have a conclusion that we can do better and we can do different, then setting up the systems to making it work. I agree with you that plastic in the ocean is not good, but it has also something to do with behavior in people. Let's agree upon that. But when we're talking about except the household waste, the EPS, we mentioned the PVC, which also has a bad reputation. But if you look at it, PVC is actually a fantastic material. After they change that you can't have these additives that are dangerous because they're not in there anymore. But as long as they are having a really long life, obviously when they're coming back into the waste stream, there are some issues there. There is a reason why we don't recycle the hard PVC here in Denmark, but we can actually do the soft PVC. But that being said, when we're looking at the household waste stream, if we had more sorting facilities here in Denmark for the household waste, we would actually be able to do better. If for our company, it's like we can recycle 4,000 ton a year with this production line that we just built, and we are going to build another one. We are planning to start next year. So we have an additional 10,000 ton, but the sorting facilities here in Denmark where we can purchase this household waste from, there are only 2, and that is not enough to fill our production line. So unless we do something about that, we will actually have to import household waste from other countries, which I think is kind of depressing because we have enough here in Denmark. But then we need to do a bit different. But it's a new thing, like with the EPS. You come to new conclusions, better versions, doing it better, and then I think we need to be better prepared and take action. Yeah.
Marie?
Well, politically, I think it's important to listen to the people who actually has knowledge about this, and then make the scheme that allows for recycling. I'm very much looking forward to have when we have the product liability fully implemented, because I think that will make a change, where we ask the producers to take responsibility of having it recycled. I hope that it will result in them making products of type of plastic that can actually be recycled. I really hope that will make a huge difference. In Denmark, we have been really slowly in starting up recycling and sorting our garbage because we have been burning our plastic, whereas other countries has been used landfill, and therefore they have been better at recycling. But we are slowly getting there. I fully acknowledge that we are not there yet, but putting the liability on the ones who produce the material, hopefully that will result in using the right material and not mixing materials, that it's easier, like a bottle you mentioned here, it's 2 different types of plastic, that you only have 1 type of plastic, so it's easier to recycle. I think that's political, the right way to go.
Mads?
Have to remember to unmute, of course. No, I mean, I think it should not be an argument for or against recycling, right? I mean, of course we need to improve the frameworks, the legislation that allows and make our recycling approach better and more robust, and we need the systems in place and we need science, right? But what makes me sad is that we've been talking about the importance of recycling plastic for 30, 40 years now, right? And that we are still in a situation where we are talking about 40% on an EU, well-regulated, well-managed garbage stream area. We still see massive problems with especially the household plastic waste, right? And we still see an amazing amount of stupid use of plastic, right? I mean, just the small example, when I drove over here, because I drove over here, on a tank station, I have to go in and fill my water refillable bottle. And I get into the toilet, and you cannot get cold water there, because of course they would like to sell their little plastic bottles with waters at a cost that is higher than the gasoline that they're selling out in the tank, right? It's crazy, right, that we allow these kind of misuse of such a precious material as plastic is. And I think it's that whole mindset that we need to change, right? So of course I'm super aware of some of the good things we are doing also in Denmark, but also other places when it comes to improving these streams of recycling and becoming better at it, right? But the matter of the fact is that at the end of the day, there's fundamental things in recycling and reuse that we have not solved yet around plastic, right? And I think that's what even if we were in a situation where we imagined that we could minimize that, the input stream of fossil fuels that we know we have to get out of anyway, the input stream of some of the chemicals that are used in these plastics is still such a massive problem. So what I would love to see is also industry playing a much more active role in finding alternatives and finding other solutions. We did a study in the UK a few years ago, right, that showed that we could halve the use of packaging in retail products in supermarkets, right, without compromising on food durability and not increasing food waste, right? And then so it can be done, but right now there's a complete different drive, right? Right now we're still in a mindset that says more is good, yes, and don't worry, we will recycle it at the end. We may not have all the answers now, but we will find them. Yeah? And I just think we have to turn that around, and that's why I would love to see. We of course follow the product liability things you're doing on an EU level and in a Danish context as well. It's super important, right? But we have real big doubts whether it will be possible to go back to Coca-Cola when you find a Coca-Cola bottle in a river in Malaysia, and you'll be able to go back to Coca-Cola and say, why is your bottle here? Yeah. That is going to be super difficult, right? So even if you tighten these legislations in good ways, then you would still have this massive problems of waste, is my fear.
Can I add something
Yes.
to that? It's just, you say that there hasn't been any, it seems like there hasn't been any improvements, and we've been talking about recycling over the years and years, but I think the last year has really been a massive improvement, just because we are now actually sorting our garbage in our household. For only, I think 2 years ago in my household, when I had a used shampoo bottle, I would throw it in my garbage and it would be burned. But now I actually sort it and put it in plastic garbage. And I think that's a huge improvement. I know that we're not there yet, and one of the big problems are that there is no market for how to reuse that plastic. But still, I just wanted to ask, hasn't there been improvements that we now actually are sorting our garbage?
Yeah, that's great. But the problem is that it also leaves people with an understanding of, I've done my part, right, and now the problem is solved, right, which it isn't. We know that the majority of that, or not the majority, but a big part of it, for example, is ending up in Germany. After that, we have problems knowing whether it goes to chemical reprocessing or it goes to mechanical, if it ends up in Asia. I mean, we found some of these waste streams also from Danish garbage, right? So right now, it's not about that the system doesn't work completely. Of course, there's progress, and we should always cherish progress, but we should also be very honest and say we are in a planetary crisis. Yeah? Plastic and pollution is one of these big crisis elements we have. We have biodiversity, we have climate change, but plastic is a major problem, right? And we need completely different handles and different tools in the box in order to do something about this.
Patricia, you also, but I just want to ask a follow-up question on that. You both mentioned this bottle, and we shouldn't use that, and it's plastic. To me, I follow the point. You should be able to go into the tank and a gas station and pull out water. But isn't the question or the challenge is that we're selling water in single-use portions? Going from this plastic bottle to a cardboard plastic laminated bottle doesn't really solve the issue, does it?
No, it doesn't, but drinking water is a human right. So just as Matt said, if I'm out there should be fountains providing me with drinking water, which is running in our households, which is excellent quality. So there's no necessity in a country where the drinking water is of high hygienic quality to bottle it and to sell it to me for €2 or whatever it is in kroners. It's just madness. We don't need it. We really don't need it. And in many countries, and in train stations, etc., you can just come with your bottle and refill it for free, because drinking water, as I've said, is a human right. So I think this is really the easiest to solve. We really don't need it. And also coming back to the thing that you said before, I mean, in an ideal situation, we would have plastic materials that are recyclable, which are free of chemicals that are harmful to the environment and to our human health, and materials that don't degrade. So you can recycle them 100 times and you still have the same quality, but we're not there technically with most of the plastic products. So this can be recycled a couple of times, and then it will end up in some other industrial products, insulation, whatever it is, which at the end of the day will also become waste. So we're just downcycling, we're not recycling over the long term. So while we don't have materials, or we should be focusing on materials that can actually be recycled many times, otherwise it's downcycling. So if we focus on these materials, that's one solution forward. Then the other thing is, of course, we need collection systems, and of course we need very high recycling targets. The European Commission or the European Union has now agreed on a plastic recycling target of 55%. I mean, good because we're still at around 40%, but is 55% really the objective that we should be striving for? It's just still just a little bit more than half of it. And even though this is relatively easy to recycle, and this bottle actually claims it's 100% made from recycling, only around 50% of plastic bottles in the EU at the moment are collected. So there's also a problem with the collection system. And then again, you can't recycle it 100 times, but just maybe twice or maybe 10 times, depending on the material. So that's one problem. And one thing I also wanted to relate to is the question of individual behavior and consumers. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with the fact that each of us have an individual responsibility as consumers, as people who generate waste, and we need to sort it, etc. But it's very easy to put the blame on consumers, because consumers are in the way, they're individuals, and they're so much weaker in this whole system where there's a massive interest from the fossil fuel industry to shift to producing more plastic. The projection is that we're going to triple global plastic production by 2060. And one major driving force behind this is that the fossil fuel industry knows we don't want to use their fuels in our cars, but they can use it to make those. So it's just another driver to continue extracting fossils. Whether that's useful for the planet and us is a totally different question. And of course, there's also massive industry interest in producing these, because of course there's a lot of companies that make money with those, regardless of the recycling rate. So I think those who produce plastic packaging, like any other kind of waste, also have to be responsible and take part and finance the collection and the recycling of those materials. And we're still very far from truly producer responsibility for most waste items, even in the EU. And then to go to just one last point on the fact that most plastic goes to the oceans from 4 to 5 rivers, mostly in Asia. Well, we've talked about the plastic export problem, but then there's another problem, which is that many societies on this planet, until let's say 20, 30 years ago, were totally plastic free. And they used 90% of products that are biodegradable. Leaves, old paper, and cloth. And global companies introduced plastic for consumption in these countries, not caring what is going to happen to that waste, and it's still continuing today. Coca-Cola just managed to close down the last glass bottle factory on the African continent to make sure it's all plastic in countries that have zero waste management, making billions and billions of dollars with it without being responsible for it. I often travel to India because my husband is from there. In the village, there's zero waste management, but you can get a Coca-Cola bottle at every corner of the street, and there's zero responsibility for that. And that's also part of the problem.
Any follow-up? Gitte, you?
Yeah, it was just that we are talking about this increasing of plastic in general, that it's gonna triple or something like that, yeah? I think one of the things that we need to address is that one of the reasons why the plastic is increasing is that it's gonna substitute others for metal or something else, that if you're looking at the emissions, that then the plastic is actually better than what's being used. So some of these increasements is actually coming that way around. And also, I would have to agree, but I know it's getting burned, but I would still say that here in Denmark, we don't really have landfills anymore, I think. At least we are burning it. And that is also progress, because I think some of the landfills in the UK, they're about to be dug up, and I think it was, at least that's showing progress, that we are not using landfills, but we're actually getting, I'm not saying cheap heating in Denmark, but still, it is at least better, and now we're moving up to the reuse and the recycling, because always, you should always reuse when it's possible. And then if it's not reusable, it should be recycled. I think that's, the latter in the value chain also, that you have to look at sometimes.
I think you're bringing up an appointment. I think McKinsey just did a study where they found that alternatives to plastics, and the Heriot-Watt University also that if we use the second best alternative to plastics all across the board, we would triple global greenhouse emissions. So I've had discussions with with people like you, Marina, especially you, where I've said the biggest problem for plastics and EPS is that we're being regulated by the Environmental Bureau and not by the Climate Bureau, because we are part of the climate change solution. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have waste management. All of you have mentioned something about chemical recycling, mechanical recyclings. We also talked about it. But before that, I just want to hear, are there anybody that has any questions or would give any comments? Because I think we should allow for the audience to step in. This is a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ask questions to these wonderful people. And afterwards, I haven't agreed with anybody, you get to get selfie. Yes. Do we have a microphone? Otherwise, you can just talk into this.
Hello? What do you say to people who think this is a lost battle?
What is a lost battle?
Meaning that no matter what we do, we will experience climate crisis.
I would like to answer that question. I don't think the climate crisis is a lost battle. Already now we see global heating. We will end up 1.5 degrees. But the point is we have to stop in time. And if we do nothing, we will end up in 100 years, I think it's 3.0 degrees. And that is a catastrophe if we end up there. So it's not a lost battle. We can still do something to change the situation, but we already have global warming, climate crisis, but it shouldn't get worse. Yeah, and I think it's doable. We can do it, but we have to act on it.
We have to, don't we?
We have to. Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay, then I'm Gitte.
Yeah, it's just, I really like to get back to this plastic issue, because often when we're talking about plastic, it has a tendency that it becomes really emotional and not factor-based. So we see these terrible pictures. I would have to agree with this, but it's always emotional. It's hardly ever factor-based. And if we're talking about the single-use plastic, which has become very popular to mention and banned and what have we, again, I would have to say it's a choice you make. Because if I was down yesterday with one of the food stands down here, and they had made some cutlery in plastic, PV, you know, firm, strong. You could actually put it in the dishwasher. So it's actually a choice. So this whole single use, and we're talking about these horrible straws. I mean, I'm getting cardboard in my mouth, which is not very nice when you're having drinks. And again, I think it's a choice. So when we're talking about reducing plastic in areas, I would have to agree, definitely. Where it's possible, let's go there, because it makes sense. And still, if we do a bit better and think about the design to begin with, I think there are other things that we could actually do and do better.
Okay.
I would like to comment on this question of choice again.
Yes.
Because I think often we don't have a choice. So it's again bringing it back to me as an individual to make a good choice. But if I don't have a choice, even if as business, I sometimes don't have a choice. So just to come back to your examples, if I'm traveling and I can't find a water fountain, my choice is this. The other day I went to a restaurant here, a very good restaurant here in the village, and they served me my dinner, which wasn't cheap, on plastic, in a restaurant. I was shocked. I've never experienced this. It wasn't porcelain and steel, which I put in a dishwasher, but it was plastic. It wasn't a food truck, it was a restaurant. So there's no choice that I have. I know people who do mobile kitchens and food trucks. The plastic cutlery and the non-recyclable stuff is 5 times cheaper than products that are recyclable, compostable, the wooden stuff. So where's the choice? So even if I'm a business, I would have to increase the price for the food that I'm selling by €1.50. Are my customers going to do that if all the 10 other food trucks are going to hand out the plastic cutlery that costs them literally 5 cents? So choice is very limited, which is why, as environmentalists, we believe in the strength and the necessity of regulation to ban the most harmful things, whether it's the plastic straw, the plastic cutlery, whatever it is. Otherwise, we're not going to get rid of it. It's always going to be the cheapest. So we have to make it expensive or we have to ban it. Otherwise, it's not going to stop. And then we create a system where we have actually sustainable choices. Because we're not there. We're really not at a situation where we have a lot of choice very often.
Marie has remarked, and now we're talking about bans. I really like to mention this because we do have actually banned one type of bottles on the European market, bottles of EPS. The only funny thing is that it's never been produced. You have never seen an EPS bottle on the market because EPS cannot hold water. So the Single-Use Plastics Directive banned materials that was never there, and we have a EU-funded study that said it reduces 200 kilos of plastics in the Baltic Sea on an annual basis, while increasing plastic leakages because we're switching to alternatives that are heavier. So bans should be used with a plan and based on facts. I would recommend. And I'm also going to ask if we're banning plastics and moving to, say, cardboard, which is biodegradable, and we see people throwing it everywhere. Here in Denmark, I think it was Pfoe, it's a small island. Their drinking water is so contaminated with PFAS, which has been used in cardboard and paper for years and years. Isn't it always sort of you have to look at the alternatives rather than just say go against plastics or go against cardboard, because otherwise we do risk causing other, maybe more dangerous solutions. Marie, you were raising your
Yes, I have some remarks on that issue as well. I wanted to add a point about the recycled plastic, the market for recycled plastic, because it's true that it's cheaper to produce a new bottle of virgin plastic than of recycled plastic. And that's, I don't know how it looks in the rest of European countries. I only know about the Danish context. And here in Denmark 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, we tripled the tax on plastic. And the tax on plastic, because we wanted to reduce the use of plastic. But the thing is, it's measured by the weight. And recycled plastic weighs more than virgin plastic. So now we actually nationally have a system where recycled plastic is way more expensive than virgin plastic. I think that's a very stupid regulation we have nationally here in Denmark on that point. I really think we should do more to ensure that we create a market to recycle plastic and to use it, that it gets cheaper than the virgin plastic. I know a lot of the containers being at our household now, and now we have 2 or 3, some places maybe 4. Often they are virgin plastic, and that's a very good example where you could actually use recycled plastic instead of. That's the way to go. And I would rather go that way than banning things, because I think often when politicians start to ban, it's often not regulated as smart as if it's the market doing the job. I think the examples with the straw is a very good example where the ban is not that clever, because now we're using cardboard straws. I'm not sure that's smarter. And actually, a plastic straw, that's just plastic. You can make it of just one material plastic. It can't be recycled. Whereas if you have a cotton swab, that's plastic, and I don't know the English term for word for when you put on the ends.
Cotton.
Cotton. Oh, cotton swab. Yeah. So that's two different materials you combine, and that's stupid. I get you shouldn't use plastic on that. Things where you combine materials, you should find alternatives. But a straw is simply just plastic, and it can't be reused. And it's also about a culture, and we're just starting to change that. Like 2 years ago, we couldn't, as I mentioned before, we couldn't sort our shampoo bottle. We can today. So it's also a matter of starting to recycle our products.
Patricia?
You're provoking me with a lot of arguments here. So, I mean, one thing, to come back to the straw. I mean, in the first place, we human beings don't need straws. I mean, except for your person with disabilities, and
I think my kid will disagree.
My kid has metal straws, and I can wash them ad infinitum until the day I die. So I don't think we need plastic straws or paper straws when we go out and have a drink. And they can actually serve us just the way they serve us cutlery. If they serve us metal cutlery, they can serve us metal straws and just put them in the dishwasher. Very easy solution. So I think we're sometimes so fixated about the idea that there's certain things we absolutely need and it can't be done in another way. I think that's one problem. And the other problem is that, I mean, the plastic industry often has this argument saying, well, our products aren't perfect, but everything else that you use is worse. So, I mean, of course, there's wrong or bad solutions to replace plastic. And I'm not saying that, I don't know, cardboard is automatically always the best way to replace. But that's also why we're saying, in the first place, it's about prevention. The waste pyramid starts with prevention. The best waste is the one that you've never produced. So what are the things where we just can do without producing waste? And then further down you look into reusing, refurbishing, recycling, and only, you know, at the very bottom is disposal or incineration. So of course, if we replace all the plastic that we're producing today with, I don't know, metals and other materials, that might lead to an increase of CO2 emissions. But we need to look into prevention, because a lot of the waste that we're producing is useless. It's useless for our quality of life and useless for our health and our well-being. So prevention is something that I don't hear enough in the debate about plastic recycling. And of course we have to be very careful about with what we substitute plastics, because there are a lot of wrong solutions, and PFAS also shouldn't be in cardboard in the first place. That's another issue. And my last point is on what you just said about bans. It's funny to hear that from a politician. I mean, we have banned a lot of things. Thousands of chemicals that kill people, that create cancer, that cause harm to unborn babies. We have banned them, and we can. And I want my politicians to ban the stuff that harm me and my planet. And if plastic harms the planet, I want you to ban it, you know? And just because one regulation maybe came up with, I don't know, a stupid paragraph about bottles that don't exist, doesn't discredit the power of good legislation and setting the right legal framework for our societies.
I'm not saying that, and I agree that some people in the plastics industry and this, what about the others? That's a whataboutism, and that's really bad. But I think it's important that you say waste reduction. And I really like what you said earlier, Mads, where you said in UK we had a study, we can reduce packaging by 50%. I don't think you will hear very many people saying, yes, if we reduce packaging and do things smarter, that's all types of packaging that should be reduced. The waste hierarchy isn't reduce, replace, reuse, recycle. It's reduce, reduce, recycle. I think it's the replacement that some plastics people are saying. It's somehow come in there. Marie, you seem to wanted to say something.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that, of course, politicians should ban stuff that is dangerous for our health. I mean, I want that to be very, very clear, and that was not what I was arguing about. It was arguing that instead of regulating into details what kind of products can be made of plastic, what kind of products cannot be made of plastic, I think politicians are not that smart. They should regulate that. I think it's better we have a product liability where the producers pay more if they make products where they combine things that can't be reused, that can't be recycled. make things smarter. Maybe it's better for them to make the product of metal because it's cheaper. The way we regulate it, I think that's the smart way to go.
Mads, you raised your hand. Do you have a long, or should we just hear if there's one more question from the floor?
Whatever you decide.
Any, because we only have 10 minutes left, any final question, or otherwise I will give you the chance to answer or ask others. Mads?
No, but I mean, I of course very much agree with what Patricia said. I mean, it's super important that our politicians and you step in much more forcefully and say what is it we want, right? And I think the fact of life is right now that our legislation keeps being watered down, primarily because of what I would call, let's call it what it is, whining from industry, right? Saying we can't do that, alternatives are not there, blah, blah, blah. I think that's a complete underselling of the ability to innovate, right? I think we've seen so many examples of when politicians actually take those steps and say, no, we actually do not want those amounts of, for example, plastic or chemicals in our surroundings, then it miraculously comes solutions, right? I think the best, example we have, I think, is the REACH legislation, the European chemical legislation, which I think is it's such a wonderful example. It's the biggest, I think, still EU legislation that has become now the model for how we regulate chemicals globally, because Europe was brave enough to take and choose a way of minimizing, reducing the exposure of chemicals and production of chemicals. The chemical industry in Europe were furious. They lobbied and lobbied, right? The fact of life is that the chemical industry today in Europe is exactly as big a part of the economy as it was before REACH was introduced. Right? So just a plea to be brave and say, we cannot go on, right? I mean, there was one of the audience that asked before, what do you say to those who have little hope that we will be able to get out of this mess? And I think I agree very much with what you said, Maria. I think we have to, as a first step, recognize that we are in the crisis, right? This is happening right now. Maybe it has been a nice summer in Denmark, right? But those who have been south of the border, this has not been a nice summer, right? This has been a disaster, right? We have huge implications of that, both on our food production and on our energy production in the whole of Europe. Because of the drought, because of the heat waves, we see the same in so many other parts of the world right now. We are in this crisis. We have the same on biodiversity, we have the same on pollution. We have to act accordingly, right? And that means we can't mess around with, is it 40% or is it 55% in 15 years? That's not the level of action that is needed from the politicians right now. We have to see these interconnected. Plastic right now is overused, overproduced. We need to see industry play an active role in saying we can actually avoid it, right? We can avoid those amounts. There will be places we still need plastic, but it's very few. The study that I referred to before about reducing the capability to reduce 50% of packaging of plastic in UK retailers is by 25, right? We made an action plan that says this is how you do it by 2025, so in a few years, right? That's how easy it is. And then you can talk about further reduction on a longer term, right? But there's so many things we can do here now. We talked about some of them today, and there's many others.
Are there any questions? Because otherwise we're nearing the end, and I would just give everybody just sort of a minute and a half to just summarize. So, Patricia.
I'm not going to summarize. I wanted to say something hopeful at the end. So actually, we have just started negotiating a global treaty on plastics to curb, or actually to end plastic pollution. That's the ambition. So all the countries in this world have agreed in February that we need to, tackle this issue together. Which I personally found a very hopeful moment. one person who was chairing this meeting said this is kind of the Paris Agreement moment for plastics. So we're finally acknowledging that plastic is a global crisis that requires a global solution. We need to start, I mean, we need to look at it from a local level, a national level, a European angle, but also at a global level, given plastic is produced, shipped, used, disposed of globally. So, I mean, we can't just, tackle this whole issue as Europeans or as Danes or, at whatever level we're working. So I find this very hopeful. I don't believe it's going to be the only solution to the problem, but I think that the fact that the international community is getting together and saying, we're going to define in the first place, what is plastic? What are we actually talking about? What is the plastic life cycle? Where does it start and where does it end? Does it start with crude oil extraction, or where does it actually start? What do we want to kind of regulate? They're looking into, getting out chemicals from plastics that are harmful and that make recycling very difficult. There will be discussions about, what kind of plastic products do we not need, which do we need to ban, which do we need to replace, recycling targets, etc. So I'm very excited about this process, and I think it's kind of, it gives me hope that as humankind we're kind of developing solutions together, and I invite you to follow this process.
Mess?
I think I did my part just before, so I'll yield the floor.
Marie?
I'm hopeful too, as Patricia. We agree about the problem, that we should reuse plastic, and I'm very happy to hear about the search Mass referred to, that we only need half the packaging for food. So there's definitely possibilities of reusing plastic, and we have to be better at recycling and reusing plastic. To summarize my political points, I think we should be way better in finding a system where there's a better market for recycled plastic. I think we should be even better at recycling plastic in a household. It has to be easy to recycle. And we need to fully implement the product liability, so there is an initiative for the producers to produce less plastic and to produce it in a way where it's easier to either recycle or reuse. And thank you so much for being here.
Gitte?
I also have hope for the future, I have to say, and I'm all for all the things that we've been talking about today. I think one of the things that I would like to address, which I think at least is interesting, because obviously we were talking about reach at our company because it's important, and we all want the best for everybody. And our latest product, which is a development from from the household waste, is that right now we are trying to make some new inventions that actually are able to use 100% recycled plastic in food contact material. Obviously going through all the lab work and the reach and everything, but that could actually make us do better again. So I think that if all companies and all people, because I think it's not just the companies, it's also you and me as a person that needs to take responsibility about how we do things. So if we all pull together, I still think there's hope for the future. So that would be my final word, yes. And thank you for letting me have here.
And me as an industry lobbyist, yes, industry has been whining at some point. For the EPS part, I say 50% isn't enough. We're going for 100%. We're 100% recyclable. We know we can do 76% in Norway. We have similar fields in levels in Denmark. We have it collected here in my area, 51% of the Danish municipalities being recycled in Denmark and turned back into EPS packaging. And I would invite all of you to come see how it can be done, because 1 ton of EPS waste is sold for around €1,000. That's how valuable it is, but it's being claimed to be hard to recycle. You're not paying €1,000 for something that's hard to recycle. So there's a lot of myths as well, and I think it's important to also change those myths for when it does it. And yes, there are places where EPS should never have been and should be phased out, and we agree on that as well. But there are other places where it does serve a purpose, and I think that's important for the debate. But again, I'd like to invite you to come see how EPS recycling actually happens, and it's in your district, so you'll be very interested. Well, should we give everybody a round of applause? And the gentleman down here, you were promised a selfie.
Ja, jo. Hallo, hallo. Hallo, 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 hallo. Hvad? En, to, tre. En, to, tre. Jo. Det var røde knap. Hvad? Var det røde knap, hvis der er noget?
Nej, den må vi endelig ikke skrue mere op og ned.
Men nu virker det. Vi skal prøve at være med at pille ved noget af det hele, så det er ligesom det.
Hallo?
Du trykker på alle de knapper derovre, så skal du... Han har masser af...
Dudut, hallo?
Den virker ikke igen.
Han er i de to telte her, så du har ham hele tiden.
Okay, så du kommer, når der bliver spørgsmål. Og så sætter du til.
Spørgsmålet er, om det her gav mig hul igennem. Nej. Ellers havde nogen reageret. Ja, jeg havde nemlig lige trykket. Det skete der ikke noget ved. Er der hul igennem her? Det er etteren. Har jeg hul nu? Det lyder sådan på mig selv. Ja, og I reagerer også og kigger på mig. So, welcome all of you. We're having a slight bit of technical issues. We are going to be having a presentation by Wojciech from Circular Economy in a bit. But while we get the last technical bits finished, we will introduce our panel, or I will actually allow them to introduce themselves briefly though, but I'll introduce myself last. So Mads, would you start by introducing yourself?
I'm happy to. I'm Mads Christensen. I'm the executive, Mads Pfoe Christensen, and my mother is so happy if I use her name as well. I'm the executive director of Greenpeace in the Nordic area, and we of course are working with a range of issues related to the circular economy and the concept of circular economy, but probably from a more, or at least are providing and offering a more radical solution to it than at least what's in the pipeline right now for circular economy.
That's a good handover to you, Thomas.
That is a good handover. Well, I'm Thomas Bach Tillesen. I'm heading the Sustainability and Public Affairs Department at Pfoe, a Danish, sort of origin Danish company, today European, doing packaging, plastics, food packaging, and becoming an infrastructure part or an infrastructure player as well in regenerating plastics back into food packaging on a European basis. With all the challenges, all the lack of frameworks and all the issues that also entails, at least we're trying to be the progressor in our industry.
So, and the last
And the last
in
one?
the line is you, Marie.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Marie Bjerre. I'm a member of the Danish Parliament for Venstre. Got elected in 2019 in this region in North Jutland. I am a spokesperson of the climate in Venstre, the Liberal Party, and I'm a member of the Danish Parliament's Climate Committee. And that's why I'm here today. I'm looking very much forward to discuss how we recycle plastic better and how far we are in that area. Yeah, thank you very much.
And finally, I'll introduce myself. My name is Aske Nydam Guldberg. I am the Vice President of the Danish Society of Engineers, and when I am not doing that, I am a circular economy engineer working for the consultancy company of Pfoe. So I am also myself within this field. And now I also want to say welcome to all of you who will come and listen a bit to us, and I will introduce the mystery man hanging on the wall. This is Wojciech. Wojciech is from the company Circular Economy, and they do a state of the world on how circular are we. So basically what we're all hoping to hear, Wojciech, is how circular are we? How circular is the world? How big is the gap? Just a second, Wojciech. We have very little sound on you here, so that's why we're being a bit quiet. Yes. Yeah, so the technical issues, please those in the back rows, if we could kindly ask you to move to the front 3 rows. So. It's just 1 second so everybody sits down and we can have the enough quiet to hear it. So if everyone is calm, we will all listen to Wojciech now.
Our planet. Well, I'm afraid I don't have such news. According to our study, we are only about about 9% of what we consume as humanity. When we look at what we consume, that's about 100 billion resources every year. This is what we have been looking at with our global Circularity Gap report every year together with World Economic Forum. But in all those bad news, there are some good news as well. We've also discovered that only if we double that circularity to about 18%, we can save about 30% of all the resources we're using, and we can save about 40% greenhouse gas emissions globally, mostly from gaining enormous efficiencies in our resource use and in waste management. So I think circular economy is the future, and we cannot go carbon neutral without it.
Interesting, thank you, Wojciech. I'll ask you to hang on for just a second, because I think there may be a few questions. Mads, before we came up here, you were talking about the fact that we can't just talk about reuse and recycling, we've got to talk about minimizations too. So I'll ask you, Wojciech, your way of counting circularity, does that include the situation where, in fact, we use less materials because we simply are smart enough to produce less products and use less? Would that count, yeah, or would it just look like would your number get lower?
No, that is the most powerful strategy we can do, just using less. In fact, we've been doing this report for 5 years in a row, and what we've seen is that the circularity of the planet goes down every year, little by little. And it's not because we would recycle or reuse less, it's because we use more stuff every year. So the number one thing we should all be striving for is, to use less, consume less. Specifically, for example, in the construction sector, there can be vast resources saved if we, instead of demolishing and constructing new buildings, if we renovate, if we extend the life cycle of what's already out there. But if you extend that philosophy, we shouldn't just throw away stuff, we should keep it in the loop, keep it alive for as long as possible, because that brings by far the biggest and the best results when it comes to how circular can we be. This is also what we've discovered in Sweden. We do these reports also on a national level, and we have just published our report for Sweden, and results were again a little bit sad and depressing, but not because Sweden wouldn't be sustainability champion, but its circularity was very low because it just uses way too much. If everyone lived like Sweden, we would need 4 planets Earth to sustain our needs. The material footprint is just too high. So one of our main recommendations, especially for the construction sector, was to use less. Use less primary stuff, keep the resources in the loop by prolonging the life cycle of what you're putting out there.
Is there any of you three who have a question you feel like asking Wojciech? Otherwise, good. Wojciech, I only have one more question for you, and I hope you can give a relatively short answer. You mentioned the fact that we need this for the climate. You were talking about a 40% reduction on the climate topic. Can we do? How important is the circular economy for the climate change agenda here in Europe? Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's essential. I think we cannot solve climate change without circular economy. Climate change is it's complex, right? To me, it's not just about the temperature, it's about biodiversity, so many different factors. But just the simple fact that, we will be extracting less and we'll be keeping things in longer use. There are facts and numbers and studies that one after another prove that this will get us over the finish line, that circular economy is the hidden ingredient in solving climate change. It's not just the energy issue, It's not just about wind turbines and solar panels. A lot of carbon footprint equivalent is hidden in you know, the stuff that we wear, in the clothes that you have on you, in the screen that you're looking at, on the table that's standing in front of you. All those things have a carbon footprint as well. And the longer we use them and the better we use them, the more emissions we are saving. We don't have to mine new stuff and make a new table. Let's keep this one alive for 20 years. So this is the philosophy of circular economy and why it's such a powerful strategy to mitigate climate change. I hope it wasn't too long. I hope it at least a little bit answered what you were asking.
Thank you, Wojciech. And I know that you will hang on and listen in on the rest, but we won't have you on camera all of the time. So, but I'm going to take the number you gave us, 9% circular. That means in 91% not circular. Mads, you are from Greenpeace. What does that make you think of the world? Is that great?
No, that's not impressive, right? In especially considering that we've been talking about circular economy and liked similar concepts for decades now, right? And that means that we're not even there where sort of the circularity of the economy and of the resources is keeping up with the economic growth and the growth of the use of materials, right? So that's a humongous problem, of course, and we have to ask ourselves, how can we accelerate and how can we escalate this? Because, of course, circular economy as a concept, no one can be against that. I'm sure it would be a pretty short debate if that was the intention to create diversion around that. I don't think we can achieve that, but I do think that it's super interesting. And talking about circular economy, right, understood as how we minimize waste, how we use our resources again, is that we don't downcycle, but that we keep all the resource flows inside the economy, right? That notion is, of course, unfortunately, a little bit of a fairy tale, at least in how it is today and in how we can imagine it to be. There's too many of these resources that we use that we have not found solutions for how to actually recycle and not only downcycle. So I think that the fundamental concept here that we have to come to grasp with is one thing: we are in a crisis, a planetary crisis. We have a climate crisis, a biodiversity crisis, but we have a pollution crisis, and we have a crisis in how our, you mentioned it, Wojciech, around how many Earths we need if all were to live like we do, right? It cannot continue. And not only is it something that we have to change in a decade or in 2 or in 4, it actually has to start massively right now, because otherwise we are really in trouble, right? So we can't get around also putting much more emphasis into the using less, right? So I think words are important, right? And I would like to put the word slower in front of circular economy if we continue to use that, because otherwise we end up having another situation where circular economy just becomes a buzzword, like green growth, like sustainable growth, which basically means we continue more or less business as usual, and then we use a few tweaks in order to get the 9% up to maybe 12 or 13, and then we all, yes, we won, right? So we have to be more dramatic in what we do here. And I think what we see, both when it comes to legislation, regulation, when it comes to what corporates are focused on, unfortunately, it's very much sort of the last element of recycling and reuse that is the focus of that, right? If you look at the EU sort of legislative agenda, it's super impressive, right? There's so many nice words, and also on a national level, super many nice words, but all the hardcore initiatives are all on this last bit, right? It's not about increasing the longevity of our products, getting rid of the worst products, getting rid of those things we don't need. Like we have a good example in front of us with plastic water bottles. There's so many examples around us of things we don't need. So we have a responsibility in the legislative part of society, in the corporate side of society, but certainly also, of course, with us as citizens, as consumers. And right now, my fear is that a lot of the responsibility is really put on us as citizens and consumers, and there's just a very small part of the problem we can solve.
So it's up to the legislators, I hear you say a lot, and a bit to the industry, so that makes it obvious where to go now. And Marie, I think you can feel where I'm going here. So Marie, there is an upcoming parliamentary election here in Denmark. Mm-hmm. We don't know exactly when it's going to be, before June next year, for sure. what are the Liberals going to do if you come into power, if you gain the majority? How will you make a significant improvement towards, well, the 9%?
Yeah. First of all, the numbers, 9% only circular economy, it's absolutely terrible, but I have to say I'm not shocked, because we are just getting started in Denmark with circular economy. We just started sorting our garbage in our household. We're just starting. We have been burning our garbage for years and years and years. That's a direction we will go if we come into power. I think the election will be sooner than June next year. But we have to speed up the circular economy. We have to make it easier to sort our garbage. How often we don't know how to sort it, because is this plastic, is this paper, is this cardboard, maybe it's combined, we don't know it. It's not easy. We have to have a liability on the producers. We have to create a market for recycling products. Today, it's more expensive to make a new product out of recycled material than of virgin plastic. So we have to come up with a political system where it's cheaper to make new products out of recycled material, or to have products that contains less plastic, less packaging, and so on. Before the summer break, we had a climate agreement where we introduced a CO2 emission tax. The idea of a CO2 emission tax was something that my party and Radikale Venstre suggested only 2 years ago, and luckily we succeeded in having a climate agreement. It's only on industry, but I think we have to develop that way of thinking, putting a tax on what is bad, because that makes the producers wanting to produce less of what is bad and make it in a way that it's easier to recycle. That's a market-driven way of seeing the circular economy, and I think that's the right way of seeing it, because that's the way that's gonna get us to a fully circular economy faster, to get that 9% up, not just to 12%, but to 100%. I think we all dream of having a society where we have no waste. I think Greenpeace has a goal that in 2050, a society without waste, that everything is recycled. Yeah.
Well, Thomas, Marie says you need some fees, and then you as the industry will deliver. Is that what you want?
I'm disappointing here, sorry, but I'm actually fairly agreeing with both of my counterparts here. And yeah, we need frameworks. We need fees. We need ambitious legislation and regulation. If we want to build a business case around something, we need to either incentivize or force. A little bit like we did in the 70s with the oil crisis here in Denmark. So we were dependent on fossil fuels from the Middle East, 99%, right? Something like that. And then we gave all of the Veluxes and Grundfosses and Danfosses 7 years to live up to given targets, and within 5 years they lived up to them, and the next 2 years they innovated. That's why we have a really good and really strong energy efficiency and resource efficiency industry. So from my perspective, being a Danish but very European, pan-European company today, is that I must admit I'm 100% agreeing with you. We've talked about circular economy as a concept for 30 or 40 years, and I tend to use the example that sort of we've had a party for 40 years and now it's Sunday and our parents are coming home and it looks like a mess. Someone needs to clean up, and we are as a producer, like any other producer, a polluter, and I know this. Yeah, I actually we truly mean this. Polluter. The old principles within the EU, polluter needs to pay. It's one of the ways to transition an industry and transition a society. And why do I say this as the big corporate plastics producer? Well, it's actually because, well, for the last 20 years, some companies within these industries that are heavily polluting have actually tried to transition, have looked into taking complexity out of their materials, have had the choice about sort of material choice, taken materials out of their markets. We had a discussion, talk earlier. Last year we've continued to do M&As, so acquiring companies, and we always acquire them because we see potential, but we also always get something that we don't want. Let's be honest. My executives took a decision while in the acquisition, saying all of the PS that we have in Spain that we acquired there, first year we'll take 50% out of it, next year we'll take the last 50%. So 100% out, we're not doing that anymore. And imagine the customer base in a country where they've been used to this, and it might actually be a cultural thing that it needs to look like something specific for the last 30 years, but that's what we need to do. And I actually want Greenpeace to continue to be Vagthund, the guardian dog, or I don't know if that's directly translated, but pushing the industry. But I also really need on the national level and also on a European level, not just talk, but actual measures. Why are we, as one of the green leaders in Europe, why are we not taxing or putting minimum thresholds on recycled content into loads of stuff? If we're talking about an economy that needs to grow, then there needs to be an incentive or a whip for the companies that are not choosing that. And at some point have the discussions in the EU about monomaterials, taking complexity out. I'm not talking about a planned economy here where we only have 2 materials, but to some degree, from a business perspective and then from a production perspective, every time you have complexity into a system, it equals cost. And if we want to build a circular economy, then cost is the opposite. So we need to simplify as well. Sorry for...
But the thing is, Marie, this is easy for you. I mean, the NGOs, the unions, the industry, we all agree. Give us some hard regulation that sets a clear boundary so we can all reach for the skies. Can you, do you dare make an electoral promise that we'll get that?
Well, this is not easy. If it was easy, it would have been done. And I think the industry is not totally in line with Greenpeace always. Maybe you are today, but that's not what I hear. And I think Mads can conquer that. But I agree with what is said. And that was what I was trying to say earlier. This is about creating incentives to recycle, to produce single material, less complexity, and of course politicians, the legislatures have to regulate in a way that it's cheaper for the industry to produce less complex material that's easier to recycle, to use less packaging. And I think we have not been ambitious enough on that agenda. And in some way we have been going the wrong direction. For instance, 2 years ago, the Social Democrat government adopted a new taxation on plastic. They tripled the taxation in order to have less plastic. But the thing is, it's measured on weight, and plastic from reused material, reused plastic is heavier than virgin plastic. So now we actually have made it harder to have new products of recycled plastic. So we have to, our regulation has to be in a way where we create incentives to have more recycled plastic, that there's a market for recycled plastic, and use less.
One of the topics that we from the Society of Engineers have been bringing into the debate is the topic of quality of recycling, that not all recycling is equal, and well, an old saying says, you get what you measure. Could we start measuring quality of recycling also, not just amounts? Today we say, oh, we recycle this percentage and then we're happy, but we might have been downcycling it and creating low quality products. Could we imagine a future where we also measure quality of recycling? If any of you want to answer, yeah.
Absolutely. I think today there's a huge problem with our products that it's not easy to recycle. It's not easy for the industry that is handing over the recycled material, and it's not easy for the normal family in our household. It's not easy to recycle because there's too many products that are of combined materials, and it's hard to figure out whether it's what it is, what the material is. How often aren't we in doubt when we are standing with a product? What is this? Is this paper? Is it plastic? Is it something is obvious, but something is not? And I think we have to regulate that. I see that a lot of producers are starting to put on the product, this is plastic, you can recycle it. It's starting to get better slowly, I agree. And the reason why it's getting better is because we are introducing the product liability, where the producers are liable for the recycling. So it's cheaper for them if they put things on the market that is actually recyclable. Yeah.
What you're talking about is the extended producer responsibility
Exactly.
scheme, which is expected to come out very, very soon.
Yeah.
One of these days. So, Mads?
Yeah, I think that's all great. I mean, that's super important, and especially the one around extended producer responsibility. I mean, it's going to be very important. But again, I mean, we are very much having a debate around the end here, right? What happens after the product has been used, right? And I think we have to really be clear on, if we don't get the first part solved, then we will have trouble. I mean, it's still allowed now to produce a printer, like many of us have at home, right? That lasts, and is produced to last for only a few years, right? Cannot be repaired, is thrown out, right? Theoretically, you could still take that printer and put it into a shredder and then divide the parts and then actually reuse it. It would all be circular, right? But if you don't get it right in the first place, then we will just use endless amount of input, and we will just have an economy that continues to, yes, perhaps increasingly go in circles, but go faster and faster and faster, right? And I think that's the problem we are facing right now. We don't have the resources in the world. We don't have the planets to sustain that way of operating. So we do need that we step into that sphere. Super uncomfortable, difficult, because it's about do we need to consume all the things we consume? Yeah. But it's certainly also a sphere where we want companies to ask themselves, is the product that I produce, is that needed, right? Is it making the world a better place, or is it just because there's a market for it, right? There is a market for bottles at the moment, these bottles, right? In a country like Denmark, absolutely not needed, right? You can go into a tap anywhere, and if there was rules around it that you should have fountains where you could refill your, I would say, would we get a worse world, a worse Denmark, if we abandoned these in Denmark, or even in Europe, right? Where it's very few places in Europe you can't drink the tap water, right? So we have to ask ourselves, what is it that we are not seeing, right, when it comes to taking these steps that also has to do with reducing the streams upfront?
Well, that would limit your business, Thomas.
Not necessarily.
Why not?
Well, I tend to think that there will always be room for the most progressive players. And I also hear here, and I love being called the industry, but at least when I'm in Europe or around, or if I'm in Brussels in one of our branch organizations, I'm very not the industry. I'm the annoying, now bigger, a few years back smaller company trying to say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing design guides for something that is literally devaluating whatever value stream before we even start? We're that company at the moment. I know we're also a large plastic packaging company with all of the emphasis and stigma that's to that. But I think in all industries there are companies that actually try to push. What we're also seeing is that our value chain, or our customers and our customers' customers, or the retailers, they're actually starting to set fairly progressive targets on reduction, which is super positive. And I love talking about plastics. But I also believe that to some degree we need to, from my world, we need to talk about packaging in general. And I'm doing what you talked about just before, the but they're just going to change to something else. And I actually think that's a valid point, because if the issue is here to stop emissions or to stop pollution, then closing our eyes and say, hey, we don't want to do that over there anymore, we're doing this, that won't fix anything. So there's no doubt that prevention will come. There's no doubt that we will see reduction. And there's no doubt that areas where you don't need something that lasts 500 years or 1,000 years to deteriorate in nature, there should be perhaps areas where that's not used. If the risk of pollution is that high, it's a little bit like, I know you just discussed the straw and cutlery and stuff like before, but there's a reason why those 10 items are on that list. It's because it's those 10 items that you see mostly on the beaches. And then instead of talking about materials, I think we should start talking about systems. And not circular economy, but actually sort of systems, just like we would do in any other business, a value chain. It's not that hard, actually. I know it becomes hard when you mix politics and infrastructure and industry interest, but it's about setting up a system that actually works where there's economy or incentives or whip that forces us to do this. And in some countries in Europe, they are actually fairly far ahead of, for example, Denmark. And that's a pity as a Dane, but that's the truth.
We don't have that much time left, but we're also realizing we are agreeing on quite a lot. So I'll end us now with a round of what are we going to do next, or what should Denmark's or Europe's very next step be so we get started in this direction that we apparently all agree rather a lot on. So I'll start with the okay, we can have a quick question. Can you speak out loud? I think we don't have a microphone around, so.
Yes. I wanted to bring back to one of the main points that Wojciech said, which is number one, he said, and he emphasized, use less, consume less. We spoke a lot about recycling, and I would like to ask what you have to say about reducing, particularly to Marie as a politician. What's the role of policies to actually start make us use less and waste less, not just about how to recycle what we use. And this is not just a Danish problem. I'm surprised, it's the first time I came to Denmark. Have you been to the supermarket here? It's really appalling. Like, you cannot buy a vegetable that is not covered in plastic. And it's way more than it's way less than 9% that it's circular there. There's a lot of packaging, and this is something simple to fix with regulation. If you're not allowed to use plastic for things that you don't need to put plastic in, then it's simple. But since it's not just a Danish problem, this is, for me, it's a clear field in which if we have good EU regulation, then Denmark and the rest of Europe will have to do the right thing. And we are slow in addressing these issues across our countries, but climate change is happening, and it's not happening at a slow pace, and we're extremely late. So how do we reduce, how do we use less, consume less, and how can we make faster regulations to make this a reality?
Marie, I'll let you answer, but you'll have to be brief.
I have to be brief because I have another.
I know.
I have to go to. Thank you very much for the question. I don't have an easy solution. First of all, we have to create more awareness that we are not the green front runner as we think we are. In Denmark, we think, oh, we're so good at the green, the climate, and blah blah blah. But you see it, first phrase, going to a supermarket. We are not good at recycling. We are not good at sorting our garbage, and we wrap everything in plastic. What to do about it? Regulation, how to regulate. One of the things we are focused on as the Liberal Party is to put a value on the resources, on the CO2 emissions, creating incentives to use less plastic, to wrap less. For instance, with taxation and making it cheaper to produce things with less plastic or not at all. We had a regulation a couple of years ago where we adopted that we put a higher fee on plastic bags. Now you have to pay 4 Danish kroners, half €1 for a plastic bag. And well, the whole parliament, or almost the whole parliament, agreed to that. And that was really successful because today the amount of plastic bags is really, really low. Yeah, that's one way to go. Yeah, but sorry, it's not easy to answer.
I was about to ask you the question, what is our next step? So that is your next step, get some more fees and
creating incentives.
Economic incentives.
Like this, like the CO2 emission taxation. I think that's the way to go. Because we can't solve this just with changing a culture. Because if you want to buy apples, if you can only buy apples in a plastic bag, like you don't give people a choice buying the apples without the plastic bag. So you need regulation as well. Yeah.
Thomas, what do you think should be our very next step?
I think we should start talking about materials in general. There came the plastic man in here. But I actually truly believe that we need to talk about materials instead of just plastic. I'm fully aware and I fully understand the stigma and the huge global issues. But if we want to do something, like literally do something both on environmental and a climate, we need to talk about materials, and we also need to talk about, I don't know, food waste and all sorts of different areas. But I'm to some degree agreeing that we need frameworks. We need short-term impacts, but we also need long-term plans. And I think from an industry perspective, primarily dealing in Europe, where it actually should be the easiest and the most transparent continent, we still lack to understand most of the markets where they actually want to go. And I think that's a huge issue, and very much also Denmark, unfortunately. So that clear plan on what is it we want to deliver on. I know we have all these political statements and targets and so on, but as an industry, if we want to sort of truly take that tanker and move it around, we need to know for us to do that. I think we're to some degree back at there needs to be incentives. And I think what we're seeing from the reduction targets, actually from industry, not us, but of course our customers, that will change as well. You will start to see less products, less materials that is not needed, and especially these days when we see raw material prices skyrocketing. And then, funny that it comes from the industry, but luckily we're actually starting to see a lot of private equity go into the so-called circular economy space. But if you see large sums of money going into a sector, you should expect that this business case around a so-called circular economy or the system will actually start to see that hockey. Is it the hockey stick effect that we've heard like 1,000 times from politicians? But hopefully at some point that will come. But again, it's a European perspective right now. Globally, like there are so many issues, and it's not only about sort of infrastructure, it's about third world issues in general that we need to address, because otherwise, we will continue to see the same patterns.
Mads, I'll also let you shortly say
I'll try to
the
be
next
brief.
step.
Yeah.
I know Marie is tripping to get out.
No, I'll just say, and sorry to be a bit nasty, because I'm really grateful that the Engineer Association is organizing this conversation, but I would also say I would love that someone else is also talking about it, right? Because I think we have to be very honest about the progress or the lack of progress we've done within the circular economy area so far. And we have to understand that this is not something that engineers will solve for us alone, right? This is not something about efficiencies and the new technologies. I want philosophers, I want advertisers, I want financiers to come in and help create new stories, right? What is the life that actually is worth living? I had very high hopes that the COVID times had helped us on that journey. Now I'm no longer so certain, right? I think we are more or less back to business as usual. So I think we need to tell each other another story about what is the good life that is not necessarily associated with the production of more goods and more consumer goods, at least not in this part of the world, right? So more people involved in this conversation, and let's be brave.
So I'll also just give the Engineer Society a small piece here in the end and say, we love creating, we love solving issues. We need a strong target, we need the finances to do it, then our members will love to solve this. So please, all of you, send the direction, and our members will love to solve it. So please make a high target, and yeah, as you said in the 70s, we fixed the oil crisis by doing energy efficiency, and we can do this too. So I'll thank all of you, and thanks to all of our 3 participants. Please give them a hand, and thank you to all the audience for listening to us. Et hurtigt selfie, kan jeg høre. Mange tak for det.
Selv tak. Ja, tak for det. Selv tak.
Lyserød. Ja, jeg ved det. Jeg er bare lige ved at nappe min ting.
En mindre novelle. Simon, har det godt? Tak skal du have.
Nej, det er svært nogle gange.
2, 3, 4.
Bare lige en enkelt gang om den der.
Så er det.
Single button
Okay.
on top.
I did a
Just press
Oh.
it. Så den viser en hel masse ting. Så går lyden pænt ud.
Det gør den nu, tror jeg. Det lyder sådan. Okay. Here we go. Welcome to this debate on the green transition in Europe and how it can affect jobs and businesses. For a decade almost now, the green transition and climate has been the talk of the town all across Europe and the rest of the world, and how we can reduce CO2 emissions. Many treaties, many agreements, some countries more enthusiastic about it than others. And this summer may have given us a good indication of what could happen if nothing happens. Heat waves and droughts all across the world have... Am I the only one who hears a...
Okay. Okay. Have had huge impacts in sectors such as agriculture, transport, energy, and on top of all this, there's a war going on in Ukraine. There's rising inflation, increasing shortage of goods and products, and a new economic world order in which trade and nations' relations may be also impacting jobs and growth, but not all countries and regions are affected equally. There are many opinions on how to get to the goal without losing public support. There's a huge divide between north and south, east and west, and depending on which type of workforce, energy consumption, main industries that you have. So in short, we all want the same result, but there are going to be winners and losers in the green transition, and you can't pay your bills or put food on the table with good green intentions. And this leads us to this debate and why we're here, and I would like to welcome the panel, starting with Judith Curtin-Darling. Great name. Thank you. You were elected twice as for the European Parliament for Labour in England, but Brexit and all that jazz kind of put an end to that in 2020. Since then, you've been the Deputy General Secretary for Industry All Europe, which is a federation of 180 trade unions representing 7 million workers, quite a lot, in 38 European countries. And you cover sectors such as mining, textile, metal, and others. Welcome, Judith.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
Laura Klitgaard, you have a background in engineering, and for the past 3 months, you've been the chairman of the Danish Society of Engineers, 140,000 highly skilled members, primarily in engineering and IT.
Yeah, and also natural sciences. Yeah.
And before this, you worked at one of the largest, maybe the largest consultancy company. We can get back to that in just a minute.
True.
Pfoe, and you were also more or less on your old home turf, Maja.
Yeah.
Where you worked for.
Before I worked in Pfoe, I used to work in this municipality, so I was part of renovating this building, actually.
Doesn't get more local than that.
No, so I just took a round before I started up, just watching if they're taking good care of it, and they are.
And that brings us to the last participant, Søren Adamsen, Senior Vice President and Executive Market Director at Pfoe. Is it the largest or one of the largest consultancy firms in Denmark?
I think our good colleagues in Rambøll may challenge us if we say we are the largest. I just go for the best.
Okay.
I think that's the alternative.
I think they'll challenge you on that as well.
Pfoe has approximately 7,000 people working across the world, and you are experts in various sectors such as construction, energy, transportation, and with a focus on sustainable solutions. Welcome all. The first round of this debate is about setting the framework for this, an overall view on how the climate ambitions and the way forward based on a green strategy. We hear voices now starting to say that it's too ambitious and the whole European Fit for 55 strategy needs to slow down because, energy is short. Should we start coal mining again? Should we increase nuclear power? So a question for all of you actually, how do you see the ambition targets in the Fit for 55 framework? And do you see a way to turn the green transition into an alternative European growth model and maybe even cushion energy crisis and the recession? Let's start with Judith.
Yeah, well, I guess from our perspective, this is a really extremely complicated situation because it's taken us many years in the trade union movement to get to the point where representing workers from the coal mining sector right through oil and gas to the automotive sector to maybe some of the big obvious winners of the green transition in renewable energy and And in the circular economy, the previous panels, it was quite striking in the circular economy discussion, didn't mention the vast number of jobs which can be created through a stronger circular economy. So there are winning sectors, if you like. There are more challenging sectors which are going to undergo enormous transformation, and there are sectors which will disappear out of our economy. And over the last few years within the trade union movement, we've had a really deep process of coming together to have a common agenda about how to handle this, because we know where we have to go to. The science is very clear. We have a climate crisis, and we know that this decade is the crucial decade. But now we're in a very contradictory situation where mining workers in countries like Germany have negotiated massive coal phase-out agreements. We're in negotiations in Poland for the coal phasing out. We have 100,000 coal miners in Poland, and we've been negotiating now for several years on coal phase-out agreements. And with the war in Ukraine and the energy price crisis, suddenly those workers who have been told, you are yesterday's industry, are now being told, no, we have to put that just transition plan on ice. We need you to go back into the mines, and we're opening coal mines which were considered to be economically inefficient and inactive. We have the same right across Europe. In Estonia this morning on my phone, the news was that the oil shale workers are being told their transition plan is on hold. We need the oil shale because of the gas price. So we're in an extremely contradictory situation for workers with a lot of uncertainty about the way forward. But I think the absolutely critical point is there is no business as usual anymore. So there's nothing about standing still which will give us a step forward. And we know where we have to get to by 2050. We have to reach climate neutrality. And this decade is the vital decade for investment. Half of Europe's steel blast furnaces will need to be renovated or replaced this decade. A third of chemical crackers, a third of cement kilns. So if we're not making those investments, those strategic investments in foundation industries right now, then actually we're saying that what we're promoting is deindustrialization in Europe. And that will be devastating for our economy. And we've seen with the pandemic, my last point, why there's no business as usual. The pandemic has exposed how vulnerable you are if you rely on global supply chains. If there's anything that we've seen around what's happened in terms of prices and in terms of the economic situation we're in, largely it's because we've become far too dependent on global supply chains. So we actually need to reindustrialize Europe, but we need to use this opportunity to reindustrialize in a way which is targeting those long-term objectives, circular economy, climate neutrality by 2050, and having clear pathways, bringing people with us, telling the story of that transformation and supporting the transformation for those workers who are impacted, giving them the power so that people aren't recipients of political or industrial decisions, but they're actors. That's what workers across Europe want. They want to be the actors in their own destiny. They don't want to receive orders about which way we're moving. So that's why we developed, as an industrial federation, a plan of how we see a just transition agenda for Europe, which is about putting people right at the front of the transition agenda.
We're going to come back to that, but can you just briefly tell us how, you mentioned that you brought all these different workers' unions together from different sectors.
It's not easy.
That was my point, because, I mean, these challenges have been obvious for many years. Why is it that it's been so hard to bring these people together?
Well, part of it is that we're, as humans, we're quite resistant to change often. And if you are in a community which has been based around a certain industry and your whole community is based around that industry, the idea of radical change is actually really worrying and creates a lot of uncertainty. And what many in the debate, we've had a period where there were very simplistic answers given. We would hear green NGOs, for example, say, well, you can move from coal to renewable energy. But often the jobs which exist in coal are in different regions from the jobs which will be created in renewable energy. You're talking about radical social change. And it's far more sexy, if you like, and I think that was shown by the previous panels. It's far more sexy to talk about technological change and to talk about industrial technology and new processes and new products than to talk about the real nuts and bolts of social change, where you have to have processes of negotiation, you have to engage people, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of energy, it's not cost-free. But that process is what we've been engaged in, and we have some good examples of where those negotiations have been undertaken, sometimes in surprising places. Some of the best examples are actually in Spain, and then we have examples in some of the Nordic countries of very wide societal negotiations about agreements, because countries like Finland have climate neutrality targets for much earlier than other countries. So in Finland, climate neutrality should be by 2035. This is like a colossal social change. They've done it with very negotiated roundtables at every level, regional, industrial, and bringing people to the table to agree. It's only in that way that you can negotiate. But to do that, you need strong and stable industrial relations, and we don't have that all the way across Europe. You're very lucky in Denmark with the welfare system and the industrial relations system you have, but go to Slovakia, where trade unions are under enormous attack, and talk about the transition. It's a completely different discussion. So at European level, we're trying to build that solidarity between workers to support the well-organized, supporting the poorly supported at national level, because we can't do it alone. No country can deliver this alone, and the weakest link will be, will undermine the whole process. So we need to work collectively. Europe's extremely important in this challenge.
Laura, over to you, and the overall general question about how you see the targets in the European targets with Fit for 55, and how do you turn this whole thing into a plus, even though it's, for these past months, looks kind of negative?
Yeah, I strongly agree with Judith. It's a lot of processes that need to come together, and for where we stand, the green transition is, of course, a necessity. I come from a trade union, and we have many members who still work in areas that we don't see as part of the green transition, of course, and it's sometimes difficult to go out and say, we want a green transition, but still I want to be your union, I want to speak for you, and that can be hard to do both. But I think that takes us to a place where we need to talk about, like, what can the green transition then bring to your job possibilities, both here in Denmark, but on a European scale. That there will be many jobs in this area, but of course it takes for people's minds to move somewhere else, and to trust actually also the politicians to say that this is where we're going, this is what we want to do, this is the future. And as a supplement to you, Judith, about what could we do during the pandemic, we've seen that politicians can actually be pretty radical in their decision making. But apparently this is not enough of a crisis yet to be that progressive, even though, of course, I know there are a lot of politicians where it's on the top of their agenda, but like if we see it as an overall. And then, of course, the war in Ukraine. We can't get out of talking about that one as well, because it has shown us how vulnerable we are, but also why we need these new technologies, because we're way too dependent on old technology and old energy sources. But from our point of view, it's it's a matter of how do we stay relevant for the members who work in oil, for example, but maybe they want to transition into working in the wind industry. How do we support them in the best way? And that's, of course, a challenge in these years because we are standing right at the tipping point. So, so for our point of view, that's very important.
And Søren, over to you, because I guess that even though Judith says that no business as usual business, and you have to more or less navigate through all of this, at the same time you have this big firm who are delivering a lot of these solutions that we need in the future. How do you, from Pfoe, see, well, the status as it is right now, where you have the political ambitions and goals, but you also have reality, which is economic.
I think the situation is we have seen a number of CEOs being sacked because they didn't meet their profit targets. We haven't seen very many being sacked because they didn't meet the sustainability targets.
Exactly.
So evidently there is a certain short-term focus here. Having said that, I think it's fairly evident that in Europe we had a fairly good plan. We wanted to base ourselves on gas as the transition fuel, and then over time we would gradually increase the amount of renewables in our energy mix. And then came the black swan with the Russian invasion, and now we are into a situation that is difficult, and that is a crisis. I think, though, that Churchill said you should never waste a good crisis. And I think that is the situation we're in right now. Evidently, Fit for 55 is ambitious, but I also think now is the time to show political leadership and dare to believe in the targets that was created. Personally, and as a company as well, I'm absolutely sure that what we're looking into is something that's disruptive. And I think if we are to compare to something, it's the disruptiveness that we saw with the coming of semiconductors and computers back in the 80s and the 90s. And I think what that showed you was that you could either embrace or try to flee from that. And I think it's fairly evident that in Europe we tried to flee, we didn't embrace it enough. And what happened today? Today we have a situation where technology is based and the big tech companies are based anywhere but in Europe. So therefore I think political leadership is going to be the essence here. We need to believe in the road that's set, and we need to move in that direction. And then, as Judith said, it's going to have consequences, and we'll need to cope with these consequences. And I think if not we cope with these consequences, then we will have situations like the American president election back in, when was it, 16 or something like that, where you will see that people who try to talk into what was in the future will win instead of the ones talking into what is people talking into the past will win over the ones trying to talk into the future.
The political leadership that you were talking about is put down in words in the Fit for 55, and it says that they want to reduce CO2 emissions by at least 55% in the next 8 years, 7.5 years by now. You at Pfoe, with these goals and ambitions here in relation to this plan, what are your prospects of doing businesses in this area? Because, I mean, do you do whatever you do independently of what politicians decide Europe, Copenhagen, and elsewhere, because you have the shoes set up in advance and you can go ahead?
No, we are very much affected by the political decisions, not just in Europe, but in North America as well. However, as a company, you also have to take your own stance. And we came out with a new strategy earlier this year, where we basically decided to shy away from all fossil projects. And that comes with a price. I think it's 200-300 million Danish kroner. We overnight sort of said, okay, we're going to live without that. But that is the price for us to put ourselves in a position where we, to clients, but also to employees, is an interesting place to work for and work with.
Laura, in the Danish debate, a huge part of the Danish green transition comes from technologies that haven't really been invented yet. I don't remember the percentage, but it was a pretty big chunk that says our goal comes from things that we don't know yet, more or less. And it's more or less your members who are supposed to come up with these ideas. How do you see this challenge?
Yeah, no pressure, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's not long ago that I worked in Pfoe and you came out with your strategy, and I was like, so what does this mean for my day job? Like, am I doing the right thing? How do I fit in here in such a green strategy? It's not that I think we all as employees, we saw the possibilities in the strategy, but we were like, do we need to invent something new? Do I need to behave in a new way? And of course, it does take something from the ones that has to deliver, and that's actually the engineers on the floor, to say it like that. So it is pressure on our member group, but we have a lot of greatly skilled engineers, both here in Denmark, but also in the rest of Europe. So I do have faith that a lot of technologies will be better and will be developed. The problem is, at least in Denmark, that we would like to, from our side, push the politicians to open up for more engineers to be educated, instead of moving schools around, and that there's a big political discussion in that. We just see a very big lack of engineers, and if we calculate forward, it's only going to be worse. So if we lack the people who are going to invent the technologies, who are going to work in this sector, who are going to move everything, and the same thing with laborers, like who's going to build it? So it's like, sometimes when you make a political decision, it's easy to say, so we're going to set a goal, and now we set the goal and it's a great goal. Yeah, well, we all agree, that's wonderful. But who are the people bringing us to that goal? Because there are a lot of technologies, a lot of things you can do, but somebody has to do it. And that's where we see a problem, that there's not enough somebodies. So yeah, for us politically, that's very important, that we open up for more engineers being educated, but also the possibility to move across borders and help each other in Europe.
But that whole thing about shortage of labor is not isolated to engineering.
Not at all.
You can go to schools, hospitals, whatever. So that's also a big part of it. But as you said, you set the goals and you have the ambitions. For all of you, are the ambitions too high at this point? Judith?
I think we have to be realistic that if we're aiming in effectively, for some industries, one investment cycle, the length of kind of life of some of the equipment means that the investments now will be to 2050. So if we know where we want to get to in 2050, then we have two choices. We either try and have a kind of emissions reduction which is as kind of gradual as possible to 2050, or we delay, and then we know further on the emissions reduction will be extremely sharp and brutal if we're going to get to 2050. So I think having that kind of plan is really important. That's why the trade union movement have backed the Fit for 55 package, but with one really important condition, which is that those climate ambitions have to have a strong social counterpart to them. Because of exactly the point that Laura's just said, what we see is that we have an extremely strong binding hard law telling us how many greenhouse gas emissions you need to have for a steel mill, for a chemical works, for a cement works, but we don't have any kind of plan for how you deal with the social change which is coming. So it's all voluntary cooperation, industry focused around the skills agenda. It's all based on kind of coalitions of the willing, to use a military analogy. And that just won't cut it. the scale of, we are on the brink where we're actually already into an industrial revolution. And if we don't recognize that that is a social revolution as well, and we don't put in place the social package which is needed, then that will become the Achilles heel of the climate ambition, because we won't have, at the moment, across Europe, we have, as a result of the Ukraine war, a big European package called Repower EU, which is about reducing our dependence on Russian gas and oil and coal. Lots of that is about installation of solar, the development of other renewables, but the biggest blockage is we don't have installers. We have massive skills gaps in some of the key sectors, skilled workers, semi-skilled workers, right across the whole of the economy. And that's before you start talking about the rest of like logistics and the truck drivers shortages and all the other shortages in the economy. So we need to have a far stronger plan about how we manage this social transition. And that means, you know, no country, like I said, can do it alone. You have to have a European level plan. We have countries where there are massive skill shortages, particularly in North and West Europe. We have countries where we have high youth unemployment. So why aren't we thinking as a continent of something like after the Second World War in the US, you had the GI Act, which was basically you give the opportunity to young people to train up in a skill which is going to be a future skill. Why aren't we thinking of a European GI Act linked to the Green Deal, which basically trains up those workers, those young people, gives them an opportunity? And the second thing is that we have a lot of sites, because of the Ukraine crisis and the energy price crisis. We now have sites like this week in Slovakia, 3,000 aluminium workers have been told that they will be sacked because a big smelter, a Norsk Hydro smelter, will close because of the energy price crisis. Why aren't we using the crisis to basically keep people close, use short-time working schemes, keep people close to the strategic industries that we will need in the future, because we're going to need a lot of aluminium in the future for lots of the green tech that we're talking about. We keep them close, but we use the time when it's too expensive to turn the equipment to train people up, to upskill them, to reskill them. We're not imaginative about the social dimension, and that's where we really need some strategic and good planning, and industrial policy at European level, and a lot more political will.
And you are more or less just starting the next part of it, which is about, what do we do, winners and losers in the short. But just let me finish this one off with Laura and Søren. The ambitions in today's reality, are they too ambitious?
I think they have to be ambitious. Like, we don't have a choice. To me, it's like, if you must know that as well, Søren. If you're a company, for example, and you don't have high expectations for yourself and set high ambitions, then you might as well don't. Like, it's not gonna move anything if you're not ambitious. So we might not make it. Like, that's just how it is. But we're not gonna move anywhere if we're not very ambitious.
Søren?
I fully agree, and I think what will happen is that on the short-term level, what we're going to face within the next 2 or 3 years is that the emissions will increase because we are kicking coal back into the energy systems. But that doesn't change the fact that we should keep the ambitions. And I think Fit for 55 is an excellent ambition. I think we should keep it there. And then when we are in 30, whether it's 52 or 55 or 58 is probably not the important bit. The important bit is to drive the development. And if we don't do it, then the Americans or the Asians are going to win again.
Okay. Let's start on the new winners and losers part of this, because, and this goes for Søren and Laura, Danes, especially Danish politicians, see ourselves as the green champions of the world. Are we right?
Good question.
I'm not sure we are the green champions of the world. I was in Netherlands just before summer holidays, and I saw some things there just as ambitious and just as good as what we are doing. I think overall, Northwestern Europe is probably where most people are looking for inspiration. Whether we are better than the Swedes or the Dutch or the Germans or the British, I don't know. But I think we are a part of the world where people are looking for inspiration. That's the situation, and the Finnish are going with even more radical ambitions than we are right now.
Laura?
Yeah, and I think for some years now it's kind of been a part of the Danish mindset, just as a regular citizen. A lot of Danish citizens think about the environment, and some of course more than others, but it is kind of a thing that it goes out into our whole society. And then of course there's a political side to that as well. But I think it is in general important to a regular Dane that we do think about these things and we do try to solve this problem. So in that way, I think Denmark is one of the countries where it means the most to a lot of citizens.
And this brings me to you because you have it in color, I have it in...
Yeah.
But there's a lot of, I think it's called demands in here, and some of it is about tackling new skills and right to equality, training, lifelong learning, and so on. This sounds very Danish, I guess, also. But when you listen to Danish hopes and dreams on this whole green transition, which is happening, both when you listen to it here or in Brussels, as Søren said, this is maybe not just Danish, but Northwest European kind of thing, representing Poland, Slovakia, Spain, Italy. What do you think is going to be the challenges here?
You know what, I think this is such a big challenge, and there are so many different pieces to the puzzle to get us to these broader objectives, that there's actually the opportunity for everybody to be a leader, but we're not all leaders in everything. So if you're aiming to be the green leader, then you're destined to fail. I mean, just go home right now. But I would say Denmark is, if you like, the green leader when it comes to wind. It's clear that the wind industry and what's been done and the choices which have been made have been really strategic. Other countries will be, Norway is setting itself up to be the leader in CCS, carbon capture storage technology. They see that as their strategic, long-term kind of economic interest. Another country will be the leader in hydrogen. Sweden wants to be the leader in green steel, carbon-free steel, and they're doing, I mean, there are crazy things happening in the north of Sweden where nobody lives and nobody ever goes and the sun never rises, but it's Klondike up there in terms of the mining industry and the steel industry and batteries and so on. Equally, there are opportunities elsewhere. So one of the really interesting things, if you're looking at the energy sector and energy transition, one of the points in the Repower EU, this plan to move away from Russian gas, is to have a European agenda about biomethane. And this is just because I've spent a week sitting in the Danish countryside, so I've seen a lot of cows and a few people. But that biomethane is actually a massive opportunity for agricultural regions to be part of the green transition as well. And you're talking then about creating good quality jobs, not necessarily massive numbers of jobs, but good quality jobs in rural areas. So a country like France, actually biomethane is a really interesting way of combining the greening of the economy with an agricultural kind of focused rural economy. And then you have the circular economy. In Hungary, they want to be the world leader outside of China in batteries. That's their objective. And they are doing everything to attract investment into Hungary in terms of the battery plants. They have one of the first European working battery sites making EV batteries. that each country is looking at which part of the jigsaw puzzle they fit into. And I think if you think about Europe as a whole, then we can then be a leader as a region, because your point is absolutely right. Look at what's just happened in the US. The Biden administration, against all odds, got the climate legislation through. That is going to turbocharge a lot of investment in the US in terms of the same objectives. China has its 5-year plans. Their 5-year plans have been targeted at green tech for the last 15 years. And they are world dominating. But we know that if we don't catch some of this market, then we will become dependent on China. That's a political choice, a societal choice to make. But it means that if there's a future pandemic, if supply chains block, then we will see the same massive rise in prices, massive vulnerability in terms of our economy. So we need that production to be shared more globally. We need Europe to take part of the mix. And the Green Deal, Fit 55, the Circular Economy Package, the Repower EU is actually a jigsaw puzzle to try and do that. But nobody's going to be the leader in that.
But just for a short, fairly short, because
Sorry.
first of all, no.
I'm an ex-politician. I can just blather on. I apologize.
If Denmark is leading in wind and Norway in carbon capture,
and other stuff as well. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah. What is Eastern Europe going to be the leader in?
Well, you know, Poland also has an enormous potential in terms of renewables. And Poland is I think I'm going to make up a number, and now somebody's going to check on Google and tell me I'm wrong. But I think that they are within the top 5 producers of copper in the world. Copper is going to be an absolutely crucial material in a more electrified economy. They have a massive potential in the Silesian region in terms of raw materials and critical raw materials which are needed. So there are lots of potentials. What we're looking at with our Polish affiliates is actually miner to miner transitions.
Yeah, so go from coal to copper.
It's much easier to talk to a Polish coal miner who likes his job that he'll turn into a copper miner than to convince them to become a wind operator. You know, you've got to think about what are the job qualities and the identities, because so much is cultural as well. Mining communities have a very specific culture. I come from a coal mining part of the northeast of England. There's a very specific culture in mining communities. Much easier to talk to people about moving from mining to mining than to talk about other things. So we need to be more imaginative. But there are lots of opportunities in different parts of Europe in terms of different parts of the Green Deal industries.
Søren, you had a comment?
Yeah, it was really just to back what you're saying, because I think there is a certain risk unless we act very, very much together here in Europe. I think there is a big risk that we will be losing out here. I'm absolutely convinced that the renewables area will be the main battle place for world domination in the years to come. And I think we are witnessing it already. And what I fear a bit is that we're a bit naive sometimes in Europe in this game. Whenever we are working in the US right now, working with all kinds of renewables projects, we are met by American clauses. By American clauses.
Okay, yeah.
So you basically, and I know if you go and talk to Vestas and guys like them, they know that in order to win a project in the US, they need to create a manufacturing site in the area where the wind farm is being built. And what we also see now, and that's the new part, if you go to Asia, if you go to Taiwan as an example, and you want to go for wind projects there, then you are met with very, very high demands for local content in the projects. In other words, it's nationalism, it's ways to make sure that you don't really are able to work as a global company, or at least you're left in a situation where you need to invest very, very heavily in the areas where you want to work.
But EU has been a story of lowering protectionism and lowering trade barriers.
Exactly.
And now we're seeing the opposite. What is that? What kind of obstacles does that present for you?
But the obstacles we're facing is not within the EU; it's outside of the EU. I think that's very important to say.
That's what I'm saying.
But as soon as we are going out to the world, we are met with a number of limitations, and we are met with a number of borders. And all I'm saying is, even though I believe very much in free trade, we also need to make sure that this is running both ways. So if we are allowing free trade for companies coming from the rest of the world, and we don't get the same arrangements when we try to engage in their markets, then it's not free trade. Then we're just in a situation where we're shooting ourselves in the leg.
Okay.
And I really think this is important. And therefore I think that the return of European industrial policy is actually the right way to go.
How do you see, just to follow up from what Judith was saying about Eastern Europe, and they are starting to focus on some of their competences. I don't know how engaged you are in that region, but is there any, because of that development that they are facing in the green transition, is there any threats or advantages that Danish companies or you have from that area that you can use?
But we are having a huge setup in Poland and Lithuania, but they are not working in the Polish or Lithuanian market. They are working in the markets outside of Poland and Lithuania, and the reasons are twofold. I'll have to be very honest here. They're twofold, but the most important one is that we are finding a number of very, very good and very, very dedicated colleagues in these countries. And the second one is that they're a bit cheaper than what we're finding in here. And the third one, I actually thought about that, is that there is an ample supply. So we are able to find good colleagues in Poland and Lithuania. And we're able to get more of them on board.
Is it getting harder to find them?
It is getting harder to find engineers everywhere in the world. Also in Poland and Lithuania. However, I'd still say it's easier to find a skilled engineer in Poland right now than it is to find one in my area or anywhere else in Denmark.
Okay. Laura, I remember a rule of thumb saying that if you have one engineer, it creates, I think it's 5 jobs for workers. How do you see this whole thing panning out in the future?
I actually think your question for Judith about the east of Europe, like what are they providing? What are they the leaders in? Right now we're talking a lot about like raw materials, and I know Judith knows a lot about raw materials. But one thing I think we might be forgetting is actually that with the green transition also comes digitalization, and maybe that's what they are actually really good at providing. And Søren also comments on this, that sometimes when you need skills like that, you go to Lithuania or Poland or even the Ukraine before the war. We need IT competences to do the green transition. So it's not all about where do the raw materials come from and how do we do that. It's also about like, how are we going to put everything together, and who's going to help us with doing that?
Judith, do you have?
Yeah. No, and I think that's increasingly what we're seeing. I mean, we know that there are these enormous labour shortages, and one of the responses of industry will be increased digitalisation. Because, I mean, long term, we have to think about a context where the alternative would be mass immigration, and that demands a far broader social debate, which is very complicated in lots of countries. So the trade-off will probably be a question of digitalization. What we're seeing is that the green and digital transition used to be talked about separately as two separate processes, and now they are completely interbound with each other, and they're kind of mutually reinforcing each other in different places. So then there's a skills question about how you manage and you upskill and retrain the existing workforce, and we have an enormous upskilling and retraining issue in Europe. So I take, one of Europe's biggest industries, the automotive sector, employs 14 million people across the European Union. And we know that there needs to be upskilling and retraining of something like 2.4 million workers in the automotive sector in the next 5 years, in effect. I mean, this is colossal when you're talking about the change of an industry. So, but that's not just to deal with green tech. That's mostly as a result of digitalization and the introduction of digital skills. So we need to look at these two together. And what we saw during the pandemic was that in some parts of Europe, things advanced, and in other parts of Europe, the investment fell. So Eastern Europe isn't a single monolith. Some parts of Eastern Europe, there have been real collapses in investment in digitalization because the perception is workers are cheap, therefore digitalization, there's not the economic incentive. In other parts, and the Baltic countries would be a good example, the digitalization is seen as a national strategy, and that's been really promoted. So we shouldn't see, in these single blocks in a way. I guess the challenge, and here I really agree with you, Søren, the challenge of a European industrial policy will be about avoiding fragmentation in Europe. Because what we see at the moment with investment is it's flowing to Northwest Europe. Nearly all of the investment around the Green Deal is flowing to Northwest Europe. And that's where you need public policy to step in and to shift money into other areas. Because otherwise we'll end up with a twin track. And that's a real danger in terms of inequalities.
But the whole thing about training and lifelong learning and so on, I seem to remember the debate in Denmark for the past 20 years has been when times are good, companies are too busy to make money. When times are bad, they don't have the money to. So it's either way. How do you, from Laura and Judith from trade unions, see this thing? Are companies, Søren, you may answer afterwards, but are companies good enough to train the people that they need, or are they more focused on next year's budget?
I think a lot of, at least the bigger companies, it's part of the internal policy. At least that's what I've learned from working in Pfoe myself. But even when I worked here in the municipality of Maya, it was part of a yearly plan for what you wanted to do with your professional life. I can't say how it is in the rest of Europe, but again, it kind of ends up with something that politicians can also have an opinion about. If they need a labor force that are skilled in the right direction, then they also need to look into how do we reskill them? What kind of demands do we put up for the companies, and what do we suggest for our citizens to do with their work life? I think politicians have a lot of power in that regard.
I think it's a real patchwork across Europe. So training and skills is a national issue in terms of European competences. And we've seen countries where there's been massive divestment in terms of education systems, training systems, and you end up in a situation where companies that do invest, then you create a negative. This is what happened in the UK, for example. We're not in the EU anymore, I apologize for that, but it's a good example. You used to have sectoral councils, training councils, which exist in quite a few European countries. Those were cut back through austerity measures and deregulation measures. And then the companies that invested in training, they would see their workers pinched by companies that didn't invest in training. So you end up with this disincentive in the companies to invest because your workers will be stolen by those who aren't making the long-term investments. That's why we really advocate the kind of agenda around sectoral frameworks where you avoid freeloaders and free riders, basically, because the scale of the challenge means that we can't afford to have those free riders, and the Scandinavian countries in general have always been a bit of an inspiration. I would say not always Denmark. Danes are very happy to be Danes, and that's lovely. But there's also inspiration in other Scandinavian countries, like in Sweden. They've just negotiated the first national interprofessional agreement for something like 40 years or so. That agreement is a just transition agreement. It's about it covers all workers across the whole economy, and it's created the possibility that workers can take up to a year as basically a training sabbatical, and to retrain and upskill within the framework with pay, with support. Now that's the kind of agenda which will be transformative. There are lots of interesting things happening in Sweden in terms of the economy, but that kind of agenda of linking up with the social dimension and the skills dimension is really putting together the industrial policy ambition of a country together with the ensuring that the workforce is there and has the skills that are needed. So I would encourage our Danish affiliates here in the room and also the interprofessional organizations to look at that Swedish agreement, because for us this is kind of best in class at the moment in terms of how you ensure that reskilling, upskilling program.
Søren, as a huge company, I'm sure that you already have big systems and programs in order to keep training your employees. How do you see in general the business sector being able to make sure that the workers they need tomorrow is trained today?
I think in general terms, most companies are taking this very, very seriously and have it high on the agenda. But I think your initial point was correct, that sometimes you are caught in the daily life, and when you are extremely busy, it may be that one of the things you tend to down prioritize a bit is the training exercises, and then it bites you in the butt when you're not that busy anymore, because then you may not have the right skilled people. I think that is very, very difficult to change in the individual company. But overall, I think most companies have it very high on the agenda. I think I don't know if that's true, but I have a sense that there may be differences here between highly educated and lower educated, and I think in general more money is being spent retraining people with higher education than the ones with low education, which may in reality be not be the right way forward.
Laura, for a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment is that, thank you for the good example from Sweden. Now I know what to fight for here in Denmark. But another thing that we notice is that the educational system doesn't always fit, for example, the green transition, because the educational system is old. It's been developed over many years, and in some ways it's just kind of a fixed system. It's not just something you change. And now that we want to reskill a lot of people, and we want them to make a change in their life and do something completely different, that's not how the educational system has been thought out in the beginning. That was in a time where you were like, okay, so what do I want to be when I grow up? So I'll do this education, or I'll study this. And in that regard, we're still a little bit behind. And it's not because they don't want to cooperate or they don't want to make the courses that we suggest. It's just that the system doesn't really fit. So for them, it's kind of, I'm suggesting it as a win-win situation, and for them, it's kind of a lose-lose situation because they don't really get anything out of it because the point system don't match, the educators don't get the recommendations of what they've done in their professional lives and so on. So it's actually a little bit frustrating to go into that discussion because they want to help, but at the same time the system kind of doesn't allow them to help us out. So
we're running out of time. Just one question for each of you, short answers. If we meet up here in 8 years, how close to the goal do you think we are? And what has been the most important factor in reaching that goal, starting with Judith?
I think, how close do I think? I think the next kind of few months are really going to be decisive as to how close we will be. I think when the winter hits and the energy crisis really starts to bite, the danger is that people will start to focus on the short term, and they'll be so focused on the crisis that many people are going to feel, a very deep purchasing power crisis, a very deep social crisis, and in some countries a massive increase in poverty, that I think that could then threaten the long-term objective. And I think the challenge is how we keep people's eyes on that long-term objective. So
we're going to be
I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't think that we're going to manage the Fit for 55 targets. I think they're the objective, but I would be surprised if we manage it. But as Søren said, if we hit 50% and we're heading in the right direction, then that means that the gradient towards 2050 is not as steep. So I think we need to recognize there has to be a bit of flexibility because of the current context. But I think it's going to be extremely, extremely hard the next 12 months.
Okay. Laura?
I very much agree with you, Judith, that right now it's really, really hard to see in which direction this is going to go. Are we going to give up a little bit for a while, or are we going to keep on fighting? We need to have politicians, both in a national sense and in a European level, to provide predictability right now. And it's hard to provide predictability in a world where we just had a pandemic and there's a war in Europe now. It's hard to be predictable because right now it seems that nothing is predictable. But at the same time, to support the development of infrastructure, research, skills at all levels, we need politicians to bring us that predictability, which is a really hard task. So, yeah, I'm not envious of them.
Søren?
Yeah, but I think we have to believe in it. I think if we don't believe in it, then it won't happen. So I think we need to say that these are the targets we've set. And I fully agree that the next 12 months are going to be tough. This winter is going to be, potentially a nightmare. I really hope for the hottest winter in Europe for the last 100 years. What's going to be important here, I think political leadership, as I said before, is going to be important, but I also think I also think we are seeing some moves in the way consumers behave and what they demand, in the way people, when they look for jobs, behave and what they demand, that will move the direction and will move society in the direction of increased sustainability. But I think all of us will fear the next 12 months.
Thank you so much, Judith, Laura, and Søren. Please give them a hand.
skal vende således.
Yes.
En gang.
Super.
Så der står nogle tal og ser forvirrende ud.
Hallo?
Ja, nu. Det forsvinder, så kan du snakke, når den viser de her tal.
Ja.
Ja.
Så er det bare at trykke på den her
Ja.
op top. Det er den eneste knap, du skal bekymre dig om.
Ja.
Behøver ikke at blive tændt og slukket hele tiden. Det er lidt. Bare lige et enkelt tryk.
Skal der være lyd på computeren? Nej, det er slides, der skal vises. Fantastisk. Alle tiders. Og nu kan vi høre mig helt stille og roligt, så behøver jeg ikke at råbe. Mit navn er Pernille Weiss, og jeg er rigtig, rigtig glad for, at vi er dem, vi er, til en god samtale omkring klimaet og transportsektoren. Jeg sidder i Europaparlamentet for det konservative Folkeparti, og jeg sidder i energiudvalget, og jeg sidder i miljøudvalget. Og de to udvalg slås både med og mod hinanden i forhold til at komme frem med de endnu bedre lovgivningsmæssige og forskningsmæssige osv. rammer for den grønne omstilling og transportsektorens andel i den kabale. Til daglig er jeg jo politiker, som I jo nok kan høre på mig, men jeg har også ønsket med denne her debat ikke, at det skulle handle så meget om mig, om politikere fra andre partier, som kunne slås med hinanden om, hvem er os, der er klogest, men mere vil jeg gerne lave en samtale med nogen, der ved, hvad der rent faktisk foregår i forskningsverdenen og ude i nogle udvalgte dele af transportsektoren, for at gøre os alle sammen, men også mig, klogere på, hvad er det, jeg kan gøre, hvad er det, vi alle sammen kan forvente og håbe på, at der kommer til at ske i forhold til fremtidens transportsektor i den grønne omstilling. Så det er præmissen for den her samtale. Præmissen er også, at det er 4 meget kloge mennesker, som skal have lov til lige at sætte hver især en ramme omkring, hvad er det, de ved, hvad er det, de bærer til torvs og ind i samtalen. Og når de har gjort det, så skal de selvfølgelig også have mulighed for at kommentere hinandens indlæg. Og så skal vi have lov til at komme med kommentarer og spørgsmål. Sådan så vi forhåbentlig om små 45 minutter går herfra lige en snas klogere på, hvad der er op og ned inden for de i hvert fald 3 transporttyper eller områder, som panelet består af. Og fra venstre er det Thomas. Og Thomas, du kommer fra Skad. Og det er Thomas, der så derfor ved rigtig meget omkring biler. Og det kan du fortælle lidt mere om, hvorfor er det så, at du ved så meget præcist om biler. Så er det Niels fra Aalborg Lufthavn. Og så behøver jeg jo ikke at sige mere. Det er luftfarten. Hvornår kan vi få lov til eller få mulighed for at flyve endnu grønnere? Hvad sker der på området, både i forhold til det flyene, men også flyenes brændstoffer osv. osv. Du var den sidste, der tager ja til at være med i det her panel, og det er jeg bare rigtig, rigtig glad for, at vi netop også får flyene med i aspektet. Så er det dig, Otto. Du forventes at vide det meste om det hele, fordi du kommer fra DTU, en vaskeægte professor. Du kan så få lov til at afgrænse lige en snas mere, så ikke du bliver taget til indsigt for at kunne mene noget om det alt muligt. Tusind tak, fordi du har taget hele vejen herover. Og så er det dig, Maria, fra Danske Rederier. Vi skal jo selvfølgelig have shipping med i samtalen omkring fremtidens transport, fordi det er i forvejen fremtidens transport af alle de varer, vi i den internationale handel flytter rundt med, og råvarer osv. Og det siges jo også, at søvejen er den mest CO2-rigtige måde at transportere på. Så det kunne være rart også at høre lidt mere om, hvad sker der inden for shippingbranchen. Også fordi, at vi kan godt i EU have meget høje ambitioner for, hvordan shippingsektoren den skal indrette sig. Men det er jo i høj grad en international branche, så vi kan ikke bare lave spillereglerne om, hvis ikke vi også kan få resten af verden med på det. Så på den måde har vi dæk, fly og store skibe, som vi skal muntre os med, og så har vi dig til at slå de værste myter ihjel, men også at give os forhåbentlig en opbyggelig tale i, hvordan skal vi også politisk dels tage de rigtige beslutninger på det rigtige tidspunkt, men også hvad er det vi som forbrugere kan forvente, der kommer til at ske. Så velkommen til jer. Og jeg tænker, ja, det er jo så spørgsmålet. Otto, jeg har jo set dine præsentationer, og det er flertal. Du har en hel del sider, Så enten så skal vi få det overstået nu, så vi ligesom får lagt et fundament, men så må du også love mig, at du tager det, du kan nå på sådan 10 minutter, og så tager vi de andre sektorer og lægger ovenpå efterfølgende. Så der er noget, vi kan se på denne her skærm.
Super,
Yes.
Det vil jeg gøre. Jeg vil fortælle kort om, hvordan fremtidens transport, hvordan vi bedst får reduceret CO2-udledningen for transportsektoren. Og jeg vil først lige for at sætte scenen, hvorfor stiger CO2-udledningen fra sektoren? Det er fordi, at væksten i trafik, den overstiger den vækst, de forbedringer, vi har i teknologi. Så vi gør køretøjer mere effektive, men til gengæld så rejser vi så meget mere, at det faktisk stadigvæk øger CO2-udledningen. Og det er jo fordi, vi får flere biler, vi har færre personer per bil, og vi skifter mod større, tungere biler. Der er ændring i valg af transportmiddel, der er før covid vækst i flytrafik, og så er der ændret lastbilmønstre og logistikmønstre, som gør, at varer de bliver transporteret længere. Jeg vil her sådan sige, hvad der er vurderinger af forskellige analyser og forskellige løsninger. Det er ud fra en lang række forskellige kommissionsarbejder, der har været lavet i Danmark, hvor jeg sådan prøver at drage syntesen ud af det. Og det jeg viser altså nogle diagrammer her, det viser dybest set, at jo højere initiativet ligger på figuren, jo større effekt har det i forbindelse med at reducere CO2, og jo mere det ligger ude til højre, jo dyrere er det, og jo mere det ligger til venstre, jo billigere er det. Det kan ligge så langt til venstre, at man faktisk sparer penge samtidig med, at man reducerer CO2. Og det første, meget tit, så siger man, at vi vil gerne bygge nye veje og nye jernbaner, fordi så kan det være, at man ændrer trafikken, så det reducerer CO2. Der er jo lige besluttet en investeringsplan på 160 milliarder, og dybest set så giver den på grund af anlægsprojekterne en meget stor ekstra CO2-udledning på alt efter, hvordan man regner omkring 1 million ton CO2. Men til gengæld så er gevinsten, den årlige gevinst, efter man har bygget det, det er kun 40.000 ton, og det vil sige, at der går rigtig, rigtig mange år, formentlig så mange år, at alting er elektrificeret, og det vil sige, at det samlet set øger CO2-udledningen. Det er også derfor, jeg har vist på figuren her, at det er noget, som giver meget store investeringer, man har en meget lille effekt mål i forhold til, hvad man får ud for pengene. Og det gælder også kollektiv trafik, som ellers er lidt af en myte, at så bliver alting godt. Mm-hmm. Til gengæld cykeltrafik, det giver faktisk det kan give et ret stort, hvis man forbedrer og får flere til at cykle. Det er jo korte ture, så det løser kun en lille del af sektorens problemer, men til gengæld så kan man sige, at det opnås faktisk endda med en gevinst for samfundet. Så investering, kan man sige, for samfundet er positiv eller negativ på den måde, man får penge. Hvordan kan det være? Det er fordi, at cyklisme er godt for sundheden, så hvis man kan få flere til at cykle, så har det en ekstremt positiv samfundsøkonomi, fordi besparelserne i forhold til velfærdstaber i hospitalsvæsenet, de er større end det koster at fremme cyklisme. Og derfor får man, kan man sige, gratis også en CO2-gevinst. Så kan man elektrificere transportsektoren, og det kan man sige er den mest effektive måde at udnytte grøn energi, det er via elektrificering, fordi der er mindst energitab i forhold til andre måder at udnytte grøn energi. Jeg har vist en række forskellige transportmidler på figuren her. Man kan sige, at der har været en stor reform, der fremmer elbiler, og det har en meget stor effekt i forhold til CO2, men det er også enormt dyrt. Det koster i 2030 statskassen omkring 10 milliarder om året i mistede skatteindtægter. Så man kan sige, at det er en meget dyr måde at opnå det, men man har også en stor effekt. Så har jeg nederst i figuren vist batteritog og elbusser. Det der er interessant, det er, at man troede, det ville være ret dyrt, men så insisterede Roskilde Kommune på at udbyde busdriften med elbusser, og der viste det sig, at det faktisk over den her koncessionsperiode, der var det billigere end at bruge dieselbusser. Og det er fordi, at vedligehold er billigere, og brændstoffet faktisk også er billigere. Der er så et spektrum omkring ellastbiler og elvarebiler, hvor jeg ser et meget, meget stort potentiale, og den teknologiske udvikling arbejder hen i en retning, hvor man kan opnå rigtig meget med ellastbiler og elvarebiler om ganske få år. Til gengæld nye teknologier, dem har jeg vist til, at de ligger meget mere ude til højre i figuren. Altså der er meget større investeringer, og dels er det fordi teknologierne ikke er helt modne, men så er det også fordi, at der er et meget stort energitab. Så man kan sige, at som der er i dag, jamen så hvis man vil bruge nogle af de her nye teknologier, så kan man sige bygge dobbelt så mange vindmøller for for at få det samme transport, fordi der er et energitab undervejs med de her nye teknologier, afhængig af hvad det er for nogen. Der er faktisk også nogen, når man snakker biofuel og iblandingskrav, hvis man, kan man sige, virkelig vil dyrke meget ekstra biofuel, det har problemer i forhold til landbrugsproduktion, i forhold til fødevarer, så der er et meget stort etisk problem, og det har også i nogle tilfælde er selve produktionsomkostningerne kræver så meget energi, at det næsten ikke har nogen effekt. Så kan man sige, for at ændre adfærd, der er afgifter ekstremt effektive, og nu var jeg med i elbilkommissionen, og efter det var der en skattereform, og det har virkelig ledt til øget bilsalg som i elbiler. For varebiler og lastbiler, de er underbeskattet i dag, men der vil en afgiftsreform også virkelig kunne fremme brug af elbiler. Så kan man sige, at der er det afgiftsstrukturen, der er en stor hindring i forhold til en grønne omstilling. Og så kan man sige, så er der nogle andre mere intelligente afgifter, miljøzoneafgifter, brændstofafgifter og road pricing, hvor man ikke alene får reduceret CO2, men man får løst trængselsproblemet og får færre ulykker. Og derfor er vist det ud til venstre, fordi det her projekter, initiativer, når man regner på det, har en positiv samfundsøkonomi. Og det vil sige, at man får nogle samfundsgevinster i forhold til trængsel, der er så store, at man kan sige, at det er en gavn for samfundet. Samfundet tjener på det, og så får man så en reduktion af CO2. Men det er man så må sige gratis, fordi de andre fordele, de overstiger de omkostninger, der er ved den type systemer. Jeg vil bare meget hurtigt vise en figur her i den grønne transportkommission, jeg var med. Den viste, at hvis man hævede brændstofafgifterne i stedet for at ændre bilbeskatningen, som man så endte med at gøre, så vil man få samme antal elektriske biler i 2030, 750.000, men CO2-reduktionen vil være 500.000 ton større per år. Og så kan man sige, hvorfor det? Det er fordi, at det, der udleder CO2, det er ikke, hvor mange elbiler vi har, det er, hvor mange fossile biler vi har, og hvor effektive de er, og hvor meget de kører rundt. Og man kan sige, der vil man meget mere effektivt, vil man kunne regulere det bare ved at lægge en brændstofafgift på. Så kan man sige, at nu har vi lært meget under covid, men hvis vi har en smartere organisering af transporten, men hvis man har hjemmearbejde, hvis man har deleøkonomi, hvis man optimerer logistikmønstre, så man deler mellem forskellige transportkæder, hvis man reformerer den måde taxerne af den kollektive trafik, eller optimerer den kollektive trafik. Det er alt sammen initiativer, hvor man kan organisere transportsektoren smartere og få nogle gevinster, så man tjener penge, faktisk samtidig med, at man reducerer CO2-udledningen. Så det er også nogle, kan man sige, meget, meget lavt hængende frugter, som giver nogle store gevinster. På lang sigt, men nu snakker vi jo også, klimaomstilling er lang sigt, ja, der vil man kunne styre byudviklingen på en måde, så man bedre kan bruge grønne transportmidler. Og her nævner jeg særligt stationsnær byudvikling og lægge erhverv tæt på multimodale terminaler. Det ser man faktisk i Singapore, hvor havnen og alt erhvervet logistik ligger tæt sammen. I Danmark har man besluttet at udvide Nordhavnen og flytte containerhavnen endnu længere ud i Nordhavn, men så vil man lave de her Avedøre Holme, som ligger syd for København, og det vil sige, at fra logistikcenteret, i stedet for at alle aktiviteterne ligger der på havnen, så skal man køre igennem byen eller rundt om byen ned til Avedøre Holme, og så får man en masse overflødig transportarbejde. Så det er et eksempel på politiske beslutninger, der leder til mere CO2, men hvor man kunne have lagt det anderledes, og så havde det ledt til mindre CO2. Min sidste slide her er sådan set bare for at summere det hele op. Det er jo en kæmpe udfordring, vi står overfor, fordi at vi skal reducere CO2-udledningen med 70% i forhold til 1990, og den slet ikke er faldet i transportsektoren. Så jeg vil jo sige, at hvis man bare skal have en chance for ikke at nå målet, for det tror jeg ikke, man kan, men hvis man skal bare nå i nærheden af målet, ja, så skal man sådan set, i virkeligheden, så bør man beslutte alle de ting, jeg har nævnt her, fordi så begynder man at nærme sig noget, hvor man får en væsentlig reduktion i transportsektoren. Og alt det, jeg har vist med grønt, det er, hvad jeg kalder teknologimodne løsninger. Og det, jeg har vist med gul, det er løsninger, der nok kræver mere forskning, før man kan skalere det op, og før det bliver tilstrækkeligt billigt og effektivt, til det har en effekt. I hvert fald, når vi snakker den indenlandske transport. Nu er der så også indlæg om fly og skibsfart. Der vil jeg mene, at alt indenrigstransport, det skulle elektrificeres, sådan at de brændstoffer, man har, man kan bruge i fly og i skibe, dem skal man koncentrere i de sektorer for den internationale transport, og ikke brænde det af på noget, der mere effektivt kan blive løst med eldrift.
Bum.
Jeg håber, det passer med tiden.
Jamen, det gør det. Jeg tænker også, at hvis der nu er et fagligt spørgsmål til, fordi altså, det gik dejligt stærkt. det kunne også være, at der er nogle af os, der ikke lige skal vækkes i aften eller i nat kl. 2:30 for at få blive hørt i det. Er der nogle spørgsmål lige sådan rent fagligt opklaringsmæssigt på det? Når du siger, fordi så har jeg, fordi vi putter jo tit, eller vi holder tit brintteknologien stadigvæk i det, der skal forskes noget mere i.
Ja.
Men er det ikke også rigtigt, at det også handler om infrastruktur, og det at få sat nogle projekter i gang, som er store nok til, at markedet vil sende penge ind i at investere i, at de kommer til at blomstre? Nogle gange så har jeg lidt en fornemmelse af, fordi vi snakker med mange forskellige nede i Europaparlamentet, også nogen, der påstår, at brint faktisk er meget længere fremme rent teknologisk, men det er infrastrukturen, og det er kendskabet til, hvad den egentlig kan, som også mangler.
Jo, altså jeg kan sige både ja og nej, fordi der er jo der er meget større energitab med brintteknologi i forhold til eldrift. Og det gør jo, at det bliver dyrere i driftsomkostninger. Altså fordi man skal bruge mere strøm til at transportere sig de samme kilometer. Det vil jeg sagt, så tror jeg, at der er et potentiale, og der er det jo svært at vide, fordi batteriteknologi, den udvikler sig ekstremt hurtigt for øjeblikket. Altså i forhold til rækkevidde, i forhold til vægt og størrelse af batterier. Ja. Og så spørgsmålet for især de lange transporter, hvor opladningen kan være, kan man sige, en omkostningsfaktor, at der kan brintteknologien måske have en betydning. Altså man kan jo så sige, at i forhold til lastbiltransport, der er køre-hviletidsregler, og hvis man kan tilretlægge transportmønstrene, sådan at man lader lastbilerne op,
når man alligevel skal hvile,
når man alligevel hviler, så er det jo et business case for eldriften. Ja. Og meget tyder på, at den generation af lastbiler, der kommer om en 3-4 år, at der får man rækkevidder på omkring 1000 km. Det vil sige, at alt, hvad der er distributionskørsel og indlandskørsel, vil kunne klares. Men det er klart, at det er meget lange transporter. Der er så spørgsmål, om de kan... Der er også faktisk der er et nyt standard, som gør, at man kan lade ellastbiler op med større effekt, som lige er blevet implementeret. Ja. Og det vil have en ret stor betydning for lastbilsektoren, fordi det vil sige, at man kan have større batterier, man kan lade hurtigere op, end man kan i dag. Ja. Så man kan sige, ja, jeg vil ikke afskrive brintteknologien, men stadigvæk så ser det ud til, at udviklingen i el går.
Jamen, el er kommet for at blive.
Hvad?
El er kommet for at blive.
Det er helt sikkert, fordi at det er så billigt og effektivt, og det bliver bedre og bedre, ikke? Og i forhold til enormt stor andel af de turlængder, der vil man kunne løse det med eldrift. Så det er klart, så søfart og fly, det er selvfølgelig andre problemstillinger. Ja,
naturligvis. Ja, og så snakker vi lige nu om el i forhold til CO2-regnskabet. Der er også andre møntfødder, vi skal have ind under luppen. Jeg tænker på miljøbelastningen i forhold til batterierne, og når de skal bortskaffes, og altså det der med at have det der totale CO2-aftryk, så det ikke kun handler om, hvad der kommer ud af rumpetten på den, der har batteriet i sig, men det samlede aftryk.
Ja, men det ser jeg relativt fortrøstningsfuldt på, fordi mange af de grundstoffer og råstoffer, der er batterier, er meget dyre, og de bliver mere og mere, altså man kan sige, der i forhold til, at man kan genbruge dem, vil det formentlig være mere effektivt, end at gå ud og have minedrift. Så man kan sige, den enorme værdi, der ligger, når de begynder at skulle recykles i løbet af, kan man sige, 10-15 år.
Den vil jeg godt anholde dig på og klynge mig til i mange år frem, fordi jeg er selv personligt politisk en lille smule bange for, at vi driver lidt for meget rovdrift på nogle råstoffer, men også bliver afhængige af, hvor de kommer fra, enten fra kineserne eller fra afrikanske lande, som er under stærk indflydelse af kineserne. Og den der afhængighed af ingredienser til vores transportsektor er også et aspekt. Det bliver spændende at diskutere. Er der nogen, der har nogle faglige spørgsmål? Og det er faglige spørgsmål, og tak fordi du også er kommet ind. Jeg er rigtig glad for det.
Jo, altså som teknologien er i dag, er det den størrelsesorden.
Ja, og det er der nok nogen, der ikke vil se.
Men.
Ja.
Jo, det er derfor, det er dobbelt.
Ja. Faglige spørgsmål? Nej. Eller hvad? Eller det er bare fordi, du holder mikrofonen, eller du vil gerne bruge den?
Jeg har fået en mikrofon.
Ja, du har fået den. Så værsgo at bruge den. Sig lige, hvem du er.
Jeg hedder Jesper.
Hej Jesper.
Jeg tænker bare, hvad med i forhold til elnettet? Er vores elnet klar til alle de her ellastbiler og elbusser? Og hvad er CO2-aftrykket, hvis vi skal til at udbygge vores elnet?
Måske kan vi holde det spørgsmål, fordi jeg tænker, at Thomas, du kunne næsten lægge et lag på Otto, om jeg så må sige, så vi lige bliver på jorden, inden vi tager i luften og ud på vandet, og så tager vi dine slides, for så kan vi nemlig komme tilbage til dit spørgsmål, så ikke vi blander det hele alt for abstrakt sammen. Er du frisk på at lægge fra land, som man siger?
Ja.
Super.
Er jeg på? Ja, det er jeg.
Ja, det er du i hvert fald.
Så bare ganske kort. Jeg kommer fra Skade. Det her det er den første elbil i Danmark fra 1905. Det er en af vores medlemmer, der er bygget. Skade er grundlagt i 7. Damehættene, det har ikke så meget med el at gøre, men det er en helt anden dagsorden. Jeg vil gerne lægge ud med... jeg har lavet et lille indlæg, jeg har prøvet at forberede mig, så jeg prøver at sige det. Der er for mig ingen tvivl om, at enhver form for energi resulterer i både miljø- og CO2-udfordringer et eller andet sted på kloden. Derfor ønsker jeg, at debatten handler mere om energi og ikke så meget om køretøjer. Vores fælles opgave er at rette så meget som muligt op på de synder, som vi har som menneskeheden begået de sidste 100 år, som i dag giver en masse miljø- og klimaudfordringer. Den grønne politik er lokalt forankret, altså der, hvor vi bor. Vi taler hele tiden om lokale byer og land osv. Konventionelle køretøjer skal ud af byen, hvilket skulle løse mange problemer. Men den politiske dagsorden tager ikke så meget hensyn til bagsiden af medaljen. Og man siger, at elektriciteten er fremtiden. At et eller andet sted på kloden udledes CO2, og der skabes lokale udfordringer, som har ikke så meget fokus. Målet er, at menneskerne forurener mindre, og det er globalt. Fordi forureningen kender ikke statslige grænser. Her er brug af lithium-ion-batterier en hovedudfordring, som vi står overfor. Denne teknologi medfører betydelige udfordringer, der skal håndteres. I 2009 præsenterede Better Blaze og Dong et koncept med introduktion af Renault Fluence, hvor man skulle udskifte batteriet i stedet for at lade. De har bygget rigtig mange huse rundt omkring, som aldrig kom i brug. Konceptet var forældet og blev aldrig accepteret. Der er blevet brugt millioner af investeringer fra det offentlige og forskellige instanser, og det var en økonomisk fiasko. Og min opfordring er det her, at man ikke lukker øjne for alternativer.
Det er altid en god pointe, bortset fra i kærlighedslivet.
Ja.
Når først man har besluttet sig, så holder man ved.
Ja. Det man gør i dag, man bliver stemplet for eller imod elbiler. Debatten om CO2-transport, den minder mig lidt omkring vaccinen mod covid, for og imod. Den er kontant, og den er respektløs. Og jeg føler, at hele debatten omkring det her, det er meget, meget usund debat. Debatten om implementering af eldrevne køretøjer skal være mere realitetsnær og bør forholde sig til det, man kan gennemføre, og her udfordringer for samfundet. Det kræver, at man er lydhør og åben over for egentlig faglige debatter, uden at stemple kritiske personer som elbils modstandere. At lukke fagligt kompetente personer ud er uklogt, bare fordi de ikke er enige med dem, der vil have elbiler for enhver pris. Men man er nødsaget til at forholde sig til realiteter og fakta og finde løsninger, også når politiske tidsrammer ikke kan overholdes. Politikerne har vedtaget visioner, og det er nu en fælles opgave at belyse de udfordringer, vi har, og skabe missioner for at nå målet. Mit arbejdsområde er lithium-ion-batterierne i trafikskadede el- og hybridbiler. Disse typer batterier findes i rigtig mange enheder, og vi kan nævne mobilen, tabletten, cyklen, støvsugeren, håndværktøj osv. Lithium-ion-batterierne giver os mange muligheder i dagligdagen, men de påvirker også den måde, vi skal handle og agere på. En af de betydelige udfordringer er brandfaren. Batterierne kan ikke slukkes med konventionelle metoder, og disse genererer ilt, så de kan også brænde under vand. Samtidig udstøder de giftgas, som ved indånding destruerer lungen, og det er der en DTU-rapport, der beskriver det. Brænder batteriet, placeres bilen i en specialcontainer, som transporteres på en lastbil på tværs af landet. Og forbruget af vand ved batteri, altså brænde i biler, 10-dobles, og der udledes masser af CO2 og giftstoffer, blandt andet fluor, ned i jorden. Brænderbatteriet, altså en schweizisk rapport har vist, at vandet ved slukning af lithium-ion-batteribranden er 80-100 gange over grænseværdierne for tungmetaller. Så det er jo sådan nogle ting, man skal også tage hensyn til. Så der er meget, vi skal forholde os til. Diskussionen er ikke, hvilke biler brænder ofte, men hvordan bilerne brænder. I dag er der ingen krav, eller bilerne er også udstyret med 400-900 volt jævnstrøm. Og det kræver en masse kompetence at håndtere dem. Der er dog ingen krav i dag til nogen, der reparerer elbiler. Alle kan reparere elbiler, om en bager, en ufaglært, det er ligegyldigt. Men de må ikke sætte et stik i væggen derhjemme i eget hus. Der skal man have en statsautorisation. Og det er altså kun 230 volt. Og derfor er der brug for lovgivning, der forkert håndtering af sådan nogle skadede elbiler kan medføre problemer for bilejeren, blandt andet brand og forskellige andre ting, stød. Så er det rigtig dårligt for miljøet, og så kan det også skade de mennesker, der skal arbejde med de her biler, hvis de ikke har forstand på det. Batteritransport underligger EU-forordningen for farlig gods. Jeg mener, at trafikskadede elbiler også skal underlægges de samme regler, fordi vi ved ikke, om batteriet er ustabil og farlig. Den kan eksplodere, og det skete i Norge, hvor en helt transporter brændte af, fordi bilen på transporteren begyndte at brænde. Recycling af lithium-ion-batterierne er en meget bekostelig affære, og det ved jeg alt om. Og den starter ude hos autoophuggeren. Det vil sige, at bilen kommer fra et sted ud til en autoophugger. Der skal de splittes fra hinanden, og så bliver batterierne transporteret til et recyclecenter, og der er ret strenge krav om, hvordan man aflader og splitter batterierne fra hinanden. Derefter skal de transporteres til Sverige, hvor man så udvinder råstofferne. Alt sammen med særlige transporter under farlig gods-direktivet. Og man kan selv forestille sig, at det giver rigtig store CO2-udledning, hele den der proces. Og den skal selvfølgelig gennemtænkes, men den er meget, meget kostbar. Lithium-ion-batterierne i elbiler kommer til at forandre den måde, vi både tænker og handler på. Og der er behov for relevante lovgivninger og retningslinjer på flere væsentlige områder. Jeg sidder i regeringens nedsatte tværministerielle arbejdsgruppe om elbiler. Det går utrolig langsomt, fordi der er masser af udfordringer med de lovmæssige grænser på styrelsesområderne. Det vil sige, ligesom når tyskerne bygger campingplads, så er der altid plads mellem hegnen, og alle spørgsmål, der rammer elbiler, rammer imellem hegnene, så der er ikke nogen, der tager ansvar for dem. Og det er det største problem i dag. Jeg mener, at politikerne bør interessere sig mere for bagsiden af medaljen, og der skal laves lovgrundlag både i Danmark, men også i EU. I takt med politiske ønsker om flere elkøretøjer og vindkraft, øges behov for handling, ikke mindst den forleden vedtagne EU-beslutning om, at alle brændstofmotorer skal afskaffes i nye køretøjer fra 35. Det bliver svært på alle områder. Energidebatten er i fuld gang, og spørgsmålet om, hvor vi skal have vores energi fra, hvordan energien transporteres ud til forbrugeren og også ud på udkantslandet. Den skal løses, og det er en kæmpe opgave, blandt andet elnettet, som skal opgraderes med 40 milliarder kroner alene i Danmark. Jeg kan kun opfordre til en fornuftig dialog, en forståelse for, at man ikke kan flytte bjerge, og at realiteterne ofte vil noget andet, end det politikerne har besluttet. Tak.
Ja, fordi det bliver altid så kompliceret, når man begynder at spørge eksperterne. Det er meget nemmere, hvis vi kan få lov til at lave politik på overskrifter. Allerhelst i Twitter-sprog. Ikke længere. Ikke mere end det. Så tak, Thomas, for at give os det spark i rumpetten. Skal vi lige gå tilbage til dit spørgsmål? Vil du gentage det? Fordi der er kommet nogen til siden. Og det kræver så, at du får en mikrofon. Ej, du kan godt. Ej, det kan du godt sige. Ja. Ja, elnettet i Danmark. Otto.
Ja,
Nej, undskyld. Ja, Otto, ja.
Jo, ja, det er en udfordring, og man kan sige, den ene udfordring ligger i private husstande. Hvis alle kommer hjem fra arbejde og sætter stikket i til bilen samtidig, så vil nettet ikke kunne klare det. Så det kræver en, kan man sige, en intelligent prissætning, samtidig med at det også kræver en udbygning af nettet, når vi snakker for elbiler. Når vi så snakker lastbiler og busser, der er det en ret stor udfordring. Fordi det vil være punktsteder i nettet, for eksempel et stort centralt logistikcentrum eller et varelager, hvor der vil være mange lastbiler. Det vil sige, at der skal etableres en meget stor effekt de pågældende steder. Og det er en stor udfordring. Faktisk for øjeblikket kan sektoren faktisk ikke følge med, også fordi at der er mangel på aluminium på grund af blokaden af Rusland. Og aluminium de bliver brugt til at lave transformatorer, og derfor kan man ikke få leveret dem. Og så er det ligesom bottlenecken i overhovedet at få strøm nok ud. Så det punkt, der nok kommer omkring 4, 25, 26, hvor ellastbiler er konkurrencedygtige, hvis man ikke virkelig overvejer, hvordan man så kan give elnettet op før det og sikker regulere, jamen, så har man et problem, fordi så er der simpelthen ikke, så vil man ikke kunne få nok effekt frem til de steder, hvor lastbilerne skal lades op. Så man kan sige, at personbiler er der et problem. Det kan løses med prisdifferentiering og udbygning af elnettet løbende. Lastbiler, der er et meget stort problem.
Så ja, man kan godt, men det er bare ekstremt dyrt, og vi har brug for noget mere tid til at kunne gøre det. Flere faglige, faktamæssige spørgsmål til Otto og til Thomas. Ja, Annette? Jo.
Det kan godt være, at det er lidt dumt, men jeg kommer til at tænke på elnettet. Når man forbruger elnettet, så skal vi ikke alle sammen gøre det på samme tid. Men kan elnettet også bære den strøm, vi så får via alle de der havvindmølleparker, vi skal have? Så skal strømmen jo ind. Det skal elnettet jo også bære. Altså, hvordan ligger det med det? Vil du ikke fortælle lidt om det?
Altså, det er en enorm omstilling, transformation af sektoren, fordi at strømmen også kommer fra nogle andre steder, end den kom fra før. Altså, så det er en enorm, kan man sige, ombygning, transformation af hele elnettet. Så det er en stor udfordring.
Og det er noget af det mest usexede i politik, det er at bruge penge på infrastruktur. Altså fordi det er meget bedre at indvie et eller andet, man kan sparke til og se og sådan nogle ting der, men en ganske almindelig infrastruktur, det er bare så kedeligt. Mindre det er asfalt i Nordjylland.
Jeg vil også sige, nu snakker vi også lidt politik, og der er faktisk nogle lovgivning for elselskaberne, som gør det svært for dem. Ja. For det er ligesom, at lovgivningen siger, at når der kommer kunder, så skal de etablere strøm, men de må ikke ligesom selv etablere strøm, hvis der ikke er kunder. Men hvis man forudser en enorm vækst i efterspørgsel, som tager lang tid at bygge ud, så vil man være nødt til at skulle ligesom lave den udbygning, ikke når de kommer kunderne, men kan man sige 1-2 år i forvejen, for det tager også lang tid at udbygge. Og der er nok, altså der er med stor sandsynlighed behov for ændringer af lovgivning for at give de friheder til elselskaberne, som faktisk vil muliggøre det her. For ellers så vil vi hele tiden hægte 1-2 år bagud.
Præcis, ja, præcis. Ja.
Jeg hedder Mogens, og nu vil jeg tillade mig at kalde det et fagligt spørgsmål, det jeg så stiller nu. Fordi med det der elbelastning, der bliver talt så meget om, hvis nu mange af de her, som har deres bil stående, hvis de nu i stedet for at have en bil stående, tog toget frem og tilbage til arbejde og tog cyklen fra stationen og hjem, hvis rigtig mange gjorde det, så ville der være mere plads til den el, der er brug for til de biler, der sagde. Og derfor, dine beregninger med den kollektive trafik, hvis man virkelig får flyttet noget, så vil det vel have en betydning også på det her område, hvis der simpelthen reducerer det antallet af biler.
Ja, problemet er, at det vil kræve enormt store investeringer, så det vil være enormt dyrt i forhold til effekten. Også fordi det er jo ikke gratis for eksempel at bygge nye jernbaner, heller ikke CO2-mæssigt. Altså forestil at man skulle bygge en jernbane til Mariager, fordi altså hvor mange vil tage den, hvis det går meget hurtigt at tage bil til Randers? Det vil stadig være meget få. Men bare det at bygge jernbanen vil udlede enormt meget CO2.
Altså der er en tidligere DF-politiker, vi helt sikkert kan få med på ideen
jo,
om, at det skal føres til Mariager.
Altså det, når vi laver mange af de her kollektive projekter, hvis de stadigvæk er meget, meget langsomme end at køre bil, så derfor er det virkelig, virkelig svært at gå den vej. Det er også derfor, at alle de beregninger og nye projekter viser det.
Men der ligger måske nogle muligheder for de meget store byer, hvor man vil kunne hente nogle gevinster.
Det er klart for de store byer, eller hvis man for eksempel kombinerer det med road pricing, vejafgifter, fordi så notcher man, kan man sige, skubber bilister mere over med kollektiv trafik.
Og anerkender, at man skal tage lidt længere tid. Jeg har mange møder i Bruxelles, jeg rejser som regel med tog dernede, frem og tilbage. Og det tager sin tid. Så må man tage noget arbejde med undervejs.
Ja, super. Ikke flere faglige spørgsmål til vejtransporten, for nu i hvert fald. Maria, tag os med ud og sejle. Hvad sker der derude ved shipping?
Der sker rigtig meget. Først og fremmest tusind tak for invitationen til at være her i dag. Jeg kommer fra Danske Rederier, og vi er brancheorganisationen for rederierne i Danmark. Det er sådan, så at Danmark faktisk er verdens 6. største søfartsnation. Vi har en af verdens længste kystlinjer, og har en meget, meget stolt tradition inden for handelsflåden. Vi er også et meget toptungt erhverv. Jeg tænker, I alle sammen kender Mærsk DFDS på grund af Oslobådene. Jeg begynder det måske lidt at knibe lidt mere, hvem man så ellers kender. Hvis man kommer fra Esbjerg, så kender man nok S-vagt. Men ellers begynder det nok at knibe lidt dernede af. Men det er sådan så, at der er danske rederier, der er aktive inde for alle typer af skibsfart på nær krydstogtskibe. Vi har utrolig mange krydstogtskibe i København og andre steder, men der er ikke nogen af dem, der er danske. Jeg synes faktisk, det var et rigtig godt spørgsmål, du stillede, fordi det er lige præcis det kæmpe problem med, hvordan skal vi så få transporteret den her energi ind. Skibsfarten, vi står for på global plan godt 3% af verdens udledninger, og det svarer nogenlunde til, hvad luftfarten står for, og lige til sammenligning, så tøjindustrien står faktisk for 10% af verdens udledninger. Men hvis ikke vi gør noget, hvis vi fortsætter med at sejle på fossil brændstof, jamen så vil vi ryge op omkring det vil stige til op til omkring 150% frem mod 2050, fordi andre sektorer jo reducerer. Så vi skal også reducere, og det er man også rigtig godt i gang med. Nu sagde Pernille også, at vi er den mest globale industri, der findes. De her Mærsk-skibe og de rigtig, rigtig store AAA-skibe, sådan et, der lå for nogle år siden, så lå det over i København ved Langlinjekajen, så folk kunne komme ombord og se det. Jeg siger sådan et, det brænder altså 7,5 ton fuel i timen. 7,5 ton. Det vil sige, når det sejler fra Shanghai til Europa, det tager godt 21 dage, så er vi altså op på en godt 4.000 ton. Det vil sige, i forhold til at skulle have den energi ind, det grønne feedstock, altså til at lave elektrofuels, det er enorme mængder, vi snakker om. Til gengæld så har vi jo også færgefart. Vi har færger herhjemme, det er sådan, så lige i går, der kom det frem, at Mols-linjen, som også driver færgen til Als og til Samsø, de har vundet udbuddet på den her færgedrift. Og det er vel at mærke med elfærger, så det giver rigtig, rigtig god mening. Men tilbage til dit rigtig gode spørgsmål. Det handler jo om, at vi er nødt til at have den infrastruktur ud til netop havnene, der hvor man skal bruge den, sådan så at de kan lade, om jeg så må sige, mens i den korte tid, de nu ligger i havnen. Vi har allerede oppe ved Pfoe, op mellem Helsingør og Helsingborg, så har vi fuld elektrificeret færgedrift. Men sådan for lige komme tilbage til det store Mærsk-skib, og det er bare lige for at give jer nogle perspektiver i de udfordringer, vi står overfor. Sådan en Mærsk-skib der, som jeg sagde, brænder godt 4.000 tons på sådan en tur der fra Shanghai til Europa. Altså hvis de skulle have et batteri med, så ville der ikke være plads til containere. Og de skulle jo også nok ligge i havn og lade så lang tid, så det skib ville aldrig komme ud på vandet. Det er simpelthen ikke teknologisk muligt. Derfor så er det, at man kigger ind i de her elektrofuels, altså som metanol, ammoniak og andre brændstoftyper. Udfordringen med det er så, at de er godt 2 til 3 gange så dyre, som det vi sejler på i dag. Så det vil sige, du rammer hurtigt muren, hvis du gerne vil være en first mover inden for en meget, meget globaliseret industri, som er i skarp konkurrence, og hvor der altid vil være nogen, som vil underbyde dig, hvis det er. Det er ikke for sjov, og nu siger jeg det med et glimt i øjet, det er mit yndlingshade-aversion. mine græske kollegaer, det er mine største skibsfartsnationer. Grækerne, prøv at høre her, de er dygtige til at tjene penge, men det gør de altså også, fordi det er altid lige laveste fællesnævner. Og hvis de kan slippe om hjørnerne med noget, det er ikke dem, der går ud og investerer først, fordi det ser det ikke nødvendigvis nogen business case i. Så når Mærsk har gået ud og sagt, jamen vi investerer, de har nu bestilt 13 skibe, der skal sejle på e-metanol. Ja, ikke nogle af de helt store, men det kommer jo til, det hænger igen sammen med, at vi skal have den grønne vedvarende energi, vi skal have produktionsanlæggene, og så skal vi have det distribueret ud til skiben. Det er ikke skibene i sig selv, der er et problem. Vi får de motorer, der skal til, der både kan sejle på ammoniak og metanol, de kommer inden for det næste år. Det er ikke det, der er problemet. Det er investeringerne inde på land i infrastrukturen, der er det store problem. Men de har jo så, Mærsk har sagt, at vi har bestilt 13 metanolskibe, men der rammer jo ligesom et loft for, hvornår det kan blive ved med at betale sig, hvis alle andre bare sejler på noget, som er 2 til 3 gange billigere. Derfor, og der kigger jeg over på Pernille, så har vi brug for noget lovgivning. Og havde du inviteret mig for 5 år siden, så havde jeg sagt, ej, ved du hvad, ikke det der EU, I skal helst holde jer for vores, fordi vi er sådan en global sektor, vi skal helst ikke have sådan noget regional regulering. Vi vil regulere FN's søfartsorganisation IMO, som ligger i London, regulere globalt. Det der EU, ej, helst ikke, for så får vi bare sådan et kludetæppe af reguleringer osv. osv. Der har vi faktisk altså virkelig noget af et paradigmeskifte. Altså det jeg mener, det er jo det mine medlemmer mener, skal jeg lige sige. Ikke? Så der har været en paradigmeskift i tænkningen blandt de danske rederier, som siger, okay, det der IMO, altså det er ligesom når de sidder til klimatopmøderne i Glasgow og andre steder, det er sådan lidt hoppen på stedet, og så måske 2 skridt frem, 1 tilbage, og sådan ikke så meget vel, og I-landene og U-landene, de skændes. Det gør de også i IMO, kan jeg godt love jer for. Derfor så har vi ligesom sagt, okay, vi har faktisk brug for nogen, der går for os, og her har EU lagt sig i selen med den her Fit for 55-pakke, hvor man, og nu skal jeg nok lade være med at gå sådan i detaljer, men bare nævne 2, som vedrører søfarten. Det er jo en kæmpe lovpakke. Men 2 forslag, som vedrører søfarten. Det ene, det er ETS'en, altså at vi kommer ind i EU's kvotehandelssystem. Det vil altså sige, at det kommer til at koste, når du udleder drivhusgasser. Og det andet, det er det, der hedder Fuel EU Maritime, som så må sige stiller krav til energiintensiteten i det brændstof, du brænder. Det er faktisk sådan lidt du kan også kalde det et iblandingskrav. Du begynder faktisk at skubbe fossile brændstoffer ud af markedet gradvist ved at stille de her krav. Så du får en pris på din carbon, og du får samtidig også et krav til, hvad du egentlig brænder. Og det synes vi er en fantastisk god måde at gøre det på, fordi en pris kan ikke gøre sig selv. Så vil du jo bare kunne betale. Altså, du vil dybest set godt kunne betale for stadigvæk at sejle på fossil brændstof. Fordi som sagt prisforskellen er som den er, som jeg sagde før, men i og med at du samtidig også får de her krav til energiintensiteten, altså hvad du reelt set brænder i din tank, så har du faktisk 2 mekanismer, der til sammen kommer til at drive den her omstilling på europæisk plan. Og det skal lige siges, det er jo alle skibe, der går til europæisk havn, så det er ikke kun europæisk flade eller skibe, der sejler mellem europæiske havne. Men vi skal i den sidste ende have den globale regulering.
Præcis. Men det er jo også derfor, vi lavede lidt en sådan 2-takts-maskine i vores direktiv, fordi nu rammer det dem, der kommer til EU, og inden for en overskuelig årrække, så vil vi også gøre, at det rammer endnu flere, også eksternt fra. Så vi sætter også et hånden på kogepladen med vores markedsattraktivitet som EU, og ligesom tager den førerposition, som vi, selvom vi er geografisk mindre end den internationale maritime organisation set under et, men så ved vi, at lige præcis i EU, der er vi blandt andet, især med danske rederiers flåde, der er vi i spidsen og viser, hvordan man gør det på en bedre og grønnere måde. Og så skal vi forhåbentlig få overbevist markedet om, at det godt kan lade sig gøre. Også sådan, så vi forbrugere, vi kræver, at det er den måde, de varer, vi i sidste ende køber, bliver transporteret på. Tak, Maria. Vi iler videre op i luften. Niels, hvad sker der deroppe? Sådan sagt, sådan bare lige på en 5 minutters tid, og så må I meget gerne tænke, hvad har I af spørgsmål til ekspertpanelet, så vi bliver netop det der tak klogere lige om lidt, end vi var, da vi startede. Ja.
Endnu en gang tak for invitationen. Jeg sidder til daglig i Aalborg Lufthavn, så jeg dækker både, hvad skal man sige, lufthavnssiden, og der er en masse infrastrukturelt der også spiller en rolle, men så i hvert fald også flysiden. Hvis vi kigger lidt tilbage, så er den der grønne rejse, vi er på inden for luftfart, det er jo ikke noget, der bare er kommet i går. Det har været noget, der har været i gang i lang tid, og i hvert fald også før covid. Og mange brugte jo også covid-perioden til at sige, at det var fantastisk, du fløj ikke så mange. Igen tilbage til, som der også blev nævnt, altså globalt set står vi jo luftfart for omkring de der 2-3% af udledninger, så kan man lægge lidt fra til. Men hvis vi kigger på sektoren som helhed og siger, hvad er det, der sker, hvad er det, man gør osv., så skete der jo blandt andet det under covid-19, som mange så, vi satte en masse fly på jorden i branchen generelt set. Der var også rigtig mange fly, som jo røg på kirkegård, som vi siger, og masser af nye fly er kommet ind efterfølgende med nye teknologier osv. Hvis man tager nogle af de nye Airbus 320 Neo, der kom ind, jamen de brænder 20% mindre fuel i forhold til nogle af de ældre fly. Så altså, den vej har teknologien også presset igennem og sagt, at vi får bedre udnyttelse af det brændstof, vi bruger. Og man kan sige, på verdensplan, jamen der er 3 rigtig store producenter inden for det her, der bliver forsket, der bliver testet. Nu snakker vi meget elektrificering. Jeg var også ude at se en test med elfly. Jeg skal helt så sige, hvis Aalborg Lufthavn skal til at elfly, så skal der godt nok bygges nogle transformer af format, og jeg ved ikke, hvor den strøm skal komme fra, og den investering, der skal lægges. Og igen, mængden af passagerer, der kan transporteres over en given afstand, er relativt lille. Kigger vi så på hvad skal man sige, jeg plejer at sige, der er jo en masse myter om luftfart, og man har jo masser af holdninger, og hvordan gør vi nu det? Der er lavet masser af analyser versus jernbane, versus biler, versus det ene og det andet, og ofte så bliver det også en diskussion af afstand og de mulige kunst. Senest i går så har jeg læst en analyse omkring hurtigtogene, altså nu snakker vi i Frankrig og så videre, hvad udleder de af CO2 versus luftfart, fordi Frankrig kører et meget intenst indrigspolitisk drive på at minimere luftfart, og så få skubbet folk over på hurtigtogen. Og der er tallene ikke så rosenrøde, som man kunne forestille sig, når vi kigger på det. En ting er, al den CO2, der er relateret til hvad skal man sige, det, der skal bygges af infrastruktur osv., er enormt, og payback time er også lang. Så der er jo det der med at sige, hvad er de hurtige effekter her og nu. Hvis vi ser på, hvad skal man sige, jeg havde en stor dag lige der omkring 1. januar i år, hvor at vores kære statsminister meddelte, at i 2025, der skal vi have den første grønne flyvning i Danmark, indrigs. Det er jo fantastisk. Det er jo så ikke bare klart defineret, hvad betyder en grøn flyvning. Hvad er iblandingsprocenten? Hvem er producenter? Hvor skal vi skaffe fuel? Og se i et lufthavnsperspektiv en kæmpe udfordring. Og sige, okay, vi er jo interesserede, vi har forbindelserne. Vi har jo en masse trafik, blandt andet Aalborg og København selvfølgelig. Arbejdskraft, der flytter sig frem og tilbage. Men det er jo klart, det er jo en opgave, vi tager på os også at sige, fint, vi er infrastrukturprovider, kan man sige, og skal stille kapacitet til rådighed. Det har så afstedkommet, som jeg ser det, når jeg ser alt det, der nu er skubbet i gang på baggrund af, lad os kalde det en vision, som et eller andet sted skal rodfæste sig, og et eller andet sted skal også alignes, i hvert fald længere frem i 2030 i forhold til, hvad vil man i EU, jamen så har det afstedkommet en masse push på teknologier. Jeg tror, luftfart er der nu, hvor man siger, at man har ikke en endegyldig løsning på, hvad er det, der bliver drivkraften i form af SAF, i form af brint, i form af alt muligt andet i fremtiden. Men der er i hvert fald rigtig meget know-how, som er sat i anvendelse. Der popper store investeringer op i form af PTX-anlæg, universiteterne, vores know-how hjemme, fantastisk. Altså vi får også en vare, som vi er i stand til at i princippet eksportere til udlandet over tid. Så der er rigtig, rigtig meget på gang på den del, som jeg tror bliver vigtigt. Det som branchen i de foreninger, jeg sidder med i, som vi er meget fokuseret på, det er jo, at efterspørgselen er enormt stor efter alternativer til fossil brændstof, men udbud er relativt lille. Det er sådan en udfordring, og hvad er tidstrækket i det her? Altså bare kampen om at tilsikre, at vi kan få nok brændstof til at gennemføre den første flyvning mellem Aalborg og København som de første i 2025, er enormt svært at få i gang. Det kræver investeringer, det kræver blandteknologi osv. Og hvis man taler med luftfartsselskaber, som jeg sidder til daglig med, jamen så er det klart, at alle vil gerne flyve grønt, men der er lige et arbejde bare, hvad kommer det til at koste, det her grønne, vi nu skal have. Vi ved alle sammen, at fuelpriserne er afsted markant her i det seneste, så faldet lidt, men de er stadig høje. Så den her rate at sige, jamen, hvad koster det grønne versus fossilbrændstof, Det har nok været højere end 3 gange tidligere, og det ligger måske et sted mellem 3 og 5 gange dyrere i dag. Og så kan man så kigge internt og sige, hvem er det, der skal betale regningen, og hvordan gør vi det fremadrettet. Jeg tror, at det drive, vi kører herhjemme, og det know-how, vi kører, pusher også resten af Europa. Jeg tror også, det kommer til at pushe resten af verden på rigtig mange punkter. Men det kræver store investeringer, og det kræver rigtig mange at gå ind i den kamp og sige, at det vil vi, det her. Det er vigtigt, at uanset hvilken model man ender op med, og hvordan man kommer til at forholde sig til afgifter og alt muligt andet, at man ikke forringer den konkurrencesituation, vi er i. Vi skal tænke på vores luftfart herhjemme. Vi har stadigvæk forbydet alt det, vi var igennem sommeren med SAS og alt muligt andet, men vi er jo dybt afhængige af at have en stærk luftfart. Det bidrager til arbejdspladser, det bidrager til know-how, vi skal have ind, det bidrager til en masse andet, som er vigtigt for os som samfund at vokse i. Jeg tror, jeg holder her, så tager jeg et spørgsmål.
Fantastisk. Også fordi I kan se, at tiden den løber jo i godt selskab og med et seriøst emne. Hvad er der af spørgsmål? Kommentarer? Ja!
Ja, okay. Ja, jeg havde regnet med, at der kom noget.
Du regner med, at der kommer noget. Nej, men det er... Jeg ved godt, det kommer til at vedrøre dig, men jeg vil lige... Den er lidt til politikerne, den her, ikke? Fordi, hvorfor er det, at der ikke skal være afgift på brændstof til fly, mens der er afgift på brændstof til stort set alle andre transportmidler? Det har jeg aldrig forstået. Det må da være konkurrenceforvridende, så det basker.
Jeg tror, altså, du kan sige, nu er jeg ikke politiker. Nu jeg kigger bare råt på markedet og ser, hvad der sker. Vi kommer til, hvis det kommer til at ske, jeg personligt, nu er det personligt, synes jo, det er fint, man gør et eller andet omkring, jeg vil ikke kalde det afgifter, eller et eller andet beløb, man sætter på. Det, der er vigtigt for mig, det er jo, at de penge bliver kanaliseret tilbage til branchen, og ikke ind i statskassen. Fordi så kan du sige, så kan branchen bruge det til at bygge videre og arbejde sig grønnere og grønnere over tid. Det vil give god mening for mig. Hvis man skaber en afgift, der skaber en ubalance i det konkurrence, du er i på europæisk plan, på globalt set, så flytter vi bare trafikken. Det betyder alt andet lige, hvis man kigger på data, der er 6% af sønderjyderne, der kører til Hamburg og flyver. Der er 9% af jyder fra Midtjylland, der kører til Hamburg og flyver. Altså, vi passer på, at vi ikke skubber det over i en anden sektor, hvor...
Men så vil jeg pege...
jeg prøver bare lige at give et billede. Altså, eller de tager til Sverige over København, over til Malmø, eller videre den vej, og tager trafikken ud. Vi mister en stærk koncentration, i hvert fald i hovedstaden, hvis vi minimerer København i form af det. Vi har arbejdspladser, vi har alt muligt andet bundet op i det område der. Det er skattepenge, det er alt muligt andet. Så, altså, der er en større cyklus for mig personligt, når jeg kigger på den kabale og siger, jamen der skal man være tydelig på konsekvenser af det.
Nu er jeg jo ikke nationalpolitiker. Nej, ja, men i forhold til, at derfor har vi jo puttet ind i ETS'en. Altså transportsektoren er lagt ind i EU's kvotehandelssystem. Så på den måde kan du jo sige, at vi går af den vej med en EU-løsning. Og jeg vil gerne advare imod dem, der synes, man skal lave nogle nationale flyafgifter. Fordi så får du et kludetæppe, hvor de nationale politikere kan have en god fornemmelse i maven, puste deres glorie, vi har lagt skatter på det, vi ikke kan lide. Man har bare flyttet transporten til et andet land, og CO2-udledningen til et andet land. Så vi er lidt derhen af. Maria, du markerede med det samme.
Ja, men det er fordi, vi er sammen. Altså, vi er også afgiftsfritaget på bunker til skibsfarten. Hvis man, og det har været op at vende, om man skulle lave det om, men så vil man jo bare tanke sit brændstof andet sted end i Danmark. Altså, så det var bare for en ekstra forklaring. Det er derfor, vi har brug for noget internationalt, sådan, så der gælder alle. Og så lige i forhold til det der med pengene tilbage til sektoren. I ETS'en, vi er jo meget, meget glade for, at der bliver foreslået, at midlerne skal gå ind til innovationsfonden, så alle aktører kan søge. Fordi som jeg sagde før, det er ikke nødvendigvis rederierne. Det er ikke motoren, det er ikke selve skibene. Skibene skal nok blive bygget. Det afgør markedet, hvor meget der nu er behov for verdenshandlen og alt det her. Det er den cyklus. Vi har behov for investeringerne i bunkringsanlæg og energiinfrastruktur osv. Så den der med direkte tilbage til lommerne, den tror vi ikke selv på. For at kunne få skabt hele kæden.
Det er jo hele økosystemet, kan man sige, omkring den enkelte transportsektor.
Præcis.
Og så markerede du også. Ellers så skal I høre, er der flere, der har et spørgsmål? Vi kører jo på duften af det, der var i tanken. Ja.
Ja, men det,
men det er godt. Otto, du ønsket.
Ja, men det var lidt en kommentar til det, fordi det er jo, altså, ideelt set, men det skal jo så op på et EU-plan eller helt internationalt, så vil en brændstofafgift jo være det mest effektive, fordi det svarer jo meget, meget tæt til CO2-udledning. Så kan man prøve at finde ud af, hvordan man gør det. Man kan også sige, at altså, selv lastbiler er faktisk underbeskattet ret meget. Og hvad betyder det? Jamen det betyder jo, at man samtidig så har man, nu bliver det lidt økonomagtigt, men samtidig så overbeskatter man lønindkomst. Det vil sige, at man subsidierer transport, og man straffer aktivitet. Ikke? Så det er derfor, det kan betale sig, fordi at danske slagteriarbejdere, dem beskatter man så meget, og til gengæld så underbeskatter man transport, og så kan det betale sig at flytte svinene til Polen og slagte dem der. Ikke? Så det er ikke nødvendigvis for Danmark, er det ikke nødvendigt, eller for i hvert fald ikke for CO2-udledning, er det ikke nødvendigvis dårligt at omlægge en skat til en anden sektor. Altså hvis man omlægger skatten fra lønskat, altså eller personbeskatning til adfærdsbeskatning, ikke? Så kan det samlet set være mere effektivt, både for samfundet, i hvert fald for den danske økonomi, men også i forhold til CO2-udledning. Og i hvert fald for lastbiler viste vi det i elbilskommissionen, og der var en ret stor gevinst at hente i forhold til lastbiler, som er underbeskattet. Altså, paradoksalt så er de så underbeskattet, så man betaler ikke engang for de omkostninger, der er ved slid på vejene. Så vi subsidierer sådan set svensk transittrafik gennem Danmark ved at det er underbeskattet.
Jeg kan i hvert fald se en folketingskandidat her i forsamlingen, og han nikkede til adfærdsbeskatning i stedet for personbeskatning, så der er håb for fremtiden. Ja, du behøver ikke kigge så langt, han sidder lige ved siden af dig. Den unge mand derovre. Undskyld. Nu skal vi være færdige, desværre, fordi klokken er til det. Jeg håber, at I er blevet en lille smule klogere på den komplekse sammenhæng imellem incitamenter, teknologier, infrastruktur, og at Danmark ikke er en ø, og det er EU sådan set heller ikke. Men vi kan godt med den lille ø, EU er, være med til at skubbe på resten af verden i den rigtige retning. Det var en fornøjelse at høre jeres meget kloge bidrag. I skal have 1000 tak, fordi I var med her, og også tak til jer, der kom. Tak. Tusind tak. Vi sender lige noget til dig. Vi sender også en gave til dig. Det var skide godt.
Hi, welcome to Political Festival of Europe, the climate stage, where we will be discussing circular economy. How far are we? What is the future? There has been some slight changes in the setup. So what we will do is first our speakers will give a 10-second, 15-second short introduction of who they are, so everybody knows who they are, because we are lacking a sign for one of them, just for fairness. And then we'll do a 2-minute round with the status, and then I'll be asking questions and trying to ensure the debate. And of course, we will also open the floor to you guys. My name is Christian Hyde Andersen. I'm the project manager of the Danish EPS Association, which is the expanded polystyrene industry, a packaging and insulation material, which is 40% recycled post-consumer for packaging here in Europe. So we're very proud of that. But I was in a discussion or moderating a debate with Mads and Patricia earlier today. So said 40% isn't enough. We are aiming for 80%, and we know that can be done because we do that in Norway, or at 76%. So 50% circularity isn't enough. We have to go further, and I think everybody agrees on that. Mads, why don't you give us just very short who you are, and then we'll do a second round of introductions.
Thank you very much. I'm Mads Flaup Christensen, and I'm the Executive Director for Greenpeace in the Nordic region.
I am Duarte Costa. I'm the co-president of Volt Portugal, the only pan-European party that is here in the festival.
My name is Aske Nydam Guldberg. I am the Vice President of the Danish Society of Engineers. We organize about 140,000 engineers and natural scientists here in Denmark.
Hi everybody, my name is Patricia. I'm the Deputy Secretary General of the European Environmental Bureau, short EEB. Sounds very official, but we are actually the federation, the largest federation of citizens' environmental organizations. So around 35 to 40 million Europeans who are members of environmental organizations all across our region.
Okay, so circular economy, state of play, where are we going? Are we there yet? Mads?
No.
Good, that was it. Thank you for coming. Maybe we should then say, how do we get there?
No, I mean, earlier today we had another conversation here on circular economy, and we had a guest speaker, Wojciech from Circular Economy, who gave us, they're producing a gap report on circular economy, and he sort of, that report estimate that we are sort of 9% there when it comes to circularity, or how much resource we bring back into the flow, right? So I have no question, or no reason to question that number, right? That's embarrassingly low. We've been talking about circular economy and the importance of that, and we understand the resource flows enough to know that we need to be much higher at this point, right? So I think that's the bottom line we stand from, right? That this has, in all effect, been embarrassing until now, right? And we need to move into a complete different gear when it comes to having a circular economy, which, of course, no one disagrees is needed. We need to make sure that it's not only about reusing and recycling our materials, right? But we actually keep them in the flow and hopefully, ideally, depend on no or very little virgin material, right? I think the main problem here is that that's a little bit of a fairy tale, that whole notion that that's even possible under the existing paradigm, which basically is a growth paradigm, right? We need to grow our economy. Even the very ambitious EU plan talks about sustainable growth or green growth, and I mean, so we have to be mindful of the fact that we are in a system that is basically designed to grow in size. And we are talking about increasing sort of our circularity a little bit, and we can hardly do it, and many of the materials are not even suitable for being remain in the system, right? So I think from my point of view, I think it's super important that we are brave enough to also talk about what is needed in order to slow down the growth. slow down the economy, slow down the circularity. So it's not just a system that runs faster and faster on a growth trajectory, because it's simply a fairy tale that that's possible. So I think that's the starting point for me, that it's super important that we just also dare to have this conversation about how do we use less? What kind of products don't we want in the system? How can we support our lawmakers to make brave decisions on saying, no, in a country like Denmark, there is absolutely no need for bottles with water when you can go to the tap and get it there. There's absolutely no need for a lot of the products that we surround ourselves with. So while we on one hand, of course, have to do our utmost to also focus on the recycling part and get the sort of fundament of the circular economy working, we also need to have the other difficult conversation.
Duarte?
So we definitely are not there when it comes to the circular economy. Earlier in the event that you mentioned, Wojtek said that only 9% of the resources we use are in a circular economy. So only 9% of these are not fully wasted after their use. So this is a very low percentage. I believe this is a global percentage. And you also referred that if we double this percentage to 18%, we could save 40% of carbon emissions and 30% of resources globally, because we would be able to use them more effectively. So we really have to understand that circular economy is a no-brainer in a sense. It's essential to be able to tackle climate change and to be able to change from the root the problem that also causes climate change, which is our unsustainable way of living. And I think what's lacking here is political will and political decision making. So we see, and we are here in the European Union, in this room, and the European Union is one of the most ambitious regions in the world when it comes to the circular economy, yet we are still struggling to have regulations to allow things to change from the root of the problem. And here I think we have a problem as well in how we want to change the way we use resources. So I hear, and I think in this festival I heard more than any time before in my life from Danish politicians, for example, particularly with a liberal mindset that I believe it's the wrong liberal mindset, which is that if we invest in new technologies and technologies, even if we don't invest in them, they will appear that will fix our problem. Like suddenly we will have technologies that will provide solutions so that we don't need to waste resources. And this is not what we are seeing. And basic things like the packaging that we use in the products that we need, for example, to eat. Technology is not fixing this. We are still in 2022 wrapping twice a bag of salad. And this happens here in Denmark. Actually, I invite you to go to your local supermarket and try to buy fruits and vegetables without plastic. It's impossible. So this is not technologies. Technology can help us with finding new ways of packaging, but we should have rules. This is how a free market works. It has to have rules. And if we have European rules, we have the opportunity to change how 450 million people consume. And this is what I'm not seeing happening sufficiently enough, sufficiently rapid and transversely across the EU. And I would like to see, for example, when it comes to single-use plastics, why are we using, for something that we know it's only going to be used once, why are we putting a resource there that we know it's going to stay in the environment in the long term? This can change through regulation. We don't need new technology. If we have, it's easier, but if we have regulation, we can change it right now. And this is what's not happening, and that's what we need to see happening quickly.
I already see a potential for a strong discussion between the engineers and the invention of new technologies. So, Aske, I will skip you and let Patricia ask, and let you steam, because there's a strong debate coming here. Patricia?
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it's clear that a fully circular economy is some kind of an ideal situation that we have to strive for. We'll probably never reach it, like Matt said. It's really an ideal. Let's try to get as circular as we can. I looked up the figures for the European Union. According to Eurostat, it's currently 12.8% circularity in the EU, so not much more than the 9%, which is maybe a global figure. So yeah, indeed, we're not very circular at this stage. So I wanted to make 2 points. First, and that links to the engineers and other people who are designing our products. Eco-design is key. So at this stage, we do have eco-design regulation at the European level, but only for a very limited kind of number or types of products. So I think there's a lot of scope, and it's about engineering, but it's also about regulation, because eco-design regulation regulates what kind of products can be put on the market and how they have to be designed. They have to be designed in a way that they can be recycled, they can be reused, and they cannot be designed in a way that they just kind of make, take, consume, and throw away. So just to mention some examples, we've been looking into ICT, so mobile phones and other devices, batteries, also in the construction sector, which is actually the biggest source of waste in terms of weight, but also textiles, where we're still kind of lacking strong eco-design standards for repairability, refurbishment, and recycling. So I just wanted to stay with this kind of textile example because we've been talking of plastics a lot, so let's look at something else. I guess everybody here in the room is aware of, let's say, the labor conditions, the social conditions under which most of our clothes are made, in sweatshops, in some of the poorest countries of the world, but there's also the environmental aspects of clothes. And currently, our clothes are also not designed to be recycled. The textile sector is one of the sectors with the lowest recycling rate. It's less than 1%. So less than 1% of our clothes are being recycled. It's basically nothing. So zero circularity in the textile sector. And the reason is that the fibers of the clothes that we're wearing are basically non-recyclable fibers. Whether they're natural fibers like cotton, which breaks down if you try to recycle it, or whether it's synthetic fibers, which are also hard to recycle. So there we come back to the free market. If you don't regulate this, there's no incentive for producers to develop, to bring clever engineers in to develop recyclable fibers, because there's just no legal framework that asks for it. If you regulate this, and if you kind of increase the recycling rates, the obligatory recycling rates for textiles step by step, then innovation will follow. So far, and we're talking to, for instance, engineers trying to develop recyclable fibers, and companies that try to put that on the market, also the machinery that you need, and they're just saying, well, it's so difficult to get on the market because this is so cheap, the non-recyclable fibers, so unless there's regulation, innovation is not going to happen. So that's one example, just one out of many. And to wrap up, so I think it's really about a mix of, yes, technical solutions, like, for instance, inventing, producing recyclable fibers, so better products that can be recycled. But then it's also about social innovation. So social innovation, when you look at textiles, it's things like, do I really have to buy? Can I for instance, if I need this fancy dress for a wedding, can I just rent it? Can I swap it? There's even leasing, where you lease your jeans, you give them back, and they're recycled. But there's also social exnovation, where we go back to practices that we had in the past, like just simply buying less clothes, or swapping, and going back to a smaller wardrobe. So I think to increase circular economy, it's about technical innovation, but also social innovation, and part of social innovation is definitely the reduction. So while we need to become more circular, at the same time we also need to reduce the amount of what we consume, and we also need to set, and that's also legislation, we need to set caps for raw material use. We have now agreed as societies for caps in CO2 emissions. We also need caps for raw material use, because our raw material use as humankind is going up. In Europe and in the rest of the world even more, because people are catching up in poorer countries. So we also need clear targets of how much virgin material we want to use in the future.
Now, Eske, it appears that your three co-debaters all think that you're not part of the solution, or not the part of the solution. I'm trying to.
I felt much more included in your words, I have to say.
Yeah. But engineers cannot save the world.
Of course we can. No, but I got to start by agreeing this is a massive issue, and you ended up by saying we shouldn't just look at carbon, and we really shouldn't just look at climate change, But even if you just want to look at carbon change, just for a second, then the Ellen MacArthur Foundation made a study that said that 45% of our carbon emission is connected to the way we use and consume products and materials, and only 55% is the energy. So if we want to do serious work on our climate reduction, 45% of it has to do with the circular economy. And when the event that we hosted from the Danish Society of Engineers earlier today said 9% of the way we're there, there's a lot of untapped potential also for the climate here, on top of the fact that it's a worthy case just in itself that we shouldn't use so much. And no, I most definitely disagree with you here when you say we don't need new technologies. Of course we do. Okay. Because you're right, I love the textiles as an example that we don't always focus on plastics. Because exactly you said, we can't recycle cotton, or we can recycle cotton, but we can only downcycle it. Because we shorten the cotton fibers inside of it every time we grade it up to make new fibers. We shorten them, which makes it less of a quality of products. That's why we need to actually have invented a recycling hierarchy that defines different qualities of recycling. We need new types of fibers. We need new types of textiles that are suitable to be recycled at the same quality level. Some modern companies exist that are working on this. Some types of viscose are in that direction. These are possible, and we are needed as engineers. But not just recycling engineers. The design engineers and the builders are the most important. Because there is a limit to what you can do afterwards. If I get a cotton fiber, I am in fact a recycling engineer myself, and if I get a cotton fiber, there is nothing I can do because of the way it is from the beginning. I need the designer who designed and decided what fiber to put in there, to choose a fiber and to add things to it that can be disassembled, that can be recycled into an actual circular economy. And that's for the part that we have accepted that this use was absolutely necessary, because Mads, you're also absolutely correct. There is a limit to whether or not we should have and use every product that is in the book right now. So one of the things that I come with, and one of my key points that we have to consider, is we need to teach at our universities, at our professional schools, etc., also in disassembly and recycling and how to design for it. It's not enough that you know how to build a great tower. You also have to build that tower in a way so that one day when we don't need that tower anymore, you know how to disassemble it and get those materials back into the circular economy. And we don't teach that nearly as much as we teach how to build the tower.
Okay.
Can I comment on,
yes,
on this?
Yes.
Well, I definitely don't think that we do not need technology. Of course we need technology, but it's not that we live in a world that has no technology to cope with a circular economy. We know that we are already very technological and we will continue to be so, and this is great for us. Technology has made our life better. But this technology is not delivering the results we need to see. We are only 9% circular. In the EU a bit more, but we're far from being where we want to be, even though we have technological solutions. So what is lacking is the regulation that introduces the changes that we need to see. And for some things, technology will be necessary to develop, and we need regulation to say, engineers, please, in two years, develop A, B, or C, so that we don't need to use these resources, etc. For example,
and we love a challenge, so please
exactly.
give it to us.
In the same way that we said to the scientists, in 1 year we need a vaccine to stop this pandemic, we also need to say to the engineers, in 1 or 2 years we want a technology that we don't need plastic bottles, we don't need straws. We already know that we don't need straws, but we still have no regulation that stops plastic straws, for example, and plastic straws is a small example. This is the role of regulations, and I think that politicians have taken advantage of the fact that there are so many people interested in technology to sort of not do their job, because their job is to be ambitious, be courageous, and through the power of legislation, which is important in a state, in a democratic state, change the way things happen. We have blamed individuals too much in expecting citizens to do the right choice and expecting these citizens to become the majority to then be sustainable, when we could simply introduce laws that will change how people live without even them noticing that their life changed substantially. Because if we don't use a straw, our life will still go on amazingly as with a straw. But the planet will be much better off without it.
Mads?
On mute. Yeah, no, I just want to second that. I mean, I think obviously it's a triangle, right? We need all three parties in the game here, right? Otherwise, we won't succeed. And that's of course our politicians making the frames, and it's the corporates and the innovation of corporates that we've seen so many times before, where technology, of course, play a role, and of course, it's also us as citizens and consumer that have to be clear. I completely agree that there's in too many years, and almost structurally as well, has been sort of a blame game towards consumers. And I think a lot of this sort of move towards reuse, recycle, make sure that you separate your garbage at home, right, is all designed for one thing, right? If that fails, then it's the consumer and the citizens that are failing, right? It's not the corporates. So that we now see very strong pressure on our politicians to create good rules and good ways of holding also producers responsible is super necessary and long overdue, right? But I think for me, I would still say that the majority of the responsibility lies with, of course, our politicians, but certainly with our corporates as well, right? I mean, right now we are in a situation where every time a sort of more hardcore measure is being proposed by our politicians or our citizens, right? You see massive pushback from industry lobby organizations that are undermining that time and time again, despite the fact that looking back at history, it is paved with examples, right, where we've seen that every time it happens that regulation is tightened, that triggers innovation, that triggers movement, right, and it goes remarkably fast. I mean, with the danger of repeating myself, I hope not too many was here at the last debate, right? But I think my best examples, right, is the EU REACH legislation, where when the EU, which is the most impressive, I think, EU legislation for a long time, I think it was 2005, you can reconnect with that, we had, which now forms the basis of chemical legislation all over the world, right, and setting standards. Chemical industry was saying this will cost millions of jobs in Europe, we will have to shut down and close down, and there was so much whining. But anyway, what happened was basically that a lot of them innovated themselves out of it, and we are now in a situation where the chemical industry, I may regret that a little bit, but is absolutely as big today as it was back then, right? Part of the European economy with the same percentage. So let's not underestimate the power that regulation can have on creating the right level of innovation with engineers and with corporates.
Now, my being the primary corporate representative here on stage, I'd like to pick up on some of the things that I think many of you have touched upon. We don't have a sufficient, the free market cannot solve this. That seems to be an opinion. Now, in some perspectives, you could argue that is actually because we do not have a totally free market, because you do not have the restitution that when you pollute, you have to pay damages. If I drive into your house, I would have to pay a restitution. Now, if I build a factory and damage your house, I do not have to build or pay the same level of restitution because we do not have sufficient polluter pays. So that is, to some extent, lack of a free market. Could a more extensive polluter pays, producer responsibility push to a regulation? So you could say, well, if you build this and it harms people, you should pay the restitution and repair the damages, and then have the innovation within that level, rather than regulators saying we should go this way or that way, because they can be wrong, but a very strong producer responsibility scheme would actually strengthen a real free market. How do you, Eske?
We are actually quite for producer responsibility schemes. In Danish Society of Engineers, we've seen that they are a role that can work. This basic incentive that they can create, it can really work, but it's not enough to make a basic one. You gotta make one that is really high target, because otherwise it's just gonna be you pay a little fee and you don't really change something. It has to be relatively advanced, which makes it regulatorily a bit heavy. But we are currently these days waiting, for those who are not aware, for the Danish implementation of the extended producer responsibility, which is exactly on packaging, which is exactly a system where if you design your packaging so it's more recyclable or reusable, and if it's more monomaterials, you'll get a less of a fee. But you will always get a fee because there's always a waste life cycle. After you're done with something, it has to become waste. That has a price. That bit goes into the product in the future. Those things work, and we are also proposing that we consider them on textiles. Is actually a very good example because we believe there needs to be motivation, and it's much better to let industry do and the development be done by those who are close to it and who sit with it, instead of pretending that a politician well, in Denmark they do sit in a castle, knows everything. But they should set the bar very, very high, otherwise we do not get real development. Then we just get yeah, it's fine, we pay a little fine, it's okay, we go home. It needs to be set at the very high level.
Patricia?
Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that. I mean, the polluter pays principle is I mean, in Europe, it's even a legal principle. It's enshrined in the law, but it's not rolled out in practice for all the sectors and all the things that we do. So there's still a lot of kind of work to be done, and exactly extended producer responsibility schemes across sectors is really something that needs to expand. We do have it for certain products, but it's still very, very limited, and there's still a lot of products where there's basically zero producer responsibility. So yeah, textiles is also the example I wanted to mention. So basically, if you're a big textile retailer, you can put out millions and millions of products, and you don't have to care at all where they go at end of life. There's zero responsibility in any way, and I, as a consumer, this morning at the other debate we had about plastics, we talked about choice. I, as a consumer, I literally don't have a choice. If my T-shirt has reached the end of its life, and it will come, even if I use it and repair it, at one day your T-shirt is done, what do you do with it? I mean, there's literally no good solution. I can put it in a dustbin, and it will most probably be incinerated. Not a good solution. I can throw it into, depending on the country, in a container of the Red Cross or any kind of charity that's collecting textiles, and I can pray that something good will happen to it. Maybe in the best case scenario, it's going to be downcycled into some kind of a rag or some kind of insulation material. That's the best case, and it's downcycling. In the worst case, it's going to be exported as a textile, even though factually it's textile waste, and it's going to end up in the textile market in East Africa, and literally, and eventually ending up in the natural environment there. So I don't have a choice as a consumer. What do I do with my end-of-life textile? There's just simply no good choice. So yeah, extended producer responsibility is key especially for those, products where we're consuming bigger amounts and that are fast turning in a way. And I wanted to mention, if you allow me, one other example, which maybe speaks to you, because I guess most of you are from Denmark, and Denmark is a shipping nation, and I was just talking with Mats from Greenpeace about this before. Another very impressive example, very different, it's not a consumer product, but US Danes, you host the biggest shipping company in the world, and ships are another example of high-tech products that are extremely expensive, that are designed by shipping engineers, shipbuilders, but they're not designed to be recycled. But a container ship or even a passenger ferry reaches its end of life, and actually sometimes quite quickly, because the markets fluctuate, and if a container ship isn't profitable anymore, it's just taken off the market because it's too expensive to keep it idle. So because the product, a ship, which is the largest man-made structure that can move, isn't designed to be recycled, it ends up somewhere on a beach in Asia being cut down with a torch cutter by workers who are bare feet. It's built in a high-tech shipping yard in China. It's used by a high-tech company in Denmark or in Germany or in Japan, and it ends up on a beach because it's not designed to be recycled and to be reused. So I think that shows both the necessity for eco-design and the need for extended producer responsibility across the whole life cycle.
But that would also mean that you need a extended producer responsibility, at least for shipping, that goes beyond the EU. It would be definitely the responsibility, yes. So you can return. You basically, you should be able to only lease your ship and from the shipyard and return it to them, and then they would have to deal with it. That would.
Yeah, there's ideas, but maybe that goes too much into detail.
No, I'm just saying it has to be
an extended producer responsibility scheme that kind of moves with the product. So if it's a ship, if it changes owner, kind of a fund that's accumulated would move with the ownership. I mean, it would change with the owners. So, I mean, I think there's ways of how you can implement it in practice.
Yes. Duarte, Mads, thoughts on?
No, I mean, maybe just one word on the textile, because I love that example. I think it's such a strong. I mean, the EU Commission came with their draft strategy here in March, right? Which, I mean, shows that's 2022, right? We've been talking about toxins in our clothes. We talked about the problems with mixing synthetic materials with natural materials. We've talked about so many things, right? And while there's many good things in that strategy, it just misses the point on some key parameters here, right? Where simply we're left in the same mess, more or less, with this strategy as we were before. So we have to be demand, and the reason why, and that comes back to my points from before, right, is of course heavy lobby from the textile industry, right? They watered it down to something that was unrecognizable, and it's so sad because, I mean, textiles is such a big part of the problem and the issue, right? So an example that we, if not as consumers, then as citizens and voters, have a huge responsibility in demanding that our politicians actually push back on these watering down of things that are, in my view, no-brainers, things that should just be obvious.
What I hear you saying is that we as plastics lobbyists should be much better at copying the textile industry. No.
I think you could. I think you guys are quite good as well, right? In that.
No. Are there anybody in the audience that would like to ask a question? Very, very important. If you ask a question, you also win the right to a selfie with one of the debaters.
Ooh. I have already one, even more than one. But no, just kidding. My name is Pedro from Portugal, and I work as an airline consultant. And I just want to emphasize that two things that were said here. One is that no airline board member has a KPI related to anything similar than climate, whatever you call it. So it's all about going back to the numbers of pre-2019. Nobody asks or gives a bonus or tells any of those managers that they're getting, oh, you're doing a great job because the emissions of your airline dropped by that much. Actually, this is not even a figure that is given. So, yes, we need regulation to put those board members and those corporates on that track. Because otherwise, all they do is they get a sustainability manager or a greenwash marketeer that tells us that flying is beautiful now. And at the same time, I think I'm going to pronounce it right, Flugskam. So a movement that started here, around here in Sweden, and was quite popular around the Scandinavian countries, to give you the guilt feeling. So it's you, all of you, that are guilty, that must feel guilty. And you cannot tell the neighbors that you've flown to Gran Canaria for your holidays. Bad, shame on you. So that, I think, needs to be addressed, and the only way is through regulation. And speaking of regulation, please, everyone likes champagne here, I guess, right? And you can only call something champagne if it comes from Champagne, a region in France. Stop companies and corporates from telling us they are sustainable, or they're using sustainable technologies, or they are being green, or whatever. Regulate that word, forbid them from using it, and punish them severely if they use it, and use that money to develop whatever technology we need. And Patricia, thank you very much for talking about textile, because sometimes we talk about things that are so far away from us, and we forget how close textile is. I mean, we don't live in a naked world, so we need clothes all the time. And it's amazing to understand how important it is to address that issue. I don't think this was a question, I'm sorry, but you do with it whatever.
Any remarks, or should we see
I have
if there's
one
any...
short remark,
Yes.
Because you mentioned greenwashing. So, I mean, as a kind of pro-European, one kind of good thing, for instance, that has recently been developed at the European level is a regulation on green claims. So actually we are regulating now how companies can, how they can promote green products or what they cannot promote as green. I'm not saying it's going to do away with all greenwashing, but at least there are not tighter standards on what can be labeled as a sustainable, green, whatever you name it, product. So I think that's a good way, because so far it was basically totally unregulated. You can just, I don't know, choose green packaging, put a flower on it, or I don't know what, and I as a consumer feel like, oh, this must be a green product, and psychological studies show that this is how it works. It's pretty simple. So that's good news, I think, that this has been developed.
I then want to just follow up on that, because actually within CEN, and there's just developed together with ECOS, I'm sure that sort of the partnering organization of you, we developed a vocabulary standard on plastics, and in there the term greenwashing is extended. So from before, greenwashing would be, I would say plastics is really, really sustainable and it's low carbon and all of that. And that would be greenwashing if I couldn't substantiate it. Now it has been extended, so if I attack another product or another material with an unsubstantiated claim, I get the same effect. People will switch to my claim, but that was previously not considered greenwashing. But you're moving people away. So if I was to say cardboard can't be recycled, that would not be greenwashing previously, but now it would be. And I think that's important, because we have a lot of people in marketing that are claiming sustainability by attacking others. And that confuses consumers as well, because, and that currently isn't illegal, but we developed that standard within plastics, because if we want to have a sustainability discussion and have informed choices, people should be able to trust that. So that's just a follow-up on that. Are there nobody else that would really won't like a selfie with these nice people?
Or just have a question?
No? Mads?
I mean, just one comment to what you said there around greenwashing and that conversation. That's super important, right? And I think in Denmark we have quite strong both legislation, and we also have a new consumer guide from the Pfoe ombudsman that talks about exactly what you say, how we define it, right? I think that's all good, but it won't do the trick, right? Because this is not about informed consent or full information, right? This is about something else. It's about what kind of stories are we telling each other about what products we need. And I think that's why Greenpeace, together with, I think, around 30 other organizations in Europe, is right now collecting signatures for what is called the European Citizen Initiatives, where we need 1 million signatures in order to get a piece of or suggestion dealt with by the system in the EU, right? And this is a citizen initiative exactly on forbidding companies, fossil companies, promoting their products, right? Because this is not about knowing what you're getting, right? It's about, here is something that we have decided that we want to phase out by 2050, and yet we still allow companies to tell stories about how wonderful their fossil cars are, how wonderful it is to fly fossil on a weekend trip to the UK, or whatever it can be, that is basically undermining our ability to sustain this climate crisis, right? So I think we just need to get real about this. I mean, we are in climate crisis, we're in a biodiversity crisis, we're in a pollution crisis. These normal sort of tweaks about let's have a little bit more transparency, a little bit more information, then all would be fine. No, right? We passed that point. We need legislation that actually goes in where it also is a little bit counterintuitive. Some feel it's a little illiberal, but we need that. We did that also when we wanted to get rid of cigarettes. We did it when we wanted to limit alcohol, right? We also put bans on it, right? Now is the time also to stop these narratives polluting our stories about what is the good life. Yeah.
Duarte?
I just wanted to comment on something that you mentioned in the previous question about we wouldn't, like you said, we are not in favor of a free market. But I think the examples that Patricia gave of the textiles and of the shipping is not of the free market. It's of a bananas republic. When you have no rules, this is not a free market, because in a free market you have rules. But when you have no rules, you have a bananas republic where you can do whatever. You just produce your product, and then whatever happens to it, it's not my responsibility. And I feel this is where we are when it comes to the circular economy. It's a void of rules in which you are, as a producer, for example, you are able to behave in a way that goes beyond your freedom. Because if we are causing problems in developing countries, this is not, it shouldn't be something that we can do as developed nations. And I'm sure also in a sense of the democracy of our societies, I'm sure no one in this room would be happy to know that whatever thing that they bought in the shop was then causing problems somewhere else, to someone else in the world. So I think here we need to regulate the free market. I'm a big fan of a free market, but I don't think we've experienced free market fully in some of these fields. And one of the things that we should start with is to correct disincentives. Why is it cheaper to buy something that it's not going to last, that it's going to pollute, and it's more expensive to do the right choice? I'm 100% sure that most people, if they have a product that is more sustainable, does the job, and is cheaper, they will go for it and not for the other product. The problem now is that we are waiting for a raise of awareness and consciousness in millions, if not billions of people to do the right choice, to pay more money, to take more effort. And we are waiting for this, and I hear many times politicians talking about education. I'm not against education, obviously, but we don't have the time to educate everyone and then let them make the free choice, which usually means spending more money and sometimes having a product that is not as easy as the other one. So we need to correct this in the market. And the way we do this in economics, in a free market, not in a bananas republic, is through rules. And we could create fiscal or financial mechanisms in which an unsustainable product has a fee that then alleviates the one that actually costs more to produce because it's better. And that would deliver quick results.
Yes, yes. I think what I tried to say is that there's lack of property rights. I think actually the U.S. Supreme Court judge Rehnquist once said that the liberty of my hand stops before your nose. And that's what we're lacking in some of this producer responsibility is I can't go around swinging with my hands because if I hit you, that's a rule, but I can pollute. And that's the same thing as hitting somebody in the nose. So there is lack of property rights. So I agree, it's a lack of an efficient market because parts of the rules or regulation or structures aren't there. And that was why I was trying to say that building a very strong producer responsibility that focuses on the damage or the impact that I have of my production isn't becoming harmful to others because then I have to clean it up. And that should be part of the price because then you will have the better textiles because you have to do that. And you will encourage more engineering and more innovation. We are getting at a close, so I would suggest we just have a quick summary, and we will start with Patricia.
Okay, maybe one last thought. I mean, we've discussed about it, but so I think what is really important is to kind of embed the discussion on a circular economy in a wider discussion about refocusing our economy on what we need as human beings, rather than following the logic of selling more and more products, which is the current logic of our current market, whatever you call it, free or, and which links to the airline example, I mean, most companies, and that's this, let's say, logic, strive to sell more of their products, whether that's more flights, more t-shirts, more plastic bottles, whatever it is. So the focus is not about what I need as a human being to live well. The focus of our economies is about how can we create more output and more profits for some people. So I think the whole circular economy discussion is very important, but we need to make sure that it's part of a wider discussion about how our economic system is structured and what it serves. What's the purpose of an economic system? Is the purpose of our economy to make some people very rich and provide us with, I don't know, I mean, so many consumer products that I don't even know, what to buy? Or is the purpose of an economy to make sure we eat healthy, we have clothes, we have mobility, we have, housing, we have water, we have our basic human needs, satisfied? And that can be with, beautiful products and with, it doesn't have to be, we don't have to go back to the caves, but where we're going at the moment is maybe a bit too far. So I think it's important to put the circular economy debate in that wider debate about the kind of economy in the future that we want, and refocusing it on human and planetary needs.
Duarte?
I think my microphone just was wrong. I think I made my point very clear about the need for regulation, and I absolutely agree with you when it comes to we need to have a new model to produce and consume what we need based on living well, based on a good life, and not just on the profit from producing more and more. I think the deep root of this problem comes from inaction in political spheres. So politicians have not been doing enough. We know this very well from the perspective of the climate change problem. And if I can say a few words about Volt. Volt is a new party that was founded 5 years ago, and it's precisely, it's a citizens movement as well, but it's precisely a party that has the voltage to provide different solutions to these problems, that we have come together across Europe. It's a pan-European party that has realized that our politicians have failed us in making courage decisions in topics that are the biggest challenges of our lives in this moment, like climate change, and also like maintaining Europe as a free democratic space. So Volt works with policies that are based in evidence and bottom-up, so from citizens and from the basis of the party, and climate change is one of the core priorities that we have, and we hope that if we have politicians and citizens in places of power that have the courage to make the decisions that we know that we have to make and that we know from science that are necessary, that these problems can be resolved, or at least these ones can be resolved, and we are better prepared to resolve the upcoming problems that will come.
Okay. Mads, and I'll let you
Yeah, I mean, not super much to add. I mean, I completely sign up to also, especially what you said, Patricia. But I mean, I think one of the topics that we didn't get to, and this doesn't qualify as a summing up, right? But I do think that in order to really forward that agenda of providing more space to our politicians and putting people at the center you spoke about, I think it is absolutely important that we find ways to break up this very, very strong grip that our industry and corporates have on the politicians, right? The money flows, etc. But it's also about the intellectual property rights we have in our world today, right? We have a situation where 4 companies are controlling our whole grain flows, right? And you can see sector for sector how you have very, very strong small groups of financial interests that are leading us in the wrong direction here, right? So before we also realize that this is not only about that we could demand more from our politicians, we can demand more for consumers, but before we also understand that there are some pretty powerful forces that are actually holding us back and preventing progress, and take them heads on, right? Then I feel that it will be very difficult to get into a truly sustainable economy.
Eske?
I'll sum up with 2 important points. First, I want to remind everyone that this isn't just something we discuss because it'd be nice, it'll be green. If you look at the Stockholm Resilience Center, they make a report on the planetary boundaries. There are especially 3 of them that we're really breaking. It's the climate change, it's the biodiversity, and it's the novel entities in nature. These 3 are deeply connected to the circular economy. And as we mentioned before, the numbers, 45% of our climate change comes from things, the way we use things, that means the circular economy if we change it. And we are 9% circular today. There is a lot to do here, and it's not just, when I go out and say this, I say it because that's where the science is. That's what we can see when we see our members who are researchers in universities. Are we getting there? No, we're not. So when we ask the politicians, and we agree, please give us high and ambitious targets, then they should do that not because it's a good idea or because they're left-wing or right-wing. They should do it because there is some strong science behind this. That's why we got to do it. We got to do it because it's the green choice, the sustainable future choice. And if you give us those targets, then the money will flow in that direction, and my members and we, the engineers, will love to solve the technical part of this challenge.
Okay, I think one thing you all at least agree on is that we are currently having a market or an economy that grows faster than the circular economy is growing, and that creates a bigger gap. That at least is something that needs to be focused on, because if we want to reach more than 9%, we will need to be faster at being circular than we are growing as an economy. That I think is pretty evident. I would like to thank all of you for coming and listening, and I would like to thank the panelists. I've been informed that the Political Festival would really like for you to sign their guest book, so please do so before leaving. And then I would say thank you all for coming, and I think we should give them all a round of applause. And those of you that are entitled to a selfie, please come up.
I think
Så kan alle folk høre dig.
Okay.
Okay, so I first need to ask if there is anyone in the audience who do not understand Danish. Okay, because then we can do this debate in English. It was originally planned to do it in Danish, but I think we can accommodate. I'm looking at my panelists, and they all feel like they can do this. So we're going to have a short debate here tonight, just an hour, like a lot of the other conversations. We are going to talk about nuclear energy, dangers, or the future. So the way this is going to work is that first we'll hear who we have in the panel, then they will present their opening statement, present their position on this field, tell us what do they think. Is it the future or is it a danger? So we can say where are our different panelists. And then we are going to have a discussion where we can explore these different perspectives. And if you sit in the audience and feel like I have a question or I have a comment, I need to add something to the debate right now, you just raise your hand and then someone will come running with a microphone. But do not ask a question before you have a microphone. Okay? Perfect. So, the topic for this debate is, as I said, nuclear energy, dangers, or the future. So, who do we have in our panel? Would you like to start here in the end?
Sure, I can do that. My name is Mads. I am 26 years old, and I am a board member and speaker of Foreningen Atomkraft i Attack, so that we are the pro-nuclear advocates of Denmark, and we are a volunteer organization who look to basically destigmatize in order to mitigate climate change, and that is what we're trying to do here. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And this is where it gets difficult, because my name is also Mats Christensen, and I'm the executive director of Greenpeace in the Nordic area. And Greenpeace is an environmental organization that has worked for 50 years now for a green and peaceful future for the planet, and have been against the use of nuclear energy practically, if not for 50 years, then at least for 40-ish years.
Do I have a mic? Yes. Thank you. My name is Jacob, just to make it a little bit more easy on the panel. I'm educated as a lawyer, and I have worked as a lawyer for 12 years and until I became elected into the Danish Parliament from the Conservative People's Party. And I was member of Parliament for 6 years. I was minister for about half that period. I have been Minister of Transport and Energy, but I am the shortest sitting minister in that period, but only 72 days. And after that, I became Minister of Health, and I was Minister of Health for nearly about 3 years. And for the last 11 years, I have been CEO in 1 year in a private hospital, and for the last about 10 years, I have been CEO in a very big real estate development company. So that's what I am now, but I am, when we are getting an election in Denmark next, maybe it's from tomorrow, or maybe it's within the next 6-7 weeks, I will be on the list, not for the EPP as standing here, but for the Danish Parliament once again. That's about me.
Thank you. And now I'm going to make it a little more difficult, because we have a Mads and a Mads and a Jakob and a Jakob. So this is just the way that it is going to be today. I'll be your moderator for this debate. I'm Jakob Blasius. I am International Officer in the Danish Student Union. Now, we are going to hear your opening statements. So, Jakob, would you like to start and present your view on this field?
You are asking nuclear energy dangerous or the future? And I will say it's the future. I think the issue about nuclear has a lot of feelings. We all have seen on TVs, of course, the smoke from Nagasaki and Hiroshima. We know that it is spreading very much. We all have heard about Chernobyl, and that the disaster came through to Denmark. But I think it's a lot of feelings, because if we do it with the correct technology, we are able to, that the worst case scenario is, we are able to handle worst case scenario. And one of the biggest problems that the whole world is standing to is the climate crisis. And I do not believe that we will be able to reduce CO2 without using nuclear energy. There is, of course, wind and the sun, and that's good, and the wind is good here up in Scandinavia, but about equator, there is 3 to 4 billion people living there, and the wind is not blowing. If we want to win the battle in the climate crisis, there is no way out, as I see it, from nuclear energy. Do you agree?
No.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's a super complicated question about nuclear energy, because this is not a question about for or against, right? Because we have nuclear energy in the world today, and there is being built nuclear energy at the moment, right? So this is part of the world, right? So I think the real question here is this the solution that we should invest much more in and scale up to a level where it can actually act as something that can replace solar and wind, or have it provide a real difference in our energy mix, right? And I think we have to be super honest about this. I mean, nuclear energy doesn't play a big role today, right? And it's going down. It's somewhere around 10% of our electricity production, right? And approximately half of that, if you look at the whole contribution to our energy mix in the world, and it's going down, right? Because there's or it's stable, you could argue, but that depends on how you look at it. But it's not going up significantly. And even the most sort of progressive scenarios or most optimistic scenario for what is possible, we are talking about perhaps a doubling of that, right? And at the same time, we are seeing that we, in 2021, produced more energy from solar and wind than we did from nuclear. And that's rising exponential, right? Because it's cheaper, because it's safer, because we can fit it into our energy mix all over the world. There's not 3 billion people that lives in areas where it's not solar or wind. There are some places, but it's not 3 billion. The energy scenarios that clearly shows how we can do without. I think it's not only about emotions, but it is as well, right? Because I would say the emotional element for me is that I really don't think that we should solve one generational problem, the climate crisis we're in right now, where previous generations has left a problem to the next generation, with another generational problem as nuclear is, right? That leaves a legacy of nuclear waste for coming generations. I think that's simply a wrong decision. And on top of that, you have 4 other problems with nuclear that is quite, and I'm sure we will get through them, but it's basically that there is risks associated, even if newer plants are becoming more safe than the previous generations, no doubt about it. Then it's the waste problem, but it's also the problem of proliferation of nuclear material that can be used in military purposes. And it is, fourthly, the issue of cost, where we see no matter if we look at the most positive and optimistic cost scenarios, then it's still more expensive to build new nukes compared to solar and wind, even with backup capacity and redundancy capacity that is needed for also solar and wind, as well as for nuclear. And then fifthly, it is a matter of scale. That is simply not possible to bring so much nuclear capacity on the grid as is needed. Every idiot in the world practically can build a windmill and a solar panel, but not every idiot can build a nuclear power station, right? So there is a real scale issue, and there's a time problem here. So I think for me it's more about being, let's be cool about this, right? We don't have to put a lot of emotions into this or have a super heated issue, because nuclear is here and it's not dogmatic about it. If someone came with a solution and said, now we actually found the solution to these 5 problems, I guarantee I will be the first one to put my hand up and say, yes, I hope that happens. Yeah. That's not where we are today.
Anna, our last panelist.
Well, we need nuclear because it is the only low carbon energy source that we can actually turn up and down. As the two previous speakers have talked about, we do have a lot of windmills in Denmark, and the wind blows quite often and a lot. Any Danish person can sign to that. But when you look at the actual numbers, 50% of our electricity consumption is from windmills, but electricity only accounts for 20% of our total energy consumption. So while Denmark proclaims itself as a green leader, we have only really gotten 10% of the way since we started. The biggest, the quickest, the most vast energy transitions that have ever been made in the history of man is with nuclear. And it wasn't due to climate change, it was simply because we didn't want to be dependent on oil during our last energy crisis. France and Sweden and Switzerland all get more than 40% of their total energy consumption from nuclear, and that means that they emit way less CO2 than we do. Even if you do focus on the electricity, our electricity is much more carbon intensive in Denmark than it is in Sweden, Switzerland, or France. In regards to safety, the Joint Research Committee of the European Union, when assessing the dangers and risks of nuclear power, actually found out that third generation of nuclear, which is what is currently being built in the Western societies, is the safest form of energy that we have ever had, ever. Even safer than wind and solar. The nuclear problem that are being described with the waste, well, how many people died from the nuclear waste? It is not a green gooey mass, it is simply a radioactive metal that you put into the reactor and then you take it out again. It has never killed anyone in Western societies. That is in stark contrast to fossil fuels, which still account for the vast majority of energy that is being produced. The waste from these burnings, which is also 90% of Danish energy consumption, is simply deposited straight into the atmosphere and down into our lungs. 8.7 million people die every single year from air pollution, just from energy production. This is a huge issue, and the hypothetical deaths of a few in 100,000 years from radioactive waste does not really hold a candle to the actual risks that we have from our current energy paradigm today. Wind and solar are great technologies, but we need nuclear as well because we need CO2-free, particle pollution-free backup capacity, and we cannot dig up all the minerals on Earth to make batteries and backup storage. Gas from Putin and biomass from burning forests is not green. Nuclear is green, and that is the scientific consensus.
Thank you so much. So, we'll go a lot more into details, but we have already brought so many of the arguments on one side and the other side on the table. I think we should be very careful about making this a black or white question, because that's also what I hear you say. This is a complicated discussion. So let's try to go into the different dilemmas and then the questions about where you differ. So I feel like this whole question about nuclear energy was something that we had kind of moved on from. At least it seemed to be at least in public discourse that we were like, oh, that was something in the past, we tried, now we are talking about solar panel or wind or something like that. But now it's coming back, or do you view it differently? Do you see it's just something that we forgot about in our political conversations? Is it because there is a need for it now, or how do you see it? Can you maybe share your reflections on this? Maybe if you can start in the middle this time.
Sure. It is true.
No, sorry, in the middle.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
But it was a mess.
Just like.
Yeah, but we are taking the debate again in Denmark and a few other places, right? And for us, it feels like this is something that is fairly new because we put it behind us, and I think, in my view, it is behind us because you don't have any serious players in Denmark that think we should have nuclear in Denmark, right? There's no of the corporations that could build nuclear that want to do that in Denmark. There's none of the politicians, at least not a majority, or at least I would say 75% of parliament don't want it, right? For good reasons. I mean, we have other solutions in Denmark. So, and even the nuclear companies we have in Denmark says no, right? The Seaborg says that's not for Denmark. So it depends on what we mean when we talk about nuclear, right? Because I appreciate that this is a more live discussions in some parts of the world, right? Where it's a bigger real alternative than it is for us. We have the batteries in Norway in water capacity. We have our renewable energies. There's absolutely no point in us building nuclear here. But I think it's completely valid to have the conversation. I mean, it is a generational thing as well, right? I mean, the generation before had the conversation, came to their conclusion. Now there's a new generation, a new crisis. So let's have it again. That's fine. I think the picture globally is very mixed, right? There's countries where you have very clear rejections of nuclear, and there are countries that are reopening the conversation again. So I think it's a very mixed picture. But I think it's fair to say that right now we don't see a nuclear renaissance or a nuclear sort of flow of new reactors coming on, right? The last 10 years we've seen between 1 and 8 reactors coming online every year, and approximately a similar amount going off the grid, right? So that's what I mean with this is sort of floating around. I think last year we added 5 gigawatt nuclear to the mix, and the year before it was a minus. So it goes up and down. There's no nuclear renaissance globally, but it is being built, and it is a live discussion, and I think that's okay.
Jakob? Well, being a former member of parliament, I have discovered that there's a lot of parliamentary members who is for something when they are not on the stage, and they are against it when they are on the stage, because there's a kind of feeling that they are afraid of the voters saying they have to brand the discussion. And at the very moment, actually the way we lived just 5 years ago, you cannot get the voters with you. It would be unpopular to say something in favor of nuclear energy. So, but I really think there is an underscore of a lot of parliamentary members in all parties who is thinking about this now. And why? Is that there's 2 fundamental headlines in our energy policy that we have to be aware of. First, you cannot put hundreds of millions of dollars to dictators or autocrats in the Middle East, and you cannot continue being dependent on Mr. Putin. So that's that. 25 years ago, we discussed the energy policy as a matter that we have to get our consumption fulfilled. It's not the matter anymore. It's becoming what we in Denmark call storpolitik. It's security policy. It interests presidents and prime ministers because it's security policy. And that's because we have to get independent, and we have to be independent very fast. The other very important headline is to reduce the carbon emission. That's also something which is going to be very fast. And I am actually I don't think this discussion is against sun and windmills. You are not saying so. I'm talking about a mixture. Actually, I'm putting my own money into sun energy at the very moment. So I hope there will be a consumption for it. But we have to get a mix. And if we are going to regard this as independency, we have to have this bottom buffer at our total consumption of energy. That is going to be, the fossil produced energy has to be changed with something which is low on carbon, and that's only nuclear power. And we have to do it very fast because we have to win this battle for the climate, and we have to win this battle of being independent of the dictators in the Middle East and Putin. That's a battle we have to win very fast. Very fast.
I would like to give it to Mads from Atomkraft Hjertak, but I feel like this demands a response from Mads in the middle first.
I simply, I mean, of course, we can agree, and we don't have to talk about that, whether we think that we should combat climate change. I mean, I've been in a business that worked for that for 30 years, right? And of course, that's a given. We all agree this is a planetary crisis we're in the middle of.
You don't have to say that.
And we need to act now, right? Renewables can deliver much faster than the nuclear can, right? It takes somewhere between, if we were fast, 1 to 2 years with a windmill park, and it will take 10 years if we're very fast with the nuclear as well, right? So it's a completely different response time. But I find it, what really puzzles me in this debate is that it's in this moment in time where we're discussing nuclear again, right? I mean, we have the biggest nuclear power station in Europe right now under siege by Russia and being used as a bomb cover by our Russian colleagues. We have the lobby organization of nuclear, the International Nuclear Energy Agency, that is basically shouting alarm and saying it's critical what's happening, right? At the same time, we have 30 nuclear reactors in France off the grid, either because they have construction faults that has been found in their cooling system, or because climate change and the drought has made it impossible to cool them down, right? At the same time, we have a number of countries, including Germany, that says, no, even if we wanted to, it's not possible for us to restart these reactors. And we have 3 reactors, three new build reactors in Western Europe, Olkiluoto and Flamanville and Hinkley Point in the UK, that has been delayed. I mean, don't even get me started on that. I think Olkiluoto is 3 times its original cost, right? It's more than 15 billion euros for that plant alone. The Hinkley Point one is only being built because consumers has been forced to pay 3 times what electricity costs from windmills and guaranteed that price for 30 years. It's massive government subsidies that makes that happen. I think any politicians with any sane mind in Europe would look at that and say, now is not the time, and we have not seen successes. Then we can look to the east and we can look at other places where they've been faster and produce them better, right? But we know we will never accept the safety standards of China or Russia when we build nuclear, right? So I find it puzzling that we keep painting this picture that this is the solution out there, right, to the climate crisis when we have this reality around us.
So, Mads from Atomkraft Hjertak, what we're hearing here is a lot of concerns. Do they resonate with you, or do you think no, that they're not valid? That shouldn't be our concern. Or how do you use it?
There's definitely concerns about the build times of nuclear reactors because we haven't built that many Western nuclear reactors in a long time, but the ones that we have built that he likes to point out have been delayed are also capable of producing green, reliable electricity in such vast quantities that it's hard to really put into perspective, but I will try my best anyways. Olkiluoto 3, the one you talked about before, took 17.5 years to build. Its yearly production, when it's online, will be higher than all Danish windmill combined. More than 10 terawatt hours, approximately 13 in fact. So even when nuclear is built the slowest possible, like when you make all the mistakes you can make when you want to build a nuclear power plant, it is still faster than wind. All the quickest transitions have been made with nuclear or hydro, but we don't have mountains, so we don't have that luxury. In regards to price, I think it's really, really unfair to compare intermittent energy sources that depend on the weather with dispatchable, reliable energy sources such as nuclear or hydropower. Because how much does an hour of electricity cost from a windmill when the wind doesn't blow? I mean, you have to ask Putin about that because I'm sure he can deliver, or maybe not. But the price of nuclear electricity is it's determined by the market, and right now we don't have enough reliable electricity in Europe, and consumers everywhere are feeling that. Our gambles on intermittent energy sources alone simply have not made a green transition because, as you mentioned, Germany, yeah, they closed down their nuclear power plants and they started burning coal and gas instead. Their CO2 emissions have flatlined, as have the Danish ones, if you account for the biomass and the higher imports that we have now. So countries that only go with intermittent energy sources simply have not succeeded in making these energy transitions that we need to make. And also, it has destabilized the European electricity grid. It is true that France's reactors, most of them are offline right now, and it is true that they are very, very bad at maintaining their reactors in France at the time. But there has not been a single nuclear disaster in Western countries that have resulted in deaths, yet still we rely on mostly burning stuff that kill millions every single year. So that is a serious problem that we must face. Like, what will be the actual substitute for the backup energy that we require if we keep building stuff that relies on the weather? Even in the international context, I also believe that nuclear is in fact living through a renaissance, because polls worldwide say that people are more and more keen to build new nuclear, and the list of countries that build new nuclear is way longer than the list of countries that don't.
So, is Greenpeace convinced by this?
No, I'm not convinced about, as you would probably not expect me to be. But no, I think, you know, it's no coincidence that France have had the highest energy price, electricity price in Europe for the last 3 months now, right? And they've had the problem for 3 years in a row now, that what you call uninterrupted energy, or you call it something different, but I would call it uninterrupted energy, right? The energy that delivers year on year, right, is energy that delivers 65% of the time in France, right? For 3 years. For 3 years.
But that's not true.
And now they are below 50. No, that's true.
Yeah, now they're below 50, but their capacity factor is 77%.
Not the last 3 years. They've been under 65.
One person at a time.
But the point is that this notion, in average, I think in Europe it's 85%, right? And for a offshore wind, it's 50%, right? So of course there's differences, but you also need backup for nuclear, right? Is that also wrong?
No.
Good. So I would like to also bring
so we have to be very careful in not painting this picture that we have unreliable renewables, super reliable nuclear, right? That's not the reality of the game. Of course, there is a difference there. And I think that's also why we have to be very clear when we talk about wind and solar and look at all the different energy scenarios that shows how we can build a renewable energy system in the world, right? With renewables that are not nuclear, that it of course also takes technologies that can store energy and backup capacities. We have to have that as well, right? But the price difference right now, where we see price of renewables dropping dramatically and we see prices of nuclear rising, then we have to accept that there is a trend here that actually helps us, those of us who think that is best without nuclear.
I would like to bring Jakob into this conversation also.
Well, wind and solar is very good, and we need more of that, but it's just not enough. Not even in Denmark, and of course not where the wind is not blowing so much. But what I would like to say, that you pointed out that the atomic, what is called the ones in Ukraine now?
Zaporizhzhia, I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry.
That plant, and that's under fire at the very moment. This is, of course, very, very, very scaring. But I have heard that this is an old-fashioned, it's still scary, old-fashioned plant made by the same way as Chernobyl was. What we are talking about here is not the same technology as the old atomic plants. We have to get new technology. And that's why I, in the very beginning, said that if we do so, the worst case scenario is able to be handled. I am very scared about what is happening in Ukraine now. It could be a new Chernobyl. Actually, in the last week, there was no electricity on it, so they might not be able to cool. It can be a disaster. But it's a disaster because it's an old-fashioned atomic plant which has to be closed down, and we have to build some more new ones. That's what I think when I'm talking about new technology, where you made the energy in another way, and the worst case scenario is a kind of a salt rock instead of this cloud.
But isn't there, Jakob, a problem in saying this is a security question, we have to be afraid, we have to protect ourselves, this is the way to do it? Is that Is that
it's about independence.
It's about independence. Is it a policy based on fear?
No,
is that
no,
the right way to do it?
No, I could never. I will never advocate for politics into fear. Never. But it's about independence. We have to get our energy solutions, and I do not want to continue with fossils that we buy in the Middle East and gas we buy from Putin. So that's the question about independence, and that has to be. We have to make a fast solution about that. And I don't think that the Germans would have closed down the existing power plants if you not had the disaster in Japan. Because now the timing, closing down the low carbon atomic plants in Germany, and instead of beginning using coal, carbon-wise, it's stupid. And it really hurts me by the climate that we are doing so. So actually, if we believe that the worst case scenario is not that bad, then, as I said in the former debate, you and I, we cannot afford not to begin. We cannot afford not to begin, even though the price is high. It's about independence, and it's about the climate. And the climate is a worldwide fight. We have to win it.
So I will allow Mads from Greenpeace to give a short response, but after that I would like to ask if the audience have any questions. So prepare your questions now, and Mads, you get to answer this.
Yeah, because you asked, do we agree that the worst case is not bad? No, we don't agree on that, right? The worst case is very, very bad. That's the thing with nuclear. The risk, especially with third generation, the new ones, the EPRs and those who are being built now, the risk is lower than it was for Chernobyl. But the thing with nuclear is that when it goes bad, it goes very bad, right? And I think we have not seen those worst case scenarios that can happen with third generations happening. But the fact is, we've been told for decades that the chance of a nuclear accident is 1 in a million, right? The fact is, we have 439 reactors in the world in 2021, right? And we've had 3 major accidents that we all remember, yeah? And then there's a lot of smaller ones, right? So let's just be clear that this is not something that is 1 in a million. This can happen more often. Now, I think the key thing right now is to be very clear and say that we're in a situation where new builds of nuclear, if we were to, and that's what some of these energy scenarios that also the IPCC is looking at, in the optimistic scenario could double its contribution to combat climate change, etc. Double its contribution, so double what it delivers. It would take 37 reactors of a standard size a year until 2050 in order to reach that, right? And again, coming back to what has happened until now, a few to 8 a year, right? So 7, that's just to double it. So this notion that this is what will solve, getting out of the claws of Saudi Arabia, will address climate change, it's a fantasy, right? So let's not talk about it that way, and I think that's where it becomes black and white and say, this is not the big savior that will save us all from all the things that we would love to save us from, right? When I went to university and high school, I loved nuclear energy, I still do. I think on paper this is magnificent, right? If it was possible to control it and not to have accidents, not to have all these things. Every time there's an accident, then the pro-nuclear folks says, yeah, nuclear is safe, unless there is a flood, unless there is a war, unless there is, there's all these buts around it, and I think that is the point, right? Nuclear is great in theory, but there unfortunately is some very, very difficult problems that have turned up, and we are looking at a world that is going to be more unsafe and more unstable, right? We have climate change, we have wars, we have resource conflicts. Is this the world where we want to have nuclear power stations plastered all over the world?
So now we'll take a few questions from the audience. There's a question all the way in the back.
Thank you. This is about whether nuclear is already producing the solution or not. There is an app called App Electricity Maps, and it shows all the time how is it in real time with the production. Now, at this very moment, we produce twice as much CO2 per electricity unit in Western Jutland than France does with the nuclear powers. There are 7 countries that are always greener than Denmark. France, Slovakia, and Finland with nuclear, Norway and Austria with hydro, and then there's Sweden and Switzerland who have both nuclear and hydro. You can go to Canada, Quebec is always green, they have hydro. Ontario is always green, they have nuclear. So I think the question is also, if we want a lot of green energy here, we can either build a nuclear power plant or we can build a mountain. And I think the first one is preferable.
So the first one is preferable. I feel like Mads from Greenpeace, would you like to start off reflecting on this question?
No, but I think that's completely true, right? The facts that you listed, right? I mean, that is the reality, right? That's why we in Greenpeace have been fighting for 40 years now in order to get that energy revolution that is needed, right? An energy revolution that is based on fossil fuels energies, solar, wind, and hydro. And I think it's a tragedy, right? And I think Germany would agree. It's a tragedy that they have not acted faster than they have on renewables, right? I think the discussion around whether we should leave some of the old is a different one, which I find very difficult, to be honest, right? Also personal, because that's probably where I differ a little bit from my organization, actually, because I think it is an emergency where we should probably leave them. That train has left the station, right? Because they've said that it's not even possible, right? But of course, those countries that have produced nuclear have a green map, right? Because nuclear is CO2 free, just as solar, just as wind are, right? But the notion that we cannot produce a renewable energy system that is reliable with solar and wind is wrong. We can do that, right? And we have right now a track in Denmark, right, with a build-out plan that is mapped out. We know what we're going to do, and I believe that that's actually one of the things in the government's climate plan that is realistic to be achieved. There's a lot of other things I would be disagreeing with, but the course that was set out already 8-9 years ago with 100% renewable for our electricity and heat production in Denmark, I think can be achieved. I think it will be possible to limit what I consider to be a problem, namely biomass in that time frame. But that's my believing that.
So Mads from Atomkraft, ja tak. Would you like to come in on this?
Sure. Well, you say that we can make this work with renewables. Sure, if you consider burning forests renewable, then yeah, we can do it. It's what we're doing in Denmark right now. But there's not a single country that has actually made a green transition with wind and solar alone, because you need safe and reliable backup. And that is simply just a matter of fact, because we need to have energy on demand all the time. And we cannot base our energy system on these new technologies that are just, dreams and hopes. We have to look at the countries that have actually made green transitions and are green on this map and look at what did they do. And the ones that had mountains built hydro and maybe nuclear, and the ones that didn't and that are still green, they built nuclear. And it is simply not true that nuclear is way more expensive than wind. If you look at the projected cost of electricity from the International Energy Agency, it says that nuclear is cheaper than offshore wind. And the IPCC's price models also show the same, that nuclear is cheaper than offshore wind. And again, you simply cannot compare these two energy sources without taking into the account the fact that you need some sort of backup capacity. You correctly stated that nuclear also needs some sort of backup. Sure, it can only produce 90% of the time. Sometimes you need to put new fuel in and take the old out. But there's a big difference between being able to plan these fuel changes and then the wind, which might produce in certain spots in Denmark, produce up to 50% of the time, but it is still unreliable. It is not more reliable than what meteorologists can predict, which is pretty unreliable. I think anyone can attest to that. So, like he stated, if you don't have mountains, you don't have hydro, and then you need to build nuclear if you want to be green on that map. And that way we can also have cheap electricity on demand. It is how they did it in most other countries.
Jakob, I would like to hear you maybe reflect on the potential for new energy sources. Because you say, okay, we can do more nuclear, we can work with that, but shouldn't we also look into the new ways of doing that? Isn't that always a thing we should do?
I think we should do everything.
But we can't do that. We don't have the money to do everything.
No. But actually, I don't think we disagree so much. Where the disagreements begin between you and me is at the very point whether you believe renewables is enough or not. I like renewables. I think we have to get more renewables. I just don't believe it's going to be enough, not even in Denmark. And if you regard it as a discussion for the whole world, it is. It will not be enough. So that's where we disagree. It's not because I am against any of the other kind of energy forms that you're talking about. I am for them. But I don't believe that the world is able to change out fossil fuels without nuclear energy. I simply don't believe it. And then what drives me is independency and the climate. I know it also drives you, but you trust in renewables as a 100% energy consumption method or producing method. I don't. And I don't believe, if you regard it as a world discussion on behalf of the whole world, that we will be able to substitute fossil energy without atomic energy. I simply don't believe it.
So, okay, but Jacob does not believe it. And you, Mads from Greenpeace, believe it. So is it a question about religion? Isn't it more complicated than that? Isn't there a way that we can, is there a compromise? Is it either or? Why is this debate always ending up so black and white?
Maybe we should discuss whether it is so unsecure as it used to be, because I've just admitted to you that I am very nervous about what is happening in Ukraine now, because it is an old plant you can compare to Chernobyl. Of course, everybody would be an idiot if we were not concerned about that. And I think that kind of old plants, with or without a war in Ukraine, should be closed down. And
it's not an old plant, but I don't think that's not the point. I think
it's old technology.
The same. No, I mean older than what? I mean it's newer than Fukushima, if I remember right. Actually,
part the same.
Part the same. Yeah. But I think it's. I think the thing is that we don't have to make this a question about belief. I mean there are scientific studies and there are scenarios out there that shows both energy systems where nuclear play a role. There's no energy systems, there's no reviews that I'm aware of where it plays a majority role, right? No one believes that will happen in 100 years, right? But there's definitely ones where it goes from staying the same, increasing, doubling and tripling in that vicinity, right? So I think it's in that way we have to speak about. That means the problem you talk about again is not addressed by that conundrum, that it will never be solving the bigger problem. I think it's quite clear that and just coming to the I just found the numbers here on the capacity factor on globally, right? According to the EA, it's 85% for nuclear globally, right? And in Europe, it's 75%, right? And in France, it was 65 the last 3 years on average, and now this year it has been even more dramatic down, right? So we just have to be very clear about that. It's being overstated.
What about wind globally?
Offshore wind is 50%. Yeah.
That is
onshore, it's 25%. Yeah.
So, Mads, in the end, would you like to come in for a short comment, and then we'll take some questions from the audience?
Well, yeah, sure. I'd love to address whether or not nuclear is safe or not. I mean, anyone can just Google what are the safest forms of energy. You'll be redirected to our world and data that clearly shows that if you crunch the numbers, nuclear is safer than wind. Nuclear also doesn't require fossil backup, which makes wind in that regard worse. I agree with Jacob that we need all three. If you look at how the world energy consumption is evolving, 2022 will be one of the best years for coal ever, because we have a lot of developing nations that need a lot of energy. and they need energy 24/7, and they won't get it from wind and solar because even in developing countries, it turns dark at night. We just need to look at what the IPC says, and they have 4 pathways to climate mitigation. They all involve increased proportions of nuclear, and we should probably listen to them. The International Energy Agency says the same. And then we have to look at countries such as Denmark that have vast wind resources and that have tried to make a transition with renewables, and we have failed. So if we can't do it in Denmark, no one really can.
I'll take it now to the audience. I'll just ask, how many questions are there right now? We have 2 questions, I think, all the way in the back first.
Yes, it's a question to Mads from Greenpeace. I kind of feel that you said earlier that it was impossible to put online so many nuclear power plants that we need in order to do this transition. But I kind of feel you're maybe leaving out the alternative. Like, how exactly are we supposed to do? I mean, I'm all for renewables and solar and wind, but again, we need some kind of storage or something to handle the fact that it's not. We don't have this base load. We don't have anything that can support, and we can see with the prices also now fluctuating a lot. Also showing the energy dependence in Europe that. You said, but we can do the transition in Denmark, and we have hydro in Norway and Sweden and so on, but we are also connected to Germany, and so if they don't have enough power, we just have a higher electricity prices. So how exactly are we going to do this? I mean, we would have to scale up maybe 100-fold on. We're not building any battery plants or anything to store the energy from the renewables at the moment in Denmark, at least as far as I'm aware. So how are we going to do that, like more concretely? How are we going to do it without nuclear? I feel we haven't really talked about that.
I think we'll take one more question before you get to answer. So in the middle here.
Thank you. It's for Mr. Mads Pfoe. The others are free to comment. We talk about projections of future energy supplies. IEA does some projections. You mentioned 4 scenarios from IPCC. I think if you read their reports, I think there were about 90. We just recently had Christopher Breyer, I believe, from Germany, run a 100% renewable scenario. It was co-authored by Sven Teske and Brian Vad Mathiesen and Mark Z. Jacobsen and Ort Hoekstra from Holland, that ilk of people. I'd very much like your take on it. In science, we sometimes talk about a consensus, like the models merge around some sort of center, and then there are outliers. When you look at the wide scope of credible institutions for energy, where do you put Mark Z. Jacobsen and Brian Vad Mathiesen and Ort Hoekstra? Do you think they're dead in the center, or do you think they're the outliers? And do you think we should have a precautionary principle, because energy is really important for human flourishing? Thank you for your opinion.
So, I think we'll start here in the middle first.
It's late in the day, so I'm just trying to recap the first question. That was on the... just give me a hint. Just give me one word. Yeah, exactly, the storage thing. I mean, right now we have great storage work happening on the Fynsværket, for example. Large-scale battery, in the way that I think battery is part of the future, right? In heat, right? It's heat basins that they're basically storing the energy in. That can then be released later on, right? And I think this is exactly what most of these energy scenarios that speaks of 100% renewables talk about, right? There is a variety of ways that we will store energy. It will not be lithium batteries like Tesla produced them, right? But it will be different kinds of either hydraulic systems, it will be heat that is very promising. Stig, what's his name? Stigsdal, the Danish innovator, right, who is right now pioneering heat sinks in stones in Grenaa. So we are actually quite far on these things in Denmark already. They're doing huge experiments right now in Germany with steam storages underground, right, which has huge potential as well. This is clearly things that are not utility scale yet, right? So there is a problem in finding the right solution. There's a lot of innovation and testing going on at the moment in that. But this is what they are pointing to as one thing. But I think the most fundamental thing in a sustainable and secure renewable energy system is one where you have very strong grid connectors and you utilize the fact that wind blows differently in different places and you can transport energy around, right? So this is where we are, right? I think the point is that it's actually not technology that is holding us back there, right? It's simply economy of scale and getting it out there, because it's basic physics that we are talking about here, whether it's hydraulics or it's heat sinks. On the energy scenario, thinking, right, I mean, let's be clear, IPC doesn't do energy scenarios, right? They are scoping the market out there, and then they are taking the ones that use, as you say, are in the middle of it. And I don't think it's unnatural that their starting point is how does the world look today, right? We have 400 reactors, there's new builds going on, I think there's around 30 new builds in the process, right? And they map out what is realistic, right? What is realistic that these can be scaled up to deliver more on. And therefore they deliver, and I think that's not an unfair, and I haven't heard any of you challenge that yet, right? That the middle ground right now is around a doubling, right? When you talk about ambitious in nuclear. Then there are some that are more outliers on ambition, and then there are some that has a principle stand and say we do it without, and show how it can be done without, right? It's up for policy makers, right, and decision makers to decide which one of these scenarios to go with. But I think it's unfair to say that there's no scenarios out there that with reliability shows that we can do it without nuclear. Again, we have to be clear about what is the scale of the issue here, right? It's the scale right now. We are implementing around 200 to 250 gigawatt a year, solar and wind globally. Right? Nuclear is somewhere between 2 and 5 gigawatt, right? So it's a factor 100 approximately right now of nuclear and of renewable, and that is rising exponential. Nuclear is not. Cost going down for renewables, cost for nuclear going up, right? So we just have to be a little mindful of the reality that is moving out there.
I would like to give it to Mads here in the end.
What I want you to really pay attention to when you asked him how will you do it without nuclear is the words promising, potential, experimenting. We cannot do it without nuclear with current technology, and at least not in an economically feasible way. And
so you want to build third generation nuclear? That's what you want to
do?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure, I want to build third generation nuclear. Maybe not the EPRs, because...
Oh, not the EPRs?
No.
Okay, the Russians?
Can I finish? There's, the fastest builds right now are South Korean, so don't even try to rub that on me. But, well, you don't have storage technologies, and that is like gambling with the climate to just say, oh, well, we'll invent a solution so we can do it. Norway right now are seriously discussing cutting their cables because electricity prices are rising so much. We seriously need nuclear for this, and if we think that we can just invent something, then we are truly gambling with the climate. And yeah, that's my answer to that.
I think I'll need to give it to Jakob also.
Well, no more to add. I think the questions was for Mads in the middle.
Yes.
And so I have nothing more to add.
You have nothing more to add?
No.
Then I think I will give you, is it a short question? Okay, we can do a very short question.
First of all, thank you very much for this debate. Most debates are four people saying basically the same thing. So it's wonderful to have different opinions. My question is actually for the politicians in the room, because this is basically a political discussion. And you started, Jakob, by saying that a lot of your colleagues maybe actually believe in nuclear power as the future, but they're afraid to say it. So how do you plan to initiate this discussion in the public space so that it can be a discussion between more than 50 people in a room in Maya?
Well, I think that's a good question to end with.
Yeah, it is. maybe also my knowledge is is historic, but it has been the way in Denmark that you could not get elected if you were talking about nuclear energy. And we have had afraidness. Our perception was Nagasaki, now I am a little bit roughly, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island in the US in the 70s. And we haven't followed the new technology. But I can feel a breakthrough that there is a new technology. Also, maybe it's because of the climate crisis that a lot of people is trying to figure out whether this will work or not with atomic energy. And so I think you can say it now, but 10 years ago you were not able to say it. Otherwise you will be really it's uphill. It would be uphill. I'm not sure it's uphill anymore. So now it's just to begin the debate, but it was certainly not that 10 years ago. It would, and even though in my party, the youth organization KU tried to get it to vote for it should be the policy for the party. It was a big discussion because we didn't want it out in the public that we were in favor of atomic, because we knew that we would lose so many voters. So the People's Party said to the youth, the young people, don't do this. It's a bad brand. It won't be that today. Maybe because of the climate crisis, as I said. And maybe also because the new technology is much more better, and the worst case scenario is more handleable. And you don't agree about that. And you know a lot more about this than me, I admit. I'm just a lawyer. But what I've been reading is that the waste is very small, and it's handleable, and it could be in a moving box when you move from house to house. It's not big size anymore, and maybe it's not fully out developed technology, but it's coming new technology. So I think we should work with this, put a lot of money into it, because I don't think we can afford not to do, and that's of course is because that I do not believe that we can get energy enough just by renewables.
Time is running out. I would like to Mads here in the end first, and then in the middle afterwards.
Yeah, I'd say that...
Very short comment.
Very short. Okay. Yeah, I agree. On the political side, a lot of stuff is happening. More than double the amount of people than 5 years ago are now for nuclear, maybe due to the climate crisis, maybe due to prices. And there are challenges with nuclear, but there are challenges with all energy sources. Currently, most of our energy is made by pumping the waste straight into the atmosphere and into our lungs. Wind and solar are also made with minerals and materials, and they also need to be deposited in a sustainable way. So that is, it's really good that nuclear has such a small waste footprint and that it has never killed anyone.
Okay, and the final comment here from Mads from Greenpeace.
How to make a final comment on that? I mean, we've been through so many topics, right? I mean, but I think on the political side, right? I mean, I think it's very difficult for Danish politicians to seriously come out and say we think nuclear is part of the solution in Denmark, right? Because there is really no argument for it, right? I mean, we actually can create a renewable energy system that is probably one of the easiest places in the world to do it. And I completely agree. It's wrong to burn the forests, right? It's wrong to use biomass, right? So we need to transition out of it. I think it's not going to be complicated for a country like Denmark to do that, right? It will take some time, but so will nuclear, right? If we did it. But imagine where to place a nuclear reactor in a small country like Denmark. Zero chance, right? So why would we even consider it? It's not needed. It would never happen, right?
We don't have more time for this debate. I would like to say thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being in the audience. Please give them a big round of applause.